close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on. Through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. See the horizon turn us to thousands, and we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon turn us to thousands. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And
sleep till I come home. Dream of something sweet. I will be there soon to wake you so discreet.
traveling the mountains just to find the loudest seas. We said down by the fire, knowing we could aim higher, but we didn't know that yet. So if you want something to hold on to, gotta find it first. But here I am, 'cause I've been laying under palm trees, waiting for the summer, knowing there's nowhere to go. 'Cause I am happy on this island, wanna be my farmland. I don't ever want to leave, I'm in a tropic club. I remember the ocean, memories die out too hard. But we were traveling the mountains just to find the loudest seas. We sat down by the fire, knowing we could aim higher, but we didn't know that yet. So if you want something to hold on to, gotta find it first. But here I am, 'cause I've been laying under palm trees, waiting for the summer, knowing there's nowhere to go. 'Cause I am happy on this island, wanna be my farmland. I don't ever want to leave, I'm in a tropic club. like I do right now. Don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose.
reasons to doubt, try to keep me down, but I'll put the flame out. You can't get to me. Throw your sticks and your stones, go break all of my bones. You won't ache my soul. You can't get to me. And there is no barricade that I can tear away. Shoot me down, go fire away, away. But I'm a heavyweight. I'm a heavyweight. I'm a heavyweight. I'm a push me down to the ground. What goes around comes around. You won't put the flame out. You can't get to me. Say what you wanna say, go take it all away. But I'm here to stay. No, you can't get to me. And there is no barricade that I can tear away. Shoot me down, go fire away, away. But I'm a heavyweight. I'm a heavyweight. I'm a heavyweight. I'm a heavyweight.
Eyes in the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you. In the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you.
Hello and welcome to day 2 of Play vs. Spring 2021 College Championship Playoffs. I'm the Doxology, and alongside me is Caribou, and we're here to bring you to the best college championship Rocket League action today. And Caribou, yesterday, day 1, we saw a lot of great teams compete in a lot of amazing close games. They went into extra time, a couple of them. What was your favorite part, and what are we looking forward to today?
Honestly, I think the best part about what happened yesterday was the end of it, because it's a perfect transition into what we expect today, right? Seeing the number 1 seeded Winthrop in the losers bracket going into a game 5, winning out by 1 single goal over their opponents in Sioux. It was such a close series. It was so exciting to see. And it's like, that's just one small matchup on the bottom side of the bracket. And we're only going to get better from there.
Right, and we're going into the semifinals now of these lower and upper brackets from the East and West region. So we're going into a little bit of a new layout with the best of 7. So now they've got that extra game to be able to kind of make it go even more to the wire. I mean, you think about some of these games, they went right down to the wire in that game 5. Imagine if a team like Sioux had an opportunity to maybe get that one extra game if they had been here. Now, I'm looking right now, we're going to be watching USF and the University of Delaware, and that is going to be an amazing matchup, and you see how each of these teams got here in the Upper East bracket. I mean, I'm looking at the fact that Delaware took on a pretty decent UNCC team in the first round, and they 3-0'd them right off the bat. Then they go through Kennesaw State, taking them down with a 3-1 score, and then Syracuse, a 3-2. That was a little bit closer match. Yeah. But then again, you see they've earned their placement here, and USF on the other side, they've got the same similar story in the fact that they really did a great job going through everybody as they made their name known. And so now they're set for today. What are some of the matchups that we are going to need to keep an eye on?
To open this up, the USF and Delaware is a very interesting one. I think on the other side of the same bracket in the East side, the number 17 versus number 5 King University, both of them kind of making a run. King beating out JMU, who we saw a couple of times yesterday, was a pretty decent squad, making their Cinderella run as a 20 seed. But Michigan beating out the team in a 3-2 series that beat the number 1 seed in Winthrop has now also beat Sioux to get to this point to beat King. So this is going to be a very interesting Michigan squad that might be seeded a little bit lower than they realistically need to be. But looking at where Winthrop's going to come out of the bottom side of that bracket, as we said yesterday, the East makes no sense for seeding. The West side does, because you have the number 1, number 4, number 2, and number 6 teams left on the top side of the bracket. So theoretically, that should all go according to plan. And if Mizzou and Long Beach both win out and play in the winners finals, that's going to be a very high firepower match, because of the fact both of them have got like 3-0s all the way to this point.
Right. And now we're ready for match number 1. Again, this is going to be a best of 7 from the East semifinals in the upper bracket. USF White versus the University of Delaware. I'm so excited as kickoff is just about to happen. We saw extremely talented players going up against each other yesterday. We even saw some pro players really put on just a clinic, as now just 8 seconds off the board in this. USF White in the brown and Delaware in the gray. You've got Sharky, Some Strange, and Commit. We saw them yesterday. They played extremely well. And for Delaware, Vixa, Grau, and Feeve plus. As Commit comes up, Vixa clears it out. You see the aerials and the pressure, 30 seconds down already. Feeve goes up for it, but Commit's right there. Again, Caribou, these are going to be really interesting how these teams kind of pace it out. Now with that extra game where instead of a best of 5, you've got a best of 7. You see Commit just knock that out of the goal. And now that goes up. Sharky is there and was contested. That could have been a goal right there if Vixa was able to get a little bit more body onto Sharky, but instead Sharky elevates and gets through. That's centered up, played off the wall. Sharky does a great job. Grau comes in to keep it in the attacking zone, throws it into the corner. Now we've seen Some Strange before. He can get hot at any time, Caribou.
Yeah, watching these teams, and this is a concerning point of, you don't want to fall victim to something like we saw with what Winthrop did yesterday in game number 1, they ended up losing their first series. You want to be able to come out swinging. You want to start hot. You don't want to have that warm-up period. Hopefully they did have their warm-ups. But with USF already taking a 1-0 lead here, starting to build a little bit of pressure onto the Delaware side, Delaware and USF both looked convincing in their tracks to get here. These are two really good teams.
Commit puts one on the board for USF White with 3:34 remaining in game 1. Now Grau almost had an opportunity to make a shot, got it perfectly centered. Sharkey playing it off the wall all the way up. Feeve comes up. Now Commit with a shot, but Grau is there. And you see the rotations of each of these teams making sure they get back. You see boost is a factor, as most of Delaware all has good boost still. Grau playing in the goal. Look at that. I mean, just a great opportunity for both teams to show off in front of a lot of people on a national scale. I mean, these teams have played all throughout the season, of course. They've practiced. They've probably scrimmaged against some of these teams before already as well. So this is nothing new to them. And it looks like every single one of them is ready as Commit goes sky high, drops that in, but Feeve just kind of accepts it right on the ground, doesn't even let it bounce. 2:41 remaining in game 1, and USF White already has a 1-goal lead.
Yeah, and besides that, haven't seen a whole lot of anything from either side outside of the lone goal we had. And there's not really a lot of pristine offensive options. That's the first good shot Delaware's had. I mean, they had one chance coming across the middle earlier, but beyond that, they've had pressure on, but they haven't had solid setups. So they still have to build the foundation of this offensive game plan of whatever they're attempting to do.
Vixa playing it off the wall. Sharkey was able to meet it midway. Commit almost got a redirect, and that would have been a really amazing half-court shot. As you see right at midfield, Grau is able to kind of deter Something Strange from getting it. Commit goes down on it, but instead Vixa plays it off the backboard. Honestly, these teams are so incredibly talented with how they're communicating. Watch the rotations and the way that they're each making sure that boost is not one of the things that they lack. Commit coming out of the goal for that. 1:36 remaining in game 1. USF White with that 1-goal lead. Commit playing midway, trying to figure out what exactly he needs to do. Everybody's rotated back. Something Strange comes up, deters that shot on goal. Again, Sharkey is there. Now Commit in the goal. You see each and every one of these players rotating back, making sure that boost is there, as Something Strange almost gave up one, but was able to use the boost. That's a little floater. Grau goes up, plays it off the wall. We'll see if anybody gets the rebound. That bounces up. Errant shot. Good. And now finally another shot on goal, but another great defensive stop by USF White. Now we're under a minute remaining in this game 1, and you gotta say something is going on right there. Grau finally putting one in, tying it up with 48 seconds remaining. You see how often the rotate was there. Commit just couldn't quite get there. And that was just one where he tried to jump, a great fake out, and Grau tying it up with 35 seconds left.
Yeah, that's just a numbers advantage on the boost, as well as Someone Strange getting the bump at midfield so that the defender can't get back to help. Leave it to a one-on-one. Grau just has to beat the last defender, ends up doing exactly that. So, maybe Delaware not recognizing they had the advantage in the situation, but they're still able to capitalize and exploit that weakness from the USF defense.
Commit coming in, 30 seconds remaining. You see Something Strange chip it about midfield. Grau gets kind of body blocked right there real quick, but instead Sharkey goes up, misses it, and Commit is there for the secondary block. That was almost extremely dangerous. Feeve now centers it. Sharkey is able to chip it forward. Grau is going back to the goal and is able to get back quick enough. He picked up a little bit of that midfield boost, which is good on him. We see our first demolition of the day, and I think we'll see a lot more of those as the games progress and everybody gets a little bit more scrappy. That's a shot on goal. Commit is able to get it. That's still up, playable, finally touches ground, and we're into extra time here in this game 1.
What a way to start today. Almost picking up right where we left off. A very close series to start today. Close series to end yesterday. I wouldn't expect anything else.
Grau trying to knock it free. Commit goes aerial just to get it outside. Feeve puts it back in. That chips off the side corner. Sharkey gets it almost to Something Strange, but you see they're just playing so extremely aggressive on the Delaware side They want that extra shot. They want to put this away. They want game one and allow themselves a little bit of cushion as well as the momentum going into game two.
USF's doing a really good job at challenging as well. They're winning a lot of these 50s, and their rotations are really pristine in the sense that there's always someone in the goal, always ready to try to challenge and attack from the Delaware side. And they've done a great job here to shut down the offense, as much pressure as Delaware's put on the USF defense.
First half of this game was mostly USF. Second half has been mostly Delaware. And now we're into extra time. And you can already see just the amount of thought and really calculated thought, passing, the movement, the boost. Nobody's utilizing that full boost to the extent of where they're just completely draining boost. Right there, we see another demolition commit. That's the first time I've seen him with 0 boost, but he's able to quickly get the 100 boost already. Grau getting back, accepts that through just over commit, and that was a great move off the wall. Now that is an open goal opportunity. Right. Sharky had to use a lot of boost to get in front of the goal and knock it out of the way. I mean, this is just back and forth.
And again, that's just USF's defense covering right there, being able to stop that if there was a small opportunity. It's a great redirect in the air. Like, Delaware's getting there to the point they're starting to get in this rhythm, in this mood, but they're just so close to it. It's only going to be a matter of time, and USF has to buckle down, and they got to take care of this one sooner rather than later if they want to take game one.
2 minutes have already gone by. That goes just off the backward commit.
There it is.
Comes in and gets his own rebound, and that right there is going to go to USF White. You see the patience by commit. You got to love to see just how well these teams have communicated with each other, and then all the things that they did really well on day one, they've done really, really well here in day two already. One game down, we saw 2 minutes into extra time before that goal. So Caribou, I mean, these two teams, they're going to make adjustments. I would say maybe they're going to be a little bit more aggressive with the demolitions and things like that to open up a little bit more playing field. What do you think?
I think Delaware's in a really good position right now because the way they started to get their offense to formulate the plan, they started moving the ball efficiently on the offensive zone. As much time as they spent on the offensive zone, I think it's only a matter of time before they finally break open that USF defense. On the other side, I think USF is going to probably be the team that would get a little more physical, try to disrupt what Delaware wants, bump them off the ball, get in those passing lanes, and don't let them participate.
Yeah, we'll definitely see as they make those adjustments. The one thing that I saw was USF had many double commits going for those goals and going for the blocks as well. You saw a couple times Sharky and commit going for the same ball, nobody staying down. One errant bounce, a follow through from Grau. I mean, that's going to be a completely different ball game. But, it worked out for them in game one, and we'll see how it works out for them in game two.
Yeah, and, right there at the end of the game, with that last goal, it was just a slight mispositioning from the Delaware side. And that's, one of those things you think, is this just because the pressure of the overtime's getting to them? They're starting to panic a little bit, and, oh no, they recognize they're out of rotation. So I'm sure those are small mistakes that Delaware's going to clean up here.
10 minutes down in game number 2, USF leads this best of 7 series 1-0. That was a shot on goal from some strange, taken out by Vixa. You see Vixa kind of just redirecting that midfield, giving Grau an opportunity to play it off the wall, and he does, just goes wide. Commit now comes up quickly. Vix gets back, though. You see the air control and the aerial control from these cars, how much practice they go into just utilizing the least amount of boost while keeping them elevated is so impressive to me. 4:15 remaining in game 2, 0-0. We'll see who strikes first as Some Strange brings it all the way down and is in front of the goal, but Grau comes through and gets that cleared back out. And honestly, Caribou, these two teams, they're playing at a very, very good pace. I don't think any of them are necessarily panicking so far. As there's a shot off the top bar. Can Sharky get to it? Just past it. Oh my goodness, that was an opportunity and a half for USF White.
Yeah, 2v1, playing off the double touch, and then the defender is in the air, can't readjust at all. A missed opportunity from USF, and they're going to be kicking themselves after that one, but a beautiful recovery from Feeve, and I'm sure a sigh of relief from the Delaware side that they don't have a 1-0 deficit right now.
You see the quick boost usage and then break usage to get back. Sharky plays it in the midfield. Commit coming off of the ceiling, essentially. Sharky with the shot. That gets deflected. 3:10 remaining in game 2. A nice little chip over. Some Strange is there as Sharky's got to get back. Commit also rotates back. You see Sharky right there. Growl comes up, playing it over the goal. Tries to tap it down to Vixa. But again, met by a lot of defenders. That's a beautiful shot. That goes wide. You see just how well they're attacking this zone right in front of the goal, and Commit, Sharky, and Some Strange from USF are all doing an excellent job of swarming and rotating, so each one is able to get a little bit of boost to be able to stay up in the air long enough to make those blocks. And honestly, some of those are extremely epic saves.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job to at least just stop the Delaware offense from getting in the positioning. I mean, Delaware's doing a good job at, getting these chip shots over the top. And it's a thing I noticed that all three of them using the Octane, like it's just a generic jack of all trades, just the best all-around vehicle. And it's showing their skill level that they have, that they're winning out on a lot of these 50s. They're keeping the ball out of USF's hands when they get to that side. But USF is doing a phenomenal job on the counter and trying to catch Delaware out of rotation on defense. And that's the way that they're going to be able to win this game if USF does.
You see that shot by Sharky was denied very quickly. Vixa now all the way on the other side. Some Strange was there to be able to chip it back. Growl meets it right about midfield and knocks it back through. Now Some Strange gets behind Feeve. Feeve comes right through, gets the boost, and decides, you know what? I don't like you there. Get out of my way.
Full send on the demo, and that's just being able to secure your own boost or secure the opponent's boost. Just we've seen how crucial boost starvation is, and just monopolizing it to keep the other team slower than you are, so you can set the pace, you can set the tempo. As something that I would not be surprised to see either one of these squads do. But it's been a pretty even ball game so far as to who gets what boost and who takes advantage.
Credit to the production for the beautiful shots of how each of these players are able to elevate up. You see Commit been up around the ceiling this last probably 30 seconds, utilizing the boost with under 1 minute to go, tied up, and Some Strange comes off the wall, and that was a beautiful goal.
And that's exactly just the same thing. They caught Delaware out of rotation on the defensive side. Thieves in the corner trying to get more boost. The other two commit to the other side. So nobody's home in the box. They take advantage. And that's the way USF is going to be able to do this. Apply the pressure, catch Delaware out, and take the lead.
Commit coming down from the ceiling. Honestly, he's been up there for a while. I think he likes being able to stay elevated. He's got a lot of air control as well. Something Strange clears it out with 36 seconds remaining in this game. And Commit coming from out of nowhere. Vixa is able to grab that before it bounces. And you see just the beautiful dribbling. Sharky says, you know what? I'm going to kind of tap it through as Growl misses it. Now Commit comes up for a shot. Some Strange comes for a shot, and Vixa has to just knock it free. Growl now on the attack. But again, that's cleared back 15 seconds, and that is going to go into the goal. Sharky is able to get it clear with a great bounce right here with a little bit of English, and it hits the ceiling, dropping in for goal number 2 of this game.
That's a heroic play on two parts, because Sharky's back in a 1v2 situation, and all they have to do on the Delaware side is get a chip over the top to play it off to your teammate, and then Feeve has an open opportunity on net. Sharky not only stops the attack, steals the ball, but also gets it somehow on target from end to end to give them a 2-0 guarantee win here. That is, I mean, if USF comes to win this series, that's probably play of the series right there.
That just might be the play of the series. You see the 4 shots on goal as well. I mean, these are teams that have been in situations like this before. We talk about previous seasons and how they're playing. But again, game 2 with the opportunity to take it in 4, they're 2 games away from moving on to that next level and that next round. I mean, what's going through USF, their head right now as they get prepared for game 3?
At this point, you're just kind of on the edge, and you're like, okay, so we're right there. We got two. We still need two more. So you can't get too excited. You can't get too far ahead of yourselves, and you have that comfort where you only have to win two more versus having to get a full four out of the other side. So there's something that USF can do to kind of relax a little bit and keep themselves calm. On the other side, Delaware can't let the panic kick in. They can't realize they're down 0-2 and think, okay, we have to win the rest, because you still have at least one game of leeway, but you also only have one game of leeway. So Delaware certainly is going to do very well if they do end up winning this next game. That will help even things out, bring that mental fortitude back to rebound into game 4 of the series.
And I think that's what we're going to see from Delaware is probably a little bit more patience. We might see that as game 3 now underway. I'd say Delaware plays their game and make sure that maybe they just don't commit as quickly, because honestly, they've done a really good job. That first game went in 2 minutes into extra time. So I'm pretty sure that they're going to play back a little bit more. You see Feeve going up for it, Grau playing on the wall, Vixa there was playing on the wall, Sharky comes through, and there just might be a little bit of a patience on this. They've got time. They've got games. That's a shot on goal. Vixa's there. Commit comes to the side and plays that and ends up hitting Vixa, giving Sharky an opportunity to make a play. But again, Vixa quickly using boost. Now Commit has to get back. Almost runs completely out of boost. Picks up one of the midfield 12 boosts just to give him a little something strange, trying to clear it out. 4:10 remaining in game number 3. And honestly, Caribou, both of these teams fighting for it back and forth, not wanting to give up too much. You see a lot of boost on Delaware.
Yeah, and I like, what Delaware's doing on the offensive front. They move the ball very well, and their movement itself is very efficient. But when they get back to the defensive side, they're just a little sluggish. They seem stationary, like they're slightly indecisive, and they give up opportunities like that where they play reactive. Vixa goes up to play off the wall and unfortunately just misses that touch. I'd like to see Delaware play off of the wall more, have someone just kind of post it up above the net, let the other two kind of do their thing to challenge in front of the goal. Otherwise, USF is just going to keep finding these holes and keep finding these angles to put themselves at a lead.
You got to love to see just the communication between them, with Sharky coming up, just lagging behind Commit. Commit can't get his own rebound off the wall. A great little chip off the wall for that goal, but Sharky was there to hammer it home. 3:23 remaining in this game number 3, as that was a dangerous little floater right in front of the net. Instead, it's denied quickly by some strange. Commit going up for it, keeping it in the attacking zone. You see Vixa playing some aerial, allows it to come down quickly, and now Delaware on the attack. Some strange with the block. Feeve trying to keep it in the attacking zone. Grau now goes up for it, chips it up forward. And you see Sharky just trying to keep it outside from in front. That's an aerial demolition, and you got to love to see that just from a standpoint of Sharky sneaking through and putting in another goal for USF White. Now, look at this play between where Feeve doesn't get back right there. I think Feeve thought it was going to hit off of the back of his car, but instead just over, and it gives Sharky an opportunity to put goal number 2 down.
Yeah, it's just a phenomenal play by Sharky to be able to read the rebound and know where that ball's going to bounce and just follow that one through and through. But unfortunate, for the Delaware side, 2 defenders, a little miscommunication, expected it to go somewhere else. Both of them just end up leaving the goal wide open again. Sharky takes advantage. And Delaware on the offensive front, they have these decent setups. They get themselves in a position, but then they just lose out on possession. They don't get their flip reset. They don't get the aerial dribble that they're looking for. And to the point where they've only gotten 1 goal in 3 games so far, something's got to give.
And there, Feeve is able to knock that one in to tie or get it one more closer to 2-1 with 2:13 remaining in this game. You see Vixa tried to play the double bounce off the wall, which honestly I thought that might have been able to sneak in, but Feeve wisely just kind of lagging back a little bit, was able to get that rebound and put it home. Now 1 goal away. This is still anybody's ball game.
Yeah, 2 minutes is a lot of time to play, but being able to get one to kind of break the tension where you haven't had a goal scored at all in the last game and you didn't get one in all of that extra time in game number 1 in the overtime. So you have at least a little bit of a weight off your shoulders, but you're still finding yourself at a 1-goal deficit. So you got to be able to be aware of the fact that you're still losing in this game and you're also still down 2-0 in a best of 7. Not anymore. Now it's tied.
Now it is tied with Grau coming in. You got to love to see just the communication between the two. You see the rotation where Grau is able to split the defenders and just kind of tap it through. I mean, that's always one of those things that you want, is that almost it's like a free goal if you get the correct timing down between those double commits. And now Feeve on the kickoff, Sharky in the corner, 1:30 remaining with a tie game. And we've seen this before where it's gone into extra time. So it gives them the opportunity to kind of play a little bit patient, but also they know that next goal could be the big time goal that allows them to just work the clock the rest of the time. Again, it's a best of 7. So it's not the elimination round, in this specific game. It's not the game that is going to send them home. So they do have a little bit of leeway, but they're playing extremely well. Grau throwing it off the top bar, and that actually comes down and hits one of the defenders. It looked like Sharky was right there, tried to get out of the way, but instead knocks it right back into the goal. 103, and now Delaware has their first lead today.
And that's, decent positioning by Sharky. Just unfortunate to bounce the framework, giving a little bit of assist right there. Almost answer again with Vixa getting one off the kickoff. But that seems to be the way that Delaware is going to be able to score goals, is that they're going to be able to find something in transition. On the other side, USF White, they know what they have to do. They got to get Delaware out of rotation. You see the demo just try to stop and slow that down, but it's not going to happen. It's too little too late. You only have one defender to beat. Delaware, we've seen them have solid offensive possessions where they've had passing lanes, they've had centers, they've had chances off of double touch, and it just has not worked. USF White's defense is too good. So Delaware now should recognize the way they win is in transition on a quick attack where USF is not in position to rotate back on the defensive front.
You see Feeve going up for it. Now Commit goes down and gets the full boost so nobody else can take it. 30 seconds remaining. Some Strange knocks it into the corner. Grau is going to play it off the wall right above his own goal as Commit is almost able to get a shot on goal. Some Strange goes up for it, keeps it midfield. And that was really smart by Feeve to be able to kind of sneak that one. But Sharky says, no, I don't want you to. That's a redirect shot. That was going to go just a little bit wide. 9 seconds to go. Grau looks like he might be playing it off the wall. And with one more shot right here, Sharky goes up, blocks it, and just kind of lets it touch the ground into extra time in game 3. Now, 2 games in the first 3 of this semifinals in the East has already seen extra time.
And this is what we're going to expect all day long. The best of 7s, we're going to expect overtimes, expect high-octane gameplay where it's going to be close, down to the wire, 1-goal separation, and sometimes all it takes is something like that. And that's exactly what Delaware needed to do. Like I said, get something in quick transition. Someone Strange is the only one there, and everyone else out of position. Delaware capitalizes on a transition attack, gets the goal, gets the game.
You see Vix with that overtime goal. That's going to push them a little bit more in that motivation. We talked about kind of the momentum going into, if they're able to get this game, that gives them a little bit of momentum. Now only down 2-1 in a best of 7. So again, they've got 3 more games before they can call it quits on this round. Or on the other side, you've got USF that really, honestly, they played extremely well. I felt like their rotations were well. They just had a 1 or 2 opportunities that they didn't quite capitalize on. So I think they stay and do exactly what they've been doing. I think they should feel really good about themselves with that extra time, opportunity that they had. They just gave up that one last goal, but they still have that 2-1 lead going into game 4.
Yeah, and I think USF, exactly to your point, should continue to play their gameplay. The longer they spend on offense, they have recognized Delaware makes mistakes on defense. They leave an opening, and eventually you're going to find that hole. You're going to get the shot on. You're going to get the goal scored. On the other side, though, there is the concern that Delaware is starting to figure out their offense. where only they got 1 goal in game 1, nothing in game 2. Then they put up 4 in game 3. Something has come online there for the Delaware side. And if they're able to continue that success and continue to find the goals in transition, then this is a Delaware team that is going to show us how and why they got to this point with 3-0s and 3-1s.
Absolutely. Game 4 underway here in this Eastern semifinals against USF White and the University of Delaware. Delaware in the gray, USF in the brown. You see the amount of boost that USF already has. I mean, they're owning the boost early on. 20 seconds have gone by. I mean, really, you look at just the difference of it. Some Strange with the shot.
Ooh.
That goes wide, and there's Commit as he gets the rebound off the shot from someone Strange, and you gotta love it. You gotta love to see it. You see Commit saw it was gonna bounce and was able to put it home before Vixa could notice that it was gonna be savable. Honestly, if Vixa had recognized that rebound, might have gone up for it and been there to block it.
Yeah, you even saw in the replay, Feeve started to go up, but just too little too late. Commit already in position, already there, and beats Delaware's defense to the point. So with that, an early 1-0 lead here, something we don't see a lot of between them so far, where it's been later on in the game before anybody gets anything. But first 30 seconds to get a goal is good for USF.
And you got to think about what it's going to be with the mental fortitude and the difference of whether or not stamina is going to be an issue for these teams. Now, you look at how much Rocket League they played yesterday, the amount of games that they played leading up to this. I'm pretty sure each of them are ready to go. But at the same time, you do have a little bit of a mental battle when you're facing off against the same team for a long. And that shot was just wide. And now with 3:40 remaining in game 1, with Delaware on the attack, trying to tie it up. Feeve with a shot, and that just tipped by Commit. Not sure if that was going to go in, but it might have hit the top crossbar and gone in. Commit now clears it through. Grau is right there to kind of redirect that to Feeve. Someone Strange comes up, centers it, just a little bit too much power on it. And you see the ball is just flying back and forth right in front as Grau says, I just got to get it out of here. Vixa now finally clearing it out. Someone Strange wants to keep it in, does. That's going to bounce pretty hardcore. Grau gets it knocked down. Sharky playing it off the wall. Again, another center, but Vixa has to elevate and use every bit of boost to make sure that it is not an assist. Now Grau trying to follow it up off the wall, misses it, and that's just kind of a bouncing ball. Sharky goes up for it. It's floating around. Someone Strange right there, and a good communication between the two of them. Almost looked like they passed it to each other, coming down from that wall. 2:36 remaining, and honestly, Caribou, both of these teams are playing such a high level of Rocket League. They're playing great defense, rotating really well, a lot of boost, no issues as far as boost too much. You see Feeve now with 100 boost. Someone Strange going to go off the wall. He went directly at Vixa. I think he was looking for that rebound. And now Commit with a great shot. Sharky going back all the way across the field. Someone Strange is going to try to knock it up and over, and does. But Grau is there, follows it all the way through and over on the backboard. Little body bounce right there to create a little bit more space. And you see just the control as Vixa accepts that out of the air and then follows it down. Dribbles it through. Grau with a shot from midfield. Sharky's right there for the block. Grau gets the demo on Sharky, which gives him an opportunity. But Commit coming all the way from the top shelf with a shot on goal. Vixa saves that one. 1:37 remaining. And honestly, these teams, as Sharky again finds a way to just take it away from the defender. Vixa's coming up, and Sharky just reads this so incredibly well to be able to get this cross-field goal to put USF White up 2-0 in Game 4 of this semifinals in the East region.
Yeah, just a little bit of a bump there on the other side. No one's going to get back anyways, and, Delaware caught out of rotation again after attempting this, but Sharky does so well at winning those 50s. Is able to put themselves in. The last 2.5 minutes, both teams had one, maybe two good opportunities to get a shot on or have a possession, but just falling short. So when it comes down to a 50, being the difference maker is huge. And if they get a bump in front of the goal line, Delaware is going to have a lot better chance at that ball going in, but they just can't get that finishing touch. They can't get one in transition. And on the other side, USF does so well to just bounce right back. And a minute to go, a 2-0 lead. USF just got to play the clock.
48 seconds remain. Commit playing in the goal for USF White. Grau trying to kind of slow things down, but Sharky gets the full boost and kind of just bounces it through. Grau gets enough of his tire on it. That goes wide. And you see Sharky going all the way back for it. Now, Vixa with a shot on goal coming from the side in the corner off the wall. Look at this. Gets a little bump on Sharky and then is able to come through and get the rebound. And that's going to count as a goal for Vixa. And you got to love to see the communication and then the control on whether or not that's going to rebound or not. Could have gone another direction if possibly Grau had hit it or maybe bounced in the wrong direction.
And that's just such a tough angle, too. Like, that is not an easy shot at all. Fortunate Grau, with the bump on Sharky in the corner, just couldn't do anything. But this is where they do so well. And Someone Strange coming in clutch right there to ride the wall and steal that one off it, to not let the double bounce come through, to not let him try to get a shot off the rebound. That's a hero play from Someone Strange. It's small, but it is noticed.
You see Sharky with a shot as time is ticking by. Commit with another shot. Someone Strange just kind of letting it float up. That almost touches ground. And anything that Delaware can do to keep this in the air and keep this game going. They're down by 1 goal with 0 seconds remaining. Again, the clock will continually stop as soon as it touches ground. The ball still in play, which means this game still goes on. Grau keeps it up in the air as it's floating. I mean, just barely on the edge of the field. Commit now trying to knock it down. Feeve is there. Grau goes up for it. Someone Strange can't get to it. Can you imagine? Vixa with a shot.
Oh,
Just before, cannot quite complete it. That would have tied it up. And USF White takes game number 3. I mean, an excellent effort by Delaware as clock strikes 0 to keep it in the air. That one moment, Grau was, just hovering that corner edge, trying to just keep it on the wall enough where it didn't. I mean, that was an incredible finish to a game. Credit to USF for being able to get that extra goal and send it home. But credit to Delaware. They fought till the very end and more.
It was, my heart's beating. Like, that was so close. And just how close it was to hitting the ground so many times. It went from end to end and back again. And they were still that close. And that ball, I'm sure, just bounced, if not on the line, just short of it. But it looked like that was going inside the left upright. And we could be in extra time right now. So Delaware, you at least got to take that one. But just don't put yourself in the situation where you have to get a zeros on the clock goal. Just have something where you can bounce back a little better, clean things up on the defensive front. But like we said, USF just has to play their game, continue to play like they were, and they're going to be just fine. And that's why they win that one. And that's why they're now on a series point in the best of 7.
And this is it right here as we're ready for game number 5. You think about it. It's a 3-1 lead for USF in the series. One more game for USF. They move on to the next round and send Delaware home. Otherwise, you might have another game. And I'm thinking about this 3-1. We've seen some 3-1 series leads turn around and go the other way. And so if you're Delaware, anything can happen. And they know that they just need to maybe execute some of their shots a little bit more or give themselves those opportunities that they had, like at the end.
And I think probably what Delaware could do in this sense, because they recognize their defense is not their strong suit, but to try to find something very quickly. Just increase the tempo of the game, speed things up a little bit, and try to leave USF in the dust and see if they can match your tempo going the other way. And that potentially would be the difference maker on the offensive front for Delaware, because we know that their defense is good, but it's not consistently reliable.
You see Grau just trying to keep it in the attacking zone. Feeve comes up. Someone Strange is playing out of the goal. A great job. Feeve misses that. Someone Strange knocks it all the way back to Grau with a lot of boost. Vixa on the other side of the field is able to accept it through, but Commit comes up and honestly plays a rebound from Someone Strange. Ooh. And Someone Strange comes up, gets the rebound, and that right there is goal number 1. Exactly what USF wants, but exactly what Delaware was afraid of, is Someone Strange coming up from midfield and again finding that rebound and giving USF that 1-goal lead.
Yeah, defender just left in park, just no momentum, can't readjust. Grau can't get in the air fast enough to get over there and misread the bounce off the wall. So unfortunate. Delaware just frankly caught sleeping there for a second, and USF takes advantage again of a mistake on the Delaware defense.
See Feeve picking up a little bit of boost. Commit went all the way down for that full boost, though, just so he could get that cleared out. Sharky with a little bit of a chip shot. That goes wide. Commit now has to go back, gets that midfield boost. Someone Strange is there, and now Commit kind of redirects that Feeve, plays it off the wall, and gets the boost. We're going to see whether or not they utilize any of these midfield boosts that they have. Now Commit going aerial, great control, tries to get the double bounce, almost a phenomenal shot on goal as it's just high. Sharky now centering it up. Feeve just kind of tips it to Vixa. Vixa with the shot. Commit is meeting it in the air as if he belongs there. I mean, legitimately, the aerials of these players are incredible. Watch their boost as they just barely touch it and know how to stay in the air for as long as possible to make sure that they elevate with control and have an opportunity to make a shot. It's just, I mean, it's just wow.
I mean, looking at those bars in the bottom, I mean, more often than not, USF has a number advantage in boost across all three players, and they're still controlling Delaware and pinning them backs against the wall, both in the series and in this game, where they can't get out of this defensive zone. They can't get any boost. They can't increase the tempo. USF is just simply putting them in a chokehold and not letting Delaware have anything to say about the way this game is going.
You see right here, Feeve with an opportunity. Commit did not bite on any of it, but that was a really good lag goal from Vixa. You see, Commit was just kind of waiting for that bounce back, and Vixa comes through and knocks it home. Someone Strange can't get to it. We're all tied up. 1:51 to go in this game game 5 of this semifinals in the East. And honestly, I think right there, that was a turning point, and we're going to see a lot more attack from Delaware, and that right there on cue. Grau sends one quickly home to take the lead. 1:45 remaining now.
And that's how Delaware has got to this point. That's why they were able to win that first game that they got in this series, 4-3 in overtime, is they have quick strikes, quick attacks. They don't let USF's defense get back, because when USF's defense is back in full force and on rotation, then we see Delaware can't get past it. But when they find an opportunity, they catch USF out of rotation. They're able to do that. They've done it 3 times in a row now, and all of a sudden, this is a completely different Delaware squad.
Right there is Vixa again, hammering it home. A 2-goal lead now in game 5. They want to stay alive. They need this game, otherwise they go home. So now with 1:36 remaining, you kind of sense the momentum that Delaware has. They have done such a phenomenal job this whole entire really tournament and before, the way that they even got here. You see Kennesaw State, they took them 3-1. Before that, they played against UNC Charlotte C team. They took them 3-0. And then against Syracuse, a really good 7 seed. They took them all 5 games, but Delaware took that one home as well. So their fortitude, their stamina, they're ready to go all 7 games. They're okay with it. They say, look, we'll be a second half team if we have to, but we're going to make sure that our best Rocket League is the games that matter.
And these are absolutely the ones that do, especially, they would have been a lot happier to win the last game to make it a 2-2, to try to even things back up, but instead find themselves in this situation where they have to win the rest. They have to reverse sweep this now and try to close this series out. They're in a perfect position. They're right where they want to be with the 2-goal lead, 30 seconds to go. They just got to be able to close this one out and then keep that momentum going.
See Vixa playing it off the wall, and that was a great shot by Grau, just top shelf. Feeve comes back for the rebound. Someone Strange got to get back. Grau tries to just barely tap it back, but Someone Strange is able to try to clear it out. Vixa is there to meet it on the wall. There is a demolition, and that goes all the way through. Grau meets it in the air. Commit trying to get a shot on goal. Someone Strange now going for a rebound as time ticks off with just 0 seconds, and however long it takes for this ball as Commit comes in with a 0-0-0 goal. And now, Caribou, this is something we haven't seen yet. where we get one more chance to get this up in the air. Delaware has a 1-goal lead, as never mind Delaware, that will count for them as time ticks off. I thought it was going to be a extra time goal opportunity for them. But honestly, you got to love Commit not giving up until the end there.
Yeah, just take one for the road, make you feel a little bit better about that, to have a 1-goal loss instead of the 3-1. But with Delaware able to bounce back, their 3 goals they scored in very quick succession to be able to catch that USF defense a little slow, getting back on the line. Instead, with Delaware getting those, they take this game now down 3-2 in the series. They got 2 more games to win, but USF, the same point we made before, just play their game, continue to play the way that they did for all the 3 games that they won, and they should be fine.
Well, you see how Commit was able to complete that last goal. That might create a little bit of momentum that comes in, for him. You see him right there immediately getting enough air on it. He wants to get it into the attacking zone. Sharky missing that clear. Maybe he gave it to someone strange. Vixa is met right there. And now you see Feeve right there with the shot, but Sharky again, able to clear it just enough to allow them to get boost. You see someone strange now with a lot of boost. Commit has a decent amount. That's right in front of the goal. And Sharky can't get up. He can't elevate quick enough as that just kind of bounces in from ground.
And again, just the defense not quite there in time. Sharky trying to get up. Someone strange can't get back. Commits at midfield. So just being able to take numbers, take advantage before USF can get there. We know USF's got a really solid defense, and that's how Delaware has to be able to get these goals. They got to get behind the defense and strike fast, strike early.
You see the double commits that just went up for that. Sharky playing back just a little bit. Vixa not playing that boost. Sharky ends up stealing the attacker side boost from Vixa and is able to kind of clean that one out just a little bit. Growl comes up now. Commit goes for it, coming off of the ceiling. Feeve just off the bottom tire. Not quite able to get enough on it to clear it through. Sharky, that goes across. Grau is right there to make the defensive play. But again, these teams going back and forth, punch for punch. They want every opportunity they can. Delaware with the 1-goal lead with 3:40 remaining in this game number 6. You got to love it. I mean, just the communication between these two players and how they play right now. I mean, it's 3-1 or 3-2 in the series. They've got to push it a little bit more.
Oh, and they just push that to the limit. They, again, in a numbers advantage, you have only one person back on the line. You just leave it up, cross the middle, feed, great pass. Sharky's the only one home, and you leave it to one man to try to guess where that shot's going to go. Grau places it perfectly above the keep, below the crossbar, sneaks that one in. And a 2-0 for Delaware. They've never scored first in this series, and they finally not only score first, but also get the second. This is huge for them.
Grau was just in the right place at the right time, as you see Commit, Sharky, and Someone Strange coming up for USF White. And Someone Strange just kind of allows his car to come down and gets that 100% boost, disrupts Vixa a little bit. That bounces through. Sharky's there. You watch the rotation. Someone Strange now in goal for USF. Commit stealing the boost, the 100 boost from the defensive side of Delaware. And now we're going to see whether or not Vixa can make something happen. A little bounce, and Someone Strange hits Grau instead of the ball, which disrupts that shot. 2:35 remaining in this game, and Someone Strange trying to do something around midfield.
Watching demos, watching aggressive play, just trying to find out a way. And the weirdest thing about how Delaware's offensive plan is going to go is the sense that they can't just go on a regular attack and let USF's defense get back. So almost at a point where if they have the ball going the other way, like they have to give the ball back to USF, which is dangerous because you know that your defense is prone to leaving opportunity open for the USF offense. So if something like this just fizzles out, you have to kind of actually give possession back to USF and rotate back in time. Really weird dynamic.
Yeah, Grau kind of, you see him knock it back to Vixa, so Vixa can clear it out. Vixa with a shot as Sharky playing over the wall, over the goal, just was able to knock that through. Someone Strange with 0 boost comes down, unable to get the full boost there. Turns around, actually goes for full boost from the backside. all the way down. 132 remaining in this game number 6. Again, it's semifinals. It's best of 7, not best of 5. That means there's that 1 or 2 extra games that are going to happen as they try to push it to game number 7. And Someone Strange all the way back to Sharky. Sharky gets it through. Commit with the redirect. That goes over the goal. Someone Strange, that bounces through. Grau is able to kind of disrupt it. But again, these teams back and forth. Who gets back quick enough here? Vixa. Oh my goodness. Vixa almost had a shot on goal. And there's Grau coming back with the redirect. You see how many cars were right there. Vixa, Sharky, Someone Strange, as it bounces up from Commit. That just has a weird bounce off the corner. And Grau able to hammer it home for a 3-goal lead. They're 62 seconds away from being able to put that into game 7 and the opportunity to move on to the next round.
Vixa single-handedly takes 2 defenders out of that play, bumping Someone Strange and riding Someone Strange up the wall so that there's nothing you can do. And then you have Sharky in the corner as well with the double commit to try to clear that out of the corner. So it's just up to Commit, who's rotating back. The momentum's going the wrong way. There's no chance at all Commit's going to be able to make that save. But the demo here is going to be able to give them a chance now. Get their first goal, open up the defense from Delaware. Still 38 seconds. They got enough time.
They got plenty of time. You see Commit really working hard to just kind of dribble it down. You see the patience as well before he took that shot over Grau. And that right there is what they are capable of doing. Between these two teams, we've watched USF yesterday as well, and Commit plays with a lot of heart and a lot of aggression. We've seen it as well. Vixa now with an open goal, and that right there, I think, just might about put this game away, which will move on to game 7. And talk about being down 3-1 and coming back. I mean, Vixa, the absolute MVP of game 6 for sure. Just the way that he's played all game long.
Yeah, and credit to the bulldozer on the front line there. Feeve getting the demo in the corner and then going straight on a beeline for the second defender just to make sure that there's no hint of a chance that there's going to be a save made. Feeve, clutch play to open that door up for Vixa. But yeah, Vixa being the one credit with all the goals has done a phenomenal job in this one.
As the final few seconds are going to tick off the clock here, and USF now once having a 3-1 lead in this series. You see the 2 aerial goals and the 3 goals from Grau. I mean, these teams are incredibly talented. At the beginning, I wasn't exactly sure how it was going to play out, but we saw in game 1 that extra time. Then in game 3, extra time. Could have gone either way. Delaware finally has found an answer for USF and the way that they've rotated through, picked up some extra boost. And honestly, Vixa's done just a really great job with how the cleared balls, and then Grau as well with the follow-up shots that have gone in to put them in this position. Game 7, Caribou, is right now. I'm honestly, though, this can go either way. Yeah. But let's just say, what do you think? Extra time?
Why not? I mean, we made it this far, so yeah, let's go for an overtime game. Call it 3-3, get some extra time, and then somewhere we'll see, who's going to show up. Is it going to be USF's defense that shows up, or is on the other side UD going to be able to get a quick counterattack on the offensive side? And I think that's going to be about the difference maker. Even in game 7, is Delaware going to find a way to get around and get behind the USF defense, or is USF just going to play their clinical, straight front to back offense and come away with this game 7 victory?
I think I'm going to see Commit play pretty well as game 7 is underway. 5 more minutes to go in this semifinals in the East region. Best of 7, game 7 right here. I'm going to say 2-2 overtime. I'm going to say 2-3. I don't know. I mean, honestly, it's a toss-up the way that they play. I was going to say maybe Delaware because the momentum's in their favor. But at the same time, you see how quickly they're rotating, and it looks like USF is doing a really good job of picking up that boost. Someone Strange now with a lot of boost. Commit with a shot on goal. 4:26 remaining in this game. And again, this is the game that matters most. Whoever wins moves on to the next round. Whoever loses, well, it's tough, but they have the opportunity to come back from the losers bracket And that is one of the things that I think we haven't really touched on, is the fact that because this is the upper bracket and this is a double elimination, they have the opportunity to fight their way back, and we could end up seeing a rematch of some sorts.
Absolutely. And on top of that, with 3 minutes and some change to go, the conversation can also shift to the fact of, hey, you had a really great series against whichever team ends up winning this, but you also now have to go face the 1 seed in Winthrop that's waiting in the losers bracket. So take that with a grain of salt.
And talk about Winthrop. I mean, they played phenomenally yesterday, and coming back, they just really showed up in that final game against Sioux. And you could just kind of get the feeling that Winthrop was wanting to get back into the opportunity to play for a championship in the grand finals, as Grau with a really great opportunity. It's actually bumped. You see just how physical they are. Almost 2 minutes have already gone by in this game 7. Almost 0 boost for USF for a second. Sharky finally is able to find some of it. You see the plays as that shot just goes wide. And a lot of bumping and shoving in front of the goal. Feeve goes up for that shot. That clears all the way out. Vixa's right there to chip it to midfield. Someone strange kind of just floats it up. Vixa, another shot. There's a double commit. Got to be careful with those. Commit comes down. And Grau now playing very patient. And they finally just said, oh, look, we got to get you out of the way. That comes up. Tapped up forward. Someone strange with an open shot on goal. And again, that's just the momentum shifts of playing back and patiently.
Yeah, you have Feeve and Grau both all the way up in the box. Vixa just cheating up of midfield. Someone strange gets behind, and it's just a quick outlet, a quick clear, great pass, keep it on target. And USF just takes advantage of a small moment of weakness from Delaware.
You see Feeve right in front of the goal. That was a little bit dangerous. We see a big demo right there as you see Sharky comes up, used a lot of boost to just kind of tap it and keep it there in the midfield. Grau going for it. And now this is where I really want to see kind of the utilization of boost to maybe knock some players out of the way and clear up the spacing that you have. As Sharky with a little floater, nobody's back. Nobody rotated back quick enough. You see Sharky was able to utilize every little bit of boost that he had, kind of just chips it over the defender and into the back of the goal. And now USF with a 2-goal lead with 1:57 remaining in this semifinals in the upper brackets. I mean, Caribou, it's going to go down to the wire, but that was a heads-up play by Sharky.
And the longer this game spent at 0-0, the more the momentum that Delaware had was being chipped away. And as soon as USF gets the first goal, it's almost a full swing going the other direction. Now with the second one, I mean, this is right where USF wants to be. Delaware has only been able to score the first goal in the last game for all of the entire series. So the fact they can't strike first, they can't get themselves in a 1-0 lead at any point, is detrimental to any confidence that they're trying to build up here. So backs against the wall, Delaware, I don't want them to get into panic mode, but they got to recognize that time is not their friend right now.
No, just 70 seconds remaining in this game. They're down by 2. Grau trying to play it along the boards, moves it all the way through. Someone strange is there to try to clear it out. Got a little bit too much under it with 1 boost. Feeve tries to play it off the wall. 1 minute remaining. You see someone strange going up for it. Hammers it home. Sharky's right there. Missed it. Vixa is playing defense very, very well, but the rotations, again, you see all 3 players coming up quickly. And that right there was exactly what Delaware needed as Grau just powers it home. You see him pick it up right here, dribble it down. Watch Sharky, and someone strange actually just clips it. It looked like someone strange actually clipped it and put it in, as possibly maybe Sharky was going to be able to make that defensive stop.
Yeah, just got to have one of them. I mean, one has to stay home, stay on the ground level. The other one can go up for the top, but little miscommunication. They both go high. Grau just has to take it low and dribble that one all the way through.
30 seconds remaining. Someone strange gets that centered, uses a double jump to see if he can get to it quicker than Grau, but instead Grau clears it out. We're in the final few seconds. Vixa tries to play it off the wall. Great defense by Commit. 1-goal lead from USF, and they're 10 seconds away from moving on to the finals in the Upper East brackets. 5 seconds to go, and you can feel the desperation as they just want something to happen. Vixa keeps it up, zeros on the board, and right there, someone strange is able to knock that down, hits the ground, and look at the 6 centered balls, the tactician from someone strange, and that is impressive from both teams. But again, that is going to be a really, really big talking point for when Delaware now having to play Winthrop. We could see this matchup again. We really could see this matchup again.
Yeah, watching this now and looking at a 1-2 matchup on the loser side, we can take a look at some replays here from this series, because what a banger of a series that this one was. I mean, between the 11 seed and the 2 seed, like I said, this region, numbers seeding does not make any sense. I mean, you have a 17 seed that's on the top side still in action. But watching what happened here, it all started at the very beginning. USF found their motion on the offensive front. Their defense was locked tight the entire series. The only mistakes and only goals they gave up was when Delaware was in a transition counterattack. And ultimately, Delaware could not find those opportunities fast enough or frequently enough. And it took them 2 full games before they found out, yeah, that's what we got to do. And unfortunately, they're down 2-0 in the series by that point.
Yeah, those overtime games as well could have gone either way. Game 3, 4-3. I mean, that was a powerhouse goal-for-goal game. And finally, with that game-winning goal for Delaware to stay alive, really put themselves in a position to push it into Game 7. But talk about coming back from down 3-1 to push it into Game 7 alone was a testament to Delaware's stamina, as well as just their heart and their game style of being a more second half team, or being able to complete this final huge challenge for them in this tournament so far. Because again, we look at it before, they've 3-1, they've 3-2'd, and then they've also had a 3-0 that they've started this tournament out as. Look at these shots. I mean, Sharkey with some heads-up plays as well throughout this, Grau powering it home. And you really just get the sense that these teams had everything going for them, but just small breaks changed that. Someone strange with that little chip on that last one that bounced that goal for Grau in could have put them in a really weird situation going into the end. But then again, that's what this is all about. Play versus Spring 2021 College Championship Playoffs. We're in the semifinals, baby. We've got to make something happen. So we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to have more action here from Play Versus.
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't want to waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't want to waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. see the horizon, turn us to thousands, and we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on
on this, but United, wasn't there rumors that they were getting bought by Optic or something like that? Someone in the chat's got to help me out with that one. But what a legendary acquisition, if that's a thing that does happen. But either way, yeah, the customization, the recognition of esports in the game itself is one of my favorite things. So that's an awesome shout out to Psyonix for being able to do that, because I'll buy skins. I will shell out money all day long for esports recognition in game.
It just looks so incredibly amazing how well they do everything here. As you see, 1 minute has already gone by, and we look at Fat, Bismo, and Mom on Minnesota's team, and Chan playing it back. You see the way that they've already rotated. Again, game number one kind of gives you the opportunity to feel each other out. We saw that yesterday in almost every single round. There wasn't necessarily one round where game one was just an ultra blowout. And even if it was an ultra blowout, the other team came back in game two and answered every single shot for shot. And so now you see Nebraska kind of just rotate through, pick up a lot of boost. Aggro, aka me, we're going to call him Aggro. But honestly, they've done such a great job so far of utilizing that boost. That goes over Mom, and it is not Mother's Day for Mom, as Sarge sends his second goal into the back of the net, plays a long shot. Mom just can't quite get up, sorry. And hope you got flowers today, but it's just not your day in Rocket League.
And just the booming clear right there, Mom just caught a little too far up, tried to get up in time, couldn't do so. But this is a very quick-paced game where it's going back and forth so fast between these two teams. And with Nebraska, the way that they played, and Minnesota making the long haul, I mean, there's a 3 seed that got bumped in round one to a number 30 team in the Cal Poly Mustangs. But the fact they made such a long run, they know what it's like to play under this level of pressure, where this might be a new kind of thing here for Nebraska in this bracket format.
Chan plays it midfield, plays it off the wall, centers it over to Aggro. Aggro chips it up, but Bismo is there to knock it through, and Fat clears it all the way through. That's going to float right up, ends up getting the demolition. Sarge comes up. Chan is there to kind of bounce that up. We see a couple demolitions now, and the demos are going to be a factor in this game, I feel like, as they utilize boost. Mom with the shot on goal, it goes high, and that bounces all the way through. Aggro, can he get to it? No, Fat chips just a little bit farther. And again, you see how well they're controlling those areas of boost. A lot of players capable of getting that 100% boost. Mom can't get it there, ends up using all of the boost possible. Bismo with patience, and Mom following through, and now it is Mother's Day. Celebrate it with the dab from the goal celebration. You gotta love to see just the awareness right there as the ghoul comes through and drops the dab. Oh my, 1 point game with 2 minutes to go in game one of the lower quarterfinals. And we will see exactly how each of these teams represent what it's like to play in such a massive tournament. Think about what is on the line for this, Caribou. So much on the line for this spring 2021 championship playoff.
Oh yeah, not to mention, and this is the thing that we haven't even touched on at all. I mean, on top of the glory of taking your university to a championship between whatever region, ultimately potentially as a grand champion in the country at the end of the day, there's 46 stacks on the line. That's going to be split up between these teams. So, I mean, 46 grand, that is a pretty sizable prize pool and would be a nice way to celebrate your Mother's Day. You could use that money to, buy your mom some flowers and take her out to dinner or something nice.
Maybe some of these players are going to do just that. At the end of the day, we will be able to announce our grand championship winner. But right now, you see Sarge continually applying the pressure, and Minnesota trying to find something. Aggro with a shot that goes high, bounces off, but the rebound, Chan comes up from top side and powers it home for the 2-goal lead for Nebraska.
And that's just, again, the communication to come through that you just know someone's going to be there. Jan on the attack from midfield. Sarge is rotating back around. So they're just covering their bases. They're playing clinical, basic Rocket League, and they're taking care of business on this. And they're not giving up anything for free on the other side. Even with a couple of demos, even with, Mom getting that lone goal from Minnesota, Nebraska's still taking care of business. They don't look like they're under pressure at all.
Not at all, as Aggro gets the floating ball in front of the zone. That was centered by Chan. Mom tried to get it cleared out, but not enough on it as it just kind of floats through. And that's another goal for Nebraska. And Nebraska's starting to feel themselves. Aggro doing a great job of rotating. Chan doing a great job. And then Sarge, honestly, I feel like Sarge is there as that's just a quick answer by Fat. And now it's just a 2-goal game with 31 seconds to go. You see Bismo played it off the wall, but then got the rebound for the redirect, centered right past Sarge. Nowhere to go. A great job by Minnesota to answer.
And I was about to give credit to Nebraska because Minnesota tried to do the same thing. Well, not exactly the exact same thing, but trying to come off of a counterattack off the kickoff very quickly. And Nebraska's defense able to cover, able to rotate, get in front of it in time. And I was going to give credit to them because, they're covering their bases. They're playing good Rocket League there. But then off the next kickoff, ensuing possession, they give one up. So at the end of the day, it's still only the 1 goal. They still come away with this game victory, but it is something to take note of that Minnesota does very well off of the kickoff opportunities.
You see Nebraska, Chan right there, 3 assists, 31 ball touches. And you think about that, making sure that you are a player that is moving the ball, communicating with teammates and things like that. That's huge for Nebraska to have a player like Chan. But now let's look at Minnesota and how exactly are they going to respond to this? Because they did a little bit of quick movement right there with Bismo and Fat right at the end to get that goal. But again, falling in game 1, they've got plenty of time. This is best of 7. So they've felt it out. How are they going to respond?
It's one of those things, too, that, this is like the first that we're seeing Minnesota play at all today. I mean, this is their opening series. Nebraska's already played one, so kind of warming up a little bit. Take it with a grain of salt. I think Minnesota, for it being their first game, I'm sure they played warm-ups prior to this, but they played a very good game, and I think that they have to either get those goals off of kickoff, like clean it up a little bit to get around the defense from Nebraska, or just outright slow Nebraska down, because we saw just how fast the tempo and the pacing of that game was, and it might have been a little too fast for everybody. So if we just slow things down, kind of get a good feel on how each team wants to play, we'll have a better idea.
As game 2 underway now on this day 2 of the Play versus Mom, coming in hot, trying to hammer that one home. Sarge is there to answer, and Chan now just sneaks that by Fat. Mom rotates back so incredibly quickly, picks up the midfield boost, plays it off the wall. That's beautiful center, but Aggro goes up for it, elevates. Fat comes through, and Sarge tries to knock it free. Bismo can't get enough on it, and that goes all the way cleared out in front of the goal. Aggro with a little floater up, but a great aerial by Mom to keep that motivation and moving. Bismo goes up, that comes down, and Chan can't get that redirect. 40 seconds already gone by in this game too. And honestly, I think right now it's played at a pretty quick pace, but I think we're going to see it kind of vary. I think it might speed up a little bit at times and then slow down in order to maintain that boost. You see Nebraska has a lot of boost control right now.
Yeah, they were able to just have a good advantage to go into the offensive zone to try to get this attack, but Fat has made a couple of great saves, but that one, a redirect out of the air, beautiful control, great pitch off from Chan over to Sarge in the middle. You can see the 2 defenders coming across, just can't get to it in time. Fat gets a nose on it, but Nebraska in a counter very quickly, good control to be able to finish that one off and give them the 1-0 lead.
You gotta love it whenever you see the skills base, though, on that floating redirect by Sarge. Just enough boost to get up, but didn't hit it too hard. And that gave that opportunity into the corner of the goal for goal number 1 of game 2. And there's still plenty of time. Sarge now on both sides of the ball, playing some insane defense there to stop that. Bismo gets that. Mom is right there for the answer. And again, both of these teams neck and neck. The way that they're playing, utilizing boost. Bismo gets that midfield boost right at the last second. And now, are they going to be able to do something on the attack? We got a big demolition. Ooh. Chan chases that down, but nobody's able to get the redirect. Midfield just kind of floating. Sarge and Bismo going back and forth. I thought Sarge might make a play, but had 0 boost. You see how often these players are able to rotate through. Bismo with a shot. That was low. Met by Chan. Now Fat with a redirect, and there was a demolition, but oh my goodness, Aggro coming in and giving Chan an opportunity to have almost a fast break. Look at how quickly Aggro just chipped that up to Chan. Chan, all he has to do is say, hey, this is a goal.
Yeah, Chan out there cherry picking, and with the full commit from Minnesota to try to go with this aggressive play to get the demo, you're committing 2 players into the box way out of the line, so you just get the pass over the top after the 50 steal. Beautiful execution, good awareness by Nebraska to understand what's happening from the Minnesota game plan and take advantage of it.
Sarge now centers it over to Chan, and that's some trust, being able to put it in front of the goal. Bismo with a shot on goal. That goes just high. Mom tries to get the rebound, but is met with a little bit of adversity and defense of Nebraska. You see Chan coming through. Sarge playing some aerial. Mom chips it to the side. Aggro can't quite get it. Chan accepts it, plays it off the wall, but Mom very aggressive right now. And Sarge coming through and knocks that free. Fat right there. Bismo kills it right in front, and Fat almost had a beautiful shot. Now Mom going for it as well, and Chan has to finally clear it out to the side with 1:52 remaining in game 2. Sarge playing it off the wall, keeps it midfield, and just kind of taps it to himself, but Mom and Chan going at it midway. Bismo also into it, and you see Fat come down through. Aggro with a beautiful save. Sarge chips it back out. Bismo says, no, let's go, and immediately gets demolished. This is the type of gameplay that I expected to see, where it speeds up yet slows down at different moments.
And it's just so back and forth between them. Both of them have the ability to hit the gas pedal and then just lay off together. No one's hitting the brakes. They're not slowing down intentionally. It's just a matter of they're relieving the aggression. They're just not going pedal to the floor. They're just going to coast a little bit for half a second and find an opportunity and then hit the gas once more. This is just such good Rocket League play between these two teams. Both of them are rotating so incredibly well. They're playing exceptionally on both ends of the field. And the only difference maker is that Nebraska, when they move a little bit faster, it's just being able to get by the Minnesota defense.
You see Sarge with a really great corner shot into the back of the net with 53 seconds to go. Nebraska leading by 3, and that puts them in a really good position to kind of play out time the rest of this match. But again, we've got to look at the fact that this is a best of 7. Last game that we just saw between USF was up 2-0 in the series, and it just made it very, very interesting the way that these two teams played, because Delaware came back, pushed it to 6. So Minnesota, just because you might fall right here, don't let it defeat your motivation. As Sarge, another one just for the road, puts it in. Chan, what an amazing center right there. And Sarge with the redirect, playing it off the wall. 28 seconds to go. If you're Minnesota at this point, I would say I would automatically have some form of mindset of what you're going into the next game with. Yeah, we're pretty much at the go next stage of this one. There's not a lot that Minnesota's going to be able to do to say anything about this one. And Nebraska, in the same sense, they were, theoretically, you could chalk it to a 4-1 victory in game 1. They gave up a late game goal at 20 seconds to go or so to make it a 4-2 final. But with another 4-0 potentially here, this is a Nebraska team that's firing on all cylinders. Their offense is working exactly how they want it to. They're just playing half a beat faster than Minnesota, and they're putting themselves in position to continue their run as, their first game here in this one. But like I said, this is Nebraska's second series of the day, where this is the first one for Minnesota. So Minnesota potentially still kind of going through some warm-up phases, but 2 games into it, your warm-up stage has to be done now, because you can't give up to a 3-0. Yeah, and Sarge is doing such a great job in leading Nebraska. You saw all the shots on goal, the beautiful goals that gave him that win. But Sarge is utilized on both ends of the field. You see the amazing shots, but then the amazing saves in getting back. And we talked about the rotations of both of these teams. The rotations and picking up that boost. And honestly, to the credit of both teams, I don't think either team has necessarily controlled the boost. I think both teams have done a really good job of each getting that boost. And now, whether or not Minnesota is able to maximize on those boost opportunities, we're going to have to see that here in game 3. And we'll see what adjustments they make to be able to maybe push this into a game 4, 5, 6, and exactly how they're going to do it in a best of 7. They really want this game so that it gives them a little bit of momentum and try to tie things up 2-2. But we're going to have to see exactly as aggro is playing extremely aggro with just a couple seconds left. Sarge with a beautiful shot on goal. Bismo is in the goal. You see how well they just rotate back. No boost, though. Bismo has to pick up that midfield boost. Little shot on goal from Mom, and now Sarge makes a really good save, and another putback by Bismo, but it's met by Sarge. And again, we talked about it just a second ago, but Sarge doing it on both ends, and now Chan gets it off the board, and aggro can't put it down. That was a beautiful opportunity. You see the redirect and the reading of where that was going to be. Sarge doing such a great job as that floats over, and now Mom plays the bounce perfectly to give Minnesota the 1-goal lead with 4 minutes to go in this game 3.
Yeah, Aggro and Chan just both trying to challenge off of that, but Chan has like 12 boosts, so there's just nothing that Chan could do to try to get up in time. And then Mom playing that one off the wall phenomenally. You saw Sarge at the back end of that one went for the corner boost, just hoping that your two teammates can cover in time. Unfortunate, they can't. Caught out of rotation, and Minnesota takes this one. And that's where, Minnesota, we've seen them have good success off of kickoffs and very quick counterattack, like what we saw with Delaware in the last series. Moving very quickly, they play very well. And it looks like that might be what Minnesota needs to do here to beat out the Big Red Huskers of Nebraska.
The communication right now of those aerial passes, you see how well they do. And then Nebraska, look at their boost. We talked about it before, but it definitely looks like Nebraska has controlled the boost in this game 3. And that could be a factor later on, as really Minnesota doing a great job of passing and clearing it out, making sure that shots on goal happen. You look at Bismo right now going up for it, aggro able to clear it, but Mom going all the way back to be able to pick it up midfield. Chan playing it off the wall, but Fat has already rotated. You gotta love to see how well these teams are rotating and controlling where they need to be. As Sarge, you see him recognize the defenders, putting it where it needs to be, and Chan with a shot on goal just blocked as that goes over the net. And now you see a little bit of chippy play with Demolitions, and Sarge playing it off the wall right here, floats it in front for Chan. Ooh. That was just clinical right there by Sarge. Watch him go up, taps it against the wall, but recognizes Chan is coming back and lagging behind. And that's tie ball game with 2.5 minutes to go in this game number 3.
And exactly like you said, Sarge just taking that one all the way up, trying to play off a double touch. Chan even getting a little greedy with that to be that far forward into the box and knowing that that's not going to be bouncing any farther back. Because if that doesn't work, effectively you're taking 2 players out of the play, going the other way. But because of the fact Minnesota's caught out of rotation, Fat was in the corner, Nebraska takes advantage of the situation, is able to get the tying goal 1-1 now. And we just know in a normal front-to-back type of play style, Nebraska seems to have edge over the top of Minnesota.
Nebraska is done really, really well with all of their boost and rotation. But one thing that I don't think we've necessarily mentioned is Minnesota has done a phenomenal job of controlling the box and controlling the shots on goal. The few shots that we have had right there, again, that one was just barely misdirected in, but Bismo, Fat, and Mom all right there within the area. Bismo picks up that full boost, almost got it, but ended up bouncing it right back off of himself, and that goes in for a Nebraska goal. But you gotta credit Minnesota. They're doing a lot of things right. They just can't quite get the breaks that they need, as you got a huge demo in the air by aggro, playing extremely aggro with 1:30 remaining. That was a great shot. Ooh. And Mom can't quite bury it as Chan now tries to clear it out, picks up the midfield boost. Sarge gets the full boost, but can't end up getting enough of it on it. Aggro has to go back and accept it off of the wall, plays it and clears it. Sarge playing it from the sidewall, boosting all the way through. Just a front tire from Fat that pushed that wide. Now Mom goes up for it to try to center it, and Sarge, recognizing that's going to go up, Mom plays it off the wall. Sarge is right there to accept it and carry it right back to midfield. You see the control. Bismo and Fat. Bismo playing it off the wall, whether or not it's going to be met by aggro right there. Exactly how they planned it. You see just the communication, Caribou. It's just so incredible with how well they know when to back off, when to go for boost.
And that was about the only time right there in the last 10-15 seconds where Nebraska had boost advantage over the top of Minnesota and could have gone for an aggressive attack to try to find something, but ball gets caught around midfield. They still can't find much more than that. Great shot on from Chan. High velocity, but good save. And Sarge we've seen the aerial control and the aerial dominance that Sarge has had over the top in the offensive zone, and still threatening this position, putting Minnesota back against the wall, forcing them to find an answer here. Ball's going the wrong way, though. Time ticking.
As the last few seconds tick off the board again, it's Rocket League. So even with double zeros, unless that does touch the ground right there, Nebraska is going to take game 3, and that puts them in a really good place as they lead this series 3-0. I mean, we saw a 3-1 series before. It's best of 7. Whether or not Minnesota is going to be able to answer. And now at this, what do you do if you're Minnesota, Caribou?
At this point, I think you just got to be able to find a way to slow Nebraska down because they're playing so fast. We've seen Sarge just have such control in the air on the offensive front. So if you can get up, play a little more physical around that, try to disrupt the passing lanes, play off the wall, even post somebody up on top of the wall above the goal, and then as soon as you start to see an aerial play develop, you just launch yourself off and challenge immediately and just get up in their face. Don't let Nebraska get that front-to-back traditional play because Nebraska is seemingly doing better at that than Minnesota's team is. Minnesota, similar to what we saw with Delaware, probably going to have to play more in a fast counterattack and find something very quickly. Watch out for a Nebraska overcommit and take advantage there.
Yeah, game 4 right around the corner, and if you're Nebraska, you just keep doing what you're doing. Chan, Sarge, they are doing such a good job of communicating to each other and getting each other open shots to get that extra little boost that gives them the momentum going into this game. Not to mention aggro has had a couple demolitions and defensive plays that have been unnoticed or untalked about necessarily because he's done a great job on rotation, getting car bumps and things like that to get and open up some of that field. We see a demolition right there as now Minnesota with a lot of boost and using a lot of boost between Fat and Mom, and aggro with another demo right in front of the goal. Bismo has to come out to knock that free and get it over to Mom. Mom can't get the full boost. Sarge comes in and steals it. Now Chan playing it all the way across. Aggro with a shot, but met by Mom. Sends it skyrocket right in front of the goal. And now 40 seconds already gone by in this game 4. I mean, you got to look at Minnesota and say, look, you're doing a great job of doing a lot of things right, but you got to complete something. You got to make a push and have it count.
Yeah, they got to find a way to be able to get around Nebraska and just stop what Nebraska wants to do because, you know, for the first couple of games, you're right in the sense that we didn't really see anybody commanding all of the boost and starving the other team of it, but Nebraska has seemed to try to step that one up. You know, now early on in this one, Minnesota is the one that they had boost. Bismo and Fat both had basically full boost to go into this play, and just watch them as they take advantage of this. Sarge and a commit midfield. Aggro's out of the way, and that's just an open opportunity there for Minnesota.
You see the gameplay of Bismo recognizing the opportunity right there to get the lead with 3:42 remaining in game 4. If they can't find a way, and Fat says, I'm gonna find a way, I have to find a way, as Minnesota now with a 2-goal lead on this game 4, looking for anything they can to get that momentum back in their favor, get some boost, and that was a great way to do it. Now, if you're Nebraska, finding anything to just slow it down. They've got the lead in the series 3-0. They don't have to do anything flashy. They've got match game for the next 2 games. They are in a great position, and they just need to basically keep doing what they're doing. But again, you see Minnesota doing a great job of being aggressive while rotating.
Yeah, they don't have to really worry about this. I mean, you don't want to be at a point where you're complacent, but, you know, the fact that you do have a couple of games where you can leisurely just, you know, give one up. And the fact you're down 2-0 here, I mean, Minnesota voting in confidence to figure out what they need to do. So the longer that it goes, where Nebraska's giving games up, it goes better for Minnesota. But Minnesota's defense right now really stepping up here is really shutting down Nebraska. They're just not letting them. They're getting in their face. You see them on the attack. They're straight up not having a good time on Nebraska's offense, and it's leading to Minnesota's offense working.
You see a really good goal by Mom. Just kind of banked that off the corner as well with zero boost. I don't know if you noticed that. Minnesota had zero boost in that situation, but somehow they were able to make a really great heads-up play, and now leading 3-0. Fat comes down from the top shelf. Bismo right there, and that's going to trickle in for another goal. And if you're Minnesota, this is exactly what you need. You need to get the momentum in your favor, put Nebraska on their heels, and that's exactly what they're doing with 2:33 remaining in this game, and they have a 4-goal lead.
Yeah, this is a very impressive and very fast turnaround for Minnesota. Not only just putting up 4 goals, but putting up 4 goals in the first half of the game. Like, a completely different Minnesota squad. Like, they made mid-round substitutions, but obviously they haven't. These are the same 3 players. They just figured out something that took them 3 games. Maybe this is Minnesota getting warmed up. You know, I said that they don't want to go down into 3-0 because this is their warm-up series, the first series they played today. They put themselves in that position, but if this is them warmed up, Nebraska might have a small little bead of sweat forming on the forehead.
As Chan and Sarge doing everything they can. Sarge with the shot. Bismo hits it off the wall, but Chan with the redirect, and that's just an insanely talented goal. I mean, that shot on goal is so incredibly hard to go for that redirect, and ends up going in the back of the net. 2 minutes exactly remaining in this game number 4. If Nebraska finds a way to win this game, they will be moving on to the next round. However, if Minnesota does find a way to keep this lead and win this game, they're going to push this series into another extra game. This is what it's so exciting about this tournament, too, with being a best of 7. You know, being down 3-0, you'd think, oh, well, if it was a best of 5, they don't even have it, you know, they're already out, and they kind of give up and just kind of move forward. But this extra game allows them that opportunity to come back and push it to game 7. And really, honestly, we saw that last round against USF and Delaware. Delaware came back, ended up getting an opportunity in game 7, only losing by 1 goal in game 7. So Minnesota down, but not out, considering they've got this 3-goal lead for game 4. And it might give them some momentum going into game 5 if they hold this lead.
And in context, potentially, Minnesota has them right where they want them. Like I said, they've made the gauntlet run. They've started in round 1 of the losers brackets, and they have made it this far to the point where they're getting ready to make their way to the losers final. So their back's been against the wall the entire time. So now, with even a little more pressure on, with back doubly against the wall, down 3-0 in a losers match, this is Minnesota under pressure, and potentially that's where they play best.
45 seconds remaining in game 4. A 4-goal lead for Minnesota, and they're just a few seconds away from being able to push this to game 5, and that is exactly what they want. 35 seconds to go. Sarge going up for it in his own corner, pushes it all the way through, but Fat is right there to chip it back into the corner and plays it along the baseboards. Fat with a big-time demolition, but Bismo is right there to put it in, and talk about a momentum change. Oh my, Chan was there, but Bismo just utilizing boost to get that goal. 6-1 Minnesota.
This is a huge swing in momentum. Even with Nebraska being up 3-0, would you drop a game 6-1, 6-2? Like, this is a very quick turnaround where all of a sudden Minnesota is on cloud 9. They're on top of the world. And theoretically, they'd like to get signed to Cloud9 after this one. like we gave, this is a platform for all of these players to show off and showcase their skills. And Minnesota in this game alone is certainly showcasing something that they might be down in the series, but they're not done playing yet.
See Chan play it off the wall. 10 seconds to go in this game. Aggro trying to do something, just not giving up. They're going to fight to the end because they're going to utilize and do everything they can to kind of learn from it as the last few seconds tick off, and Minnesota taking game 4. You see the one epic save by Fat. Really, honestly, there was that shift. There was a momentum shift in how well the teams kind of changed. So Minnesota taking game 4, putting it to a 3-1. We saw 3-1 in the last tournament between USF and Delaware between the last match. And honestly, this could go into 6 games if Minnesota keeps this momentum up.
Yeah, the way that Minnesota's offense was just clicking right there is such a good sign for their team to continue that success. Nebraska, though, as we said, still has that edge where they only have to win one more game. So it's not like it is the end of the world for them.
Right.
Like I said, there might be just one little bead of sweat that's starting to form, like, oh no, okay, Minnesota's online, so let's buckle in, strap down, let's take care of business here and now. Don't want to give up anything more than that, because if you give up another one in that fashion to Minnesota, all of a sudden Nebraska's really gonna be sweating.
Yeah, that's a momentum change that I don't think any of Nebraska's fans or Nebraska's players want to see Minnesota turn it on and have another 6-goal game. And you think about a 6-goal game, that's a powerful win and a really good momentum switch. So now going into game 5, they really have all of the momentum in their favor. And we'll see if Nebraska answers very quickly on this, as Sarge and Aggro right there. Chan coming up, chips it through, but Fat is right there to meet it in front of the goal. And now they're switching sides, trying to make something happen. Just 12 seconds by, Mom plays it off the wall, and that goes forward. Bismo with a beautiful shot on goal from the redirect, but Aggro playing extremely well, recognizing it. Sarge plays it off the wall, but again is met by adversity. And these two teams going back and forth. This is a floater. Chan can't get to it. Now Aggro has to clear it out, but Bismo's right there. Fat goes up for it. Is Fat going to be able to trickle it in? No, Chan has to try to clear it. Fat controlling it along the baseboards, looking for something, as Mom now has to take a shot, but Aggro is right there. Mom had no boost. Fat now with a beautiful shot. Chan finding a way to elevate and get it. Fat follows it through. And now this is just a speed run for Minnesota. They're pushing as quick as they can. I think they've had probably 6 shots on goal or 6 pressures to the goal in the last 30 seconds.
Yeah, they really have put Nebraska almost in panic mode. I mean, Aggro made 2 incredible saves with 12 boost or no boost at all. And the fact that Nebraska is able to withstand that amount of pressure from Minnesota virtually off of nothing is a good sign that their defense is, they're still calm, cool, and collected enough to try to find something to go the other way. Because now the fact, you can get some boost, get out to midfield, pick something up, and move about the cabin more freely is better. But you just can't give anything up. Sarge, even in position, can't get out in time to redirect. Aggro just a little too far forward, tries to challenge, misses out. And Sarge, frankly, just bites, takes a bad angle.
That was extremely close as Aggro went for it, just missing it along the wall. 3:29 remaining, and Minnesota has a 1-goal lead. And this is exactly where you want to be if you're Minnesota. The momentum's in your favor. You're going to start to push a little bit harder, play it a little bit more aggressively as Fat in midfield. Now Chan has it midfield. Bismo with a shot. Sarge has to go up, makes an amazing save. And you see these two teams just continually trying to rotate through, pick up that extra boost. Bismo with a shot on goal. Sarge there again. Sarge doing it on both sides of the ball. As always, I mean, he's done such an incredible job, but 2 big-time epic saves as Chan with the shot. Aggro can't get to it. Now Mom tries to clear it out. Sarge can't keep it in the attacking zone. Has to clear all the way through, and that's a big-time demo for Mom. I mean, talk about Mother's Day coming in hot. I mean, she just absolutely plowed one of the Nebraska players down low.
Yeah, try to create a little smoke screen, and then Aggro on the respawn puts all 3 players from Nebraska in the corner. So recognizing have to rotate back, put someone on the line. But Sarge, as you said, doing it all on both sides. Would like to see doing a little bit more on the offensive front here. but has made so many crucial saves to keep this just at the 1-0 score line. And Bismo had a phenomenal save on the other end. So defense really stepping up here for both teams. And it's going to be one of those games where it's going to come down to a single mistake, a single goal makes a difference. We might have already seen that lone one.
Aggro with a shot on goal. Bismo was there. Oh my gosh, what a redirect from Aggro with that shot. But Bismo just kind of utilizing the double jump to stay in motion and in position. You gotta love to see it, as that was an amazing save. Sarge gets demoed along the boards, and now Fat working along the wall, trying to figure out exactly how he wants to do it. Chips it to Mom. Mom puts it all the way into the corner. They're going to play it off the wall. Mom with a beautiful shot. That goes just wide. Aggro has to try to clear it. Chan has a little bit of boost, but uses it all. Now has to find something along the ways. Double jumps back. Bismo's there. Aggro. Nice move by Bismo. Just a little hop, skip, and a jump into the back of the net. 1:21 remaining. And now Minnesota controlling the possession, and the momentum leads 2-1. 2-0, excuse me.
And that's crazy play by Bismo, because there's literally zero boost. All he did was flip that up over the top and add a little McTwist to it, and you get a goal scored. That is just raw talent that Bismo exercised right there to give them this 2-goal lead. It is a little bit of insurance on top, but same as Nebraska up 3-0 in the series, you don't want to get complacent with the 2-0 lead.
1 minute remaining, and Minnesota trying to push it to a game 6 and stay alive and keep their tournament hopes alive. I mean, this is the lower bracket, so they are doing everything they can. You really like to see how well these teams have played, though, and you got to give them credit for getting to day 2 in the first place. I mean, a lot of teams were playing as Fat now with an open goal opportunity, cashes that one in, and now with a 3-goal lead. I honestly thought that it would be possible to see the momentum shift after that 6-2 win in game 4, but a 3-0 lead in game 5, that puts the momentum almost in Minnesota's favor, although Nebraska will have one more match game in game 5. Or in game 6. It is one of those kind of, oh no, what do we need to do? You talked about the bead of sweat, Caribou. That bead of sweat might be a little bit more than a bead now.
And we're starting to get a couple form, and they're dripping down. It's like, okay, well, giving up 6 in a game, it's just a fluke. It's an incident it just happens sometimes to the best of us, you know? But now you drop another game where, I mean, 3's not as bad. It's better than 6. But on the other side, you have a goose egg. You drop a 4-0 even. Minnesota is certainly building momentum. They are certainly feeling it now. And this almost feels like a series where Minnesota is the ones with all of the momentum to carry this. And I would not be surprised to see another game 7.
7 shots on goal from Bismo. And you think about how well he played in that last game. 4-0 victory for Minnesota puts them in a position where that momentum is in their favor. Before, you talked about maybe this is their first match of the day, so maybe they have some warm-ups that they have to go through. Well, if this is them warmed up, Nebraska's in for a game 6.
And then some. They're absolutely taking everything. And just to kind of pull out into the spectrum of what's going on top to bottom, on the other side, King University and USF White. We just saw USF play against Delaware. USF just lost 4-1 to King. So King has made it to the grand finals on the east side. USF is now going to be waiting a couple of matches. But shocking that USF's done that. And we gave credit to King at the top that, you know, they've looked really solid throughout this bracket, have made it to the grand final. So congrats to King. I'm sure we'll see them later. But Nebraska right now is the one we're focusing on as to what they can do to find this answer, because all of a sudden, Nebraska might be scrambling.
Nebraska definitely might be scrambling, but again, you have to look at how well Sarge has been playing throughout this whole series. And I think we might see him take a little bit more charge in this game 6. This is still the match game. I mean, for Nebraska, they lead 3-2 in the series, best of 7. You see Mom with a beautiful shot all the way long, but Sarge just on point right there. Does the rotation that he needs to, utilizes it, picks up a little bit of boost, and is all the way back. Aggro playing very well as well. you got to look at all of these rotations and how well they're doing. Sarge, again, with another save. Mom, Bismo, and Fat are all on the offensive side. Finally, Bismo gets cleared back and goes all the way to the defensive side along with Mom. 30 seconds gone by in this game 6, and you got to love it. I mean, this is insane.
This is quality play, and I love that Sarge is doing so well in the defensive front. The concern of this one is that Sarge does a lot more on the offensive side and seems to be the offensive producer for this Nebraska team. And because Nebraska can't get off of this defensive line, they can't get out of the midfield zone, they don't have any solidified possessions going the other way, Sarge can't showcase the skills on both sides of the ball and has been trapped at midfield or on your own side of the field the whole time. That's why Nebraska is just not seeing the offensive production that they saw in the first 3 games.
A minute and a quarter have already gone by in game 6. Sarge playing it along the boards. Mom, a lot of pressure by Minnesota trying to get an extra shot as we see Syracuse and Michigan in game 7. You see how well these teams are playing in the picture-in-picture. Everything's on the line. A big-time demo in our game, and Nebraska is able to get it, and a big-time demo in Michigan's game. 2:55 remaining in Michigan and Syracuse. That's game 7, and that's a huge, huge goal as well from Sarge in our game. And honestly, there's so much Rocket League going online right now that is happening in this tournament. You got to think about the regions and the way that each team has developed the connections. They've probably scrimmaged some of the teams in their same region just to make sure that they feel really confident and ready, not to mention the regular season that has given them an opportunity to see the gameplay. And Sarge, just like I said before, I would imagine he would show up very well, putting the first goal on the board. 2 minutes have gone by in this game 6 with Nebraska leading, looking to move on to the next round.
And this is going just about the way that we would expect it to go. The only difference out of all these series going 7 games, King University is the only team that hasn't had the 7-game series. Every other one we've had played today, I think, has gone to all 7 games, which is not surprising whatsoever. Minnesota trying to make another one going into game 7 here. But like I was talking about with Sarge, finally getting to the offensive zone, finally gets in position to showcase and flex a little bit on the other side of the field, giving Nebraska the 1-0 lead. It's not much, but it's something.
And it puts him in a position, too, with 2:17 remaining as Chan works it along the boards. A nice little flip and a shot stops it. Aggro's right there for the redirect, and that's a goal for Nebraska. That was just so beautiful. Watch the control, utilizing the boost, the kick flip, and then the back stop as Aggro is right there to just kick it in. 2:11 remaining, Nebraska. Wow, that was a really powerful goal with 2:10 remaining in this game. Gives them a little bit of leeway and a little bit of pressure release, as that was a great shot, but Chan is right there in the goal. Aggro has to go back up for it, and they just have to keep playing time. Now the pressure's on Minnesota. They're down by 2, and if they lose this game, they are out. This is the lower quarterfinals in the West. Fat playing it along the boards of its own level. Chan with the shot.
50.
That's going to trickle in. Oh my goodness. Nebraska is now in a great position to take this one home and win in 6 games. 144 remaining. If you're Minnesota Caribou, what do you have to do in these next minute and 44 seconds?
I mean, Minnesota's looked pretty good in the sense that, you know, they had the boost advantage on the other side. They've done well. The problem is they're starting to have a breakdown on the defensive front because at a 2-0 deficit, they were starting to be at a point where, okay, we have to produce some offense. We have to find a goal somewhere. So you open up the defense just a little bit more and gives the angle for Nebraska to get that 3-0, to find a counter on the answer back. Sure, it's just a 51 by Chan, but that starts with Chan making a great save on the other end. So Minnesota got to find a way that they can commit on the offensive side to starve the boost out of Nebraska, but don't give anything up too crazy on the other side. We've seen the technical skill Nebraska have to break some ankles, to put on some flashy moves, but Minnesota, they started with 1. There's still a minute left. It starts with 1. Just got to keep it up.
You see how well Mom redirect that off the back wall, and Fat goes up with a full charge and is able to redirect A beautiful shot off the wall. 1 minute exactly remains in game number 6. A 2-goal lead by Nebraska. If Nebraska wins this game, they will be moving on to play SJSU Blue. If Minnesota wins this, they'll force a game 7. 45 seconds remain. Minnesota's got to get shots on board. Bismo playing it off the wall. Fat playing it off the wall. Aggro comes through and is able to control it just long enough. Chan tips it up over, but Fat is right there. 32 seconds remain. They've got to make something happen for them on the Minnesota side. Defensively, you see Aggro playing in the goal for Nebraska, and everybody's right there. That shot just went wide, and that could have been a huge difference maker. Instead, it's cleared out. 20 seconds remain. Mom comes through midfield, chips it over. Sarge goes up for it and taps it back into midfield. Bismo tries to get through. Fat with a shot across. Mom redirect.
Oh.
That goes just wide, and there's a shot with 7 seconds to go. We are not done yet. Minnesota not letting go, as that was a beautiful redirect from Mom off the wall. Oh my gosh, 7 seconds. Caribou, can it get better than this?
Waiting for the goal here. Minnesota's done so well off the kickoffs in every game so far. They can't act like they're completely out of time. They have a numbers chance here if they get it in the air, if they can hold on to it.
Zeros across the board, and that right there, Mom can't slow down enough. An anticlimactic finish for Minnesota. One epic save right there. I mean, Nebraska did a phenomenal job, and Minnesota trying to come back. Great plays by Mom, but it's not going to be Mother's Day for too much longer. By the way, today's Mother's Day, so go hug your moms.
Yeah. And
oh
if
my
you're not,
gosh.
Yeah, if you're not there with your mom, just give them a phone call. At least say, hey, happy birthday, Mom. It's your day. That's your thing. So, but yeah, Nebraska just finally able to cinch it, trying to get the series. Going to be moving on, as you said, facing off against the other side, where SJSU beat out A&M in a 7-game set, 4-3. So A&M unfortunately finding there, and that's where we started this entire bracket. Was watching Texas A&M, so they made it this far. Unfortunately, falling short to San Jose State's Blue Squad. But with UMN making their gauntlet run, falling short here against the Huskers in Nebraska to continue on. And on the other side, Long Beach already in the the losers finals after losing to Mizzou's Gold Squad, the 1 seed, in a 4-1 set. So a lot of series starting to get wrapped up here. And the way this bracket's shaken out, I mean, we're not going to have any 4-0s or any short series at all.
Look at the replays, too. This series started in favor of Nebraska. Sarge putting on a clinic along with Chan. I mean, they did so well between the two of them on the offensive side, and Aggro utilizing the bumps, utilizing the demos, and utilizing rotation and boost to stay back with saves. But Mom really was one of those top players for Minnesota. A lot of communication between everybody and a lot of great gameplay from Minnesota. I look at game 4 and game 5 as just absolute domination by Minnesota, but they couldn't keep up that motivation and momentum into game 6. And that's honestly, that was the game that I thought they would have a chance on, considering they 4-0'd Nebraska in game 5. They put a goose egg on Nebraska, and that's something that makes it a little bit different. But instead, Nebraska comes back. Sarge does a great job. Chan, Aggro, and they're moving on to the next round in the lower bracket against SJSU Blue Squad. And honestly, you got to give credit to both of these teams for playing their hearts out. But Minnesota, we'll see you next time, and congrats on all of your success throughout this tournament, considering making it to day 2 in their own way. I mean, that's a big time success for them. And you know, you look at the prize pool of this, they still walk away with something, so they're not going home empty handed.
Yeah, they're not going to feel too bad about that. Plus, on the other side, we saw the picture-in-picture very briefly. Michigan ends up winning that Game 7 in a 4-3, so they will continue to move on as well. They were the team that beat Winthrop. So Michigan, certainly a team that is going to have to be kept an eye on as this tournament progresses. We're getting down to the nitty-gritty, and I'm so excited for where we're going to go next.
Honestly, it's just one of those things that you watch each of these teams develop through this tournament. and you enjoy every single second of it. And you hate to see a team lose, especially the way that Minnesota did. But you also are really excited for the teams that are doing so incredibly well of pushing through. And that is exactly what we're going to do. We're going to take a quick break. And when we come back, we're going to have another round, the finals round of Play versus Spring 2021 College Championship Playoffs right after this. Welcome back to Play versus Spring 2021 College Championship Playoffs. It's day 2. I'm the Doxology. Alongside me is Caribou. And we have seen incredible Rocket League gameplay from day 1 into day 2. And now we are set for the lower semifinals between SJS University and Nebraska, which we just saw. I mean, this is one of those things that we're going to see the way these teams have developed all the way through. Caribou, we just saw Nebraska play. How are they going to continue that momentum moving into this next round?
I think the way that they need to focus on this is the sense of what happened in the first 3 games that they ended up winning to go 3-0 in that series. Starting there, if they're able to work with the offense, get Sarge on the offensive side, as opposed to leaving him on the goal line, then they're going to be significantly better off. That's the key to success. Get Sarge going on offense.
Nebraska in the gray, SJSU blue in the orange, and it's Johnny almost powering that one home. Toaster Doggo able to get it off the rebound, and 11 seconds in, and the blue squad from SJSU is already on the board, 1-0. And you see Voltex, Toaster Doggo, and it's Johnny from SJSU, and we just saw from Nebraska, Agro, Sarge, and Chan. And we'll see exactly how Nebraska can respond to that, Caribou.
Yeah, watching this, winner of this is going to go on to face off against Long Beach, who lost to Mizzou Gold in the winners finals up top. Long Beach is the team that sent SJSU down here into this loser side as the 6th seed. So watching very closely if SJSU can win this out, I'm sure they're going to be wanting to go back against Long Beach with a vengeance.
Long Beach, the 2 seed, as Chan comes in from Nebraska and ties things up with 4:17 remaining. You see Chan going up aerial, just lets it touch the front fender, and Toaster Doggo can't quite get that. And you see it's a new keyboard and mouse grind, I think.
It's one of those the adjustments. You don't get that aim assist, right? It's the typical controller argument, right? Are you a controller or keyboard and mouse type?
I used to be controller only, console only, but as of this last year, I made the switch to keyboard and mouse, and honestly, I love it.
It's a good switch. It's a good choice. I agree.
Sarge now working it along the baseline for Nebraska. Voltex comes out, looks to clear it. You see Chan already moving back, and that gets kind of swiped away. And now Toaster Doggo has to get some boost. He's able to redirect. Chan almost had a redirect there. You see him utilize the double jump. Sarge with a beautiful center. Can Agro get it? No, Voltex instead is able to clear it out. That hits just over the backboard. It's Johnny's there, throws it into the back of their field. You see it bounce all the way through. Voltex using all of his boost. 0 boost remaining. Agro comes through, tries to clear it out. Toaster Doggo doesn't quite get a piece of it, but gets a piece of Agro instead.
Yeah. On the other side, Nebraska's done a really good job. I mean, their boost numbers have been substantially higher than what SJSU's has been until they make this rotation back and they pick a lot up along the way. But Nebraska's just been in control of a lot of it, which gives me the presumption that this team is going to be a team that can move faster. There's an opportunity there that Sarge unfortunately just misses out. They had one on the back post, not able to capitalize on that, and that could be a make or break type of situation, because the farther we get into this tournament, as we continue to say, the competition gets better and better, and you have to take advantage of every single opportunity you get.
It's Johnny right in front of the goal. That floats up. Sarge with a shot. That bounces through. Is Chan going to be able to get the redirect? No. Johnny got a piece of it, which gave a little bit more time for the SJSU squad to get back on defense and pick up a little bit more boost. Now that's a floater. Is Chan going to get to it? That goes high. That could have been a goal from It's Johnny from the midfield wall. Now Toaster Doggo coming in hot. Agro right there, powers it through. Almost got a redirect and a bounce through. It's Johnny throws it into the corner. They're going to play the baseboards. Agro wanting to get it cleared out. Bounces through, plays Voltex instead. You gotta love to see the huge amounts of body hits and blocks. They're just kind of bumping the cars around. A double commit between Voltex and Johnny going up for it. You see the demo from Aggro. Now Toaster Doggo has to clear it out. Sarge comes in with the demo, and that is exactly what we expect to see. A lot of physicality. Voltex playing it off the top crossbar. Toaster can't redirect it in, and now they've got to clear it out. It's Johnny on the wall. You see Chan coming through, trying to clear it. And Voltex, again, keeps it midfield. And this midfield battle is heating up quite a bit with 1:17 remaining in game one.
Both of those teams had opportunities on both ends where they both had one or the other. Aggro made some phenomenal individual play to make two defenders miss, and then there's just no follow-up from the team. On the other side, with a couple of demos just trying to find something to open up the defense, there's just nothing left on an attack, and somehow neither team gets a goal with a chance on both sides. And Voltex again with the shot just off the backboards, trying to get one high, and they still cannot capitalize on this.
See the patience as Sarge tries to finally get it out from in front of their own goal, and Voltex just continually playing it off the wall, wants to clear it back. Aggro bounces it through. That could have been dangerous. Johnny with a shot on goal, and it's Johnny has put it into the back of the net. 2-1 lead from SJSU Blue.
Aggro, just a minor little misread there on the first one, and then Aggro and Chan both missing. Sarge just not moving at all. Has the boost, but just can't do anything more to try to get up or move to get to it. So all three players of Nebraska just caught out of position, caught stationary, and SJSU finds the opening they needed.
23 seconds remain. SJSU with a 1-goal lead. You're going to see Nebraska on the attack. You see Aggro and Chan coming from the top bar. Nobody's back. Everybody's got to work on it. Toaster Doggo pauses it for Johnny, but Sarge comes in hot and knocks it all the way through. Under 10 seconds to go. Can they keep it up in the air? And now you see it's Johnny trying to center it. That bounces through and finally touches down, and SJSU with game one, a 2-1 victory. You see how well these teams are playing, and I almost anticipated it going into extra time. However, SJSU, honestly, they did such a good job those last few seconds to create that opportunity for that goal by It's Johnny.
And Voltex even had a couple of good opportunities as well, playing shots off the backboard, and they just went a little high over the top of the crossbar. So it's not lack of chances that San Jose State's not having. They're all right there. They could have produced 3 or 4 goals in this game. On the other side, Nebraska could have gotten 2 or 3 where they had an opening on the back post, but Sarge just missed on a simple flick to get it in, just unfortunately not expecting the ball to be moving that fast across the goal. So both teams having opportunities missed, but with San Jose State to step up, and I think that early goal is the one that really makes more of the difference, because it really set the pacing that San Jose State is not here to just mess around. They're here to win a game, and they saw that Nebraska was having some issues in the last series, and I'm sure they took some notes on what to do.
Now leading the series 1-0 going into game 2. Again, it's a best of 7, so this was a good feel out game. We've seen Nebraska. We've seen how well they play as we get started into game 2. I mean, Nebraska can easily push the envelope on attack, but you see Voltex off the kickoff with a shot on goal. Sarge has to go up quickly for it, utilizing the boost, utilizing the speed that he has. Toaster Doggo, Chan plays it off the wall. That was a really great clear by Chan over Voltex. Sarge was going for it, looked like a demo on It's Johnny. However, instead, that's cleared up. Voltex with a shot on goal, and that is where rotation is key. You see the boost for Nebraska and the boost for SJSU. Voltex, a beautiful shot on goal. And now with a 1-goal lead in game 2, they're in a good position to keep the momentum.
And I'm really curious, that was out of frame, but Toaster on that counterattack, Voltex just comes out of the box. Toaster looks like just hits a 180, and I'm wondering if it went to go bump one of the defenders that was attempting to get back to help and ensure that that numbers advantage stayed there. So Voltex finally gets one to strike, but Aggro immediately able to get one right back after just a bounce off the wall. Johnny misreads that, doesn't get enough contact on, and a great follow-up from Aggro.
Aggro putting Nebraska back on the board for this game number 2, ties it up 1-1. 4:23 remaining in this game. Plenty of time to make some splashes and really make a statement. I think if you're Nebraska, you really just want to focus on controlling the boost the way that they have done. You see Sarge and Toaster right there. Toaster gets the demo. And now you see Voltex with a shot on goal, but Chan is up in the air for that clear. Is that going to be able to play off the bounce? No. Johnny is there to block it. And there, Toaster gets a demo and the clear. Double bounce, but Sarge has to go up for it, plays it off the wall, utilizing his boost, gets it all the way past midfield, and that is honestly a great job as Aggro takes a shot. But here's Johnny coming in hot on defense, making sure he is got his team on that rotation. And I'm telling you, that right there is what makes these teams so incredibly well, is how good they rotate.
Voltex with a great setup right there, as well as Sarge, and it's just the rotations there. But with Voltex's play off the wall, just waiting on the teammate to fall up from midfield, but both of them just at midfield, getting their boost, just resetting and trying to figure out which one's going to stay back and try to decide that rotation. And also, on an aside, I'm so happy you did the Here's Johnny. I was waiting for it. I knew it was coming, and it had to come eventually. I'm sure it's not the only one I'm going to hear either.
We'll see how it goes. I mean, Johnny's doing a really great job for SJSU. I mean, the defense and the offense on both of these teams has been phenomenal. But right there, that goes off the pole. That was an opportunity for Chan to make a splash, but just missed it. And Sarge now trying to clear it back, plays it, a little tap. Can Chan get the redirect? Oh, it just goes high. Oh my goodness. Aggro gets that centered up, but Valtex misses it, and that floats just in front of the goal. Johnny has to double bounce to try to keep it out. And now Chan playing it off the wall. Again, you see the back wall being utilized as almost a secondary pass. This is a great opportunity for Sarge to come in, but that's met immediately. Oh my goodness, Caribou. The speed of these games are so incredible. Incredible how they're playing and passing and recognizing exactly where that next step, where that next shot, or that next assist is going to come from.
And that's all just a really well-disciplined possession by Nebraska when everything is used. They use all the boosts, use all of the commitments, and then they have to reset. So they slow down for a couple of seconds. Aggro drops all the way back to get the full 100. Then they go for the double touch. Toast making the save of his life to be able to step up, and they're still firing. Nebraska's got so much pressure on San Jose right now, and it's a miracle that they don't have at least one goal to show for what they've done.
There is a big demo in the goal of Nebraska, and now you see Aggro going up high. 1:26 remaining in this game. Tie ball game, 1-1. SJSU leads this series, this best of 7, by 1 game. It's 1-0. This is just game 2, and it already feels like we're in game 6 tense gameplay. Voltex coming in with a save. Now Sarge playing it off the wall. Tries to get through. Knocks Johnny out of the way, but Toaster's right there to try to keep it clear. Now you see Aggro coming up. Voltex plays it low. Aggro reads it well. Chan coming up. Can't get a body on Johnny. Instead, that bounces into mid. Doggo now doing a great job controlling the aerial passes. Aggro tries to steal it, but Voltex says, no, get that back into our zone. We want to work on this. Sarge misses it. Aggro comes up. A nice little chip shot. Can Johnny get to it? And he does. Oh my goodness, Caribou.
This is so close on both sides. Nebraska has had so many shots on, and San Jose's had so many saves. I can't believe this is only a 1-1 game right now, but it's just, these two teams are playing their hearts out like this is the grand finals, and recognizing there's a lot of money on the line here, and they are not going to give it any chance to go down in a series.
Ticking the last few seconds off the clock again. This is Rocket League. We're going to see it go 0-0. Will it bounce or will it stay in the air? Right there, Voltex keeps it alive. That might be on goal. Sarge there. Catch. It's still a live ball as Johnny is there and just pushes it into the ground. And now we're into extra time.
It just smart for Johnny just to kill that one in place. Just don't even try, but watch the double touch off the wall here. Sarge did it. That's the key to success that Nebraska needs. Sarge has to get on the offensive side. Beautiful control by Chan in the air to get up first and foremost. And Sarge just full send, recognizing that if this doesn't go in, you still have two teammates that can get back. Beautiful play by Nebraska to come away with the second game.
aggro with 4 shots on goal, but Chan also 8 centers. You see Sarge finally getting that opportunity to make the splash that we've seen him in that past series. Really, honestly, Nebraska is doing such a good job controlling boost, and then we saw them just hammer shots on goal all game 2 long. Now, going into game 3, what are these teams' kind of mindset? What are they going to do to kind of course correct and attack each other and maybe play rotations more?
I think on the side of San Jose, just try to find a way to get the ball cleared out, but keep the ball in possession when you clear it out, because Nebraska spent far too much time for comfort in the offensive zone. So you have to get that ball at least into midfield. The heat map is it's too much for San Jose to continue that up. They're very fortunate that they didn't give up any more goals to Nebraska in regular time to send that one to overtime. So if they can find that answer to get the ball out and play around midfield more often, San Jose is going to be a lot better off. Nebraska just has to continue because, frankly, from the amount of pressure they put on, should have had one more goal at least in regular time. So if they can take care of business there, then Nebraska is going to be a lot better.
We saw a couple missed opportunities that just went wide, and now game 3 is just about to start right here, and we're going to get to see how each of these teams kind of address how they're going to play. Maybe they're going to work a little bit, to their attack or to their defense, because we know Nebraska has a really good defense. But right there, Chan coming from the top shelf, 6 seconds in. Watch, Chan gets the full boost, plays off the ceiling, utilizes the double jump to just tap it in. The skill level is insane to be able to handle that, with Nebraska leading now 1-0, 4:54 remaining in game 3.
Yeah, see if they can do something again. That one just gets left, but I mean, you watch on both of these kickoffs, the one that they get the goal scored on, plus this one right here, Nebraska virtually across the board has 250 plus boost between all 3 players. Like, they are primed and ready to go at full speed, and San Jose is just left picking up the scraps at midfield and getting those small boost pads, so they're playing catch up off of the kickoffs, and that's a place where Nebraska could find an angle or an opportunity to get those goals consistently.
You see 4:15 remaining, and Nebraska trying to find a little bit more aggressive attack seems to be working. But there you see Sarge with a big time demo in the midfield. You see Sarge just stopped it. I mean, that's just really a high IQ play to instead try to chip it forward. He saw 2 offensive players coming in hot and then just stopped it along the baseboard and didn't give anybody a shot opportunity.
And the fact that, again, Nebraska finds himself on this side of the field consistently. They're keeping the pressure up. They have even still boosted damage, even with aggro being at 0. He's just off minding his own business, but they're still putting so much pressure on, and now recognizing boost goes down to pretty much nothing. They got to find a way to reset, get themselves back in, get the boost back, and then go on the attack one more time.
One note as well, in the East lower semifinals, you've got University of Michigan and University of Delaware. We've already seen Delaware before, and they're going head to head in their match, and Delaware is leading game 3 as it's gone back and forth. The series is tied 1-1, so that's one that I'm sure we're checking in right there. You see Delaware 2-1 with 1:57 remaining. And honestly, we've seen Vixa, Phoebe, and Grau and how well they've played before already. And you see a really good Michigan team down by 1. This is neck and neck in their lowers as well on the east side of this big, massive tournament of championships.
Yeah, winner of that series going on to face off against USF White. So certainly not going to get any easier for the rest of the bracket on either side, east or west. But again, just absolute bangers of series on both regions, both sides, expecting full 7-game sets out of pretty much everyone from here on out.
And you talk about USF White. Whoever wins that, Delaware and USF White were who we kicked off the game or the day with. Day 2 was kicked off with USF White going into a 7-game series against Delaware. So that could be a big thing as Sarge comes in clean for Nebraska, and that is a 2-goal lead with 1:55 remaining. The narratives of this style of tournament is so incredible because you do have double elimination. You might actually get some of those, the rematches that we might get to see if Delaware is able to hang on.
And it's going to be very interesting because we've already seen 1 versus 2 matchups today on 2 different sides of the bracket. One of them in the top side in winners finals, and one of them just happens to be in losers semis where Winthrop gets sent home early, which again, playing their first series, taking the loss. But here with San Jose State finding an answer back, Nebraska's looked so well to maneuver around and get the passes. We saw Sarge on the offensive front again, getting that goal to send him up 2-0, but an immediate answer back by San Jose. They've done so well to find these second chance opportunities off the bounce, and they almost get it again.
Oh my gosh. 1:30 remaining in game 3, and it's been neck and neck, back and forth. In the way that the speed and boost of these teams in this game, a lot of midfield as Sarge comes through, and that goes just wide. That could have been an open opportunity, just wide, and now Agro has to get to it quickly. You see the demo and Voltex now playing it all the way through, but met by Chan. A great save by Chan. That's centered back up. It's Johnny goes for it. Agro clears it out. Now Sarge gets it all the way chipped to Chan. That's going to go off the ceiling, and Sarge is right there to bury it. Oh my goodness, what a heads up play. I'm sure the comms were on point. Chan said, "I've got this, just slow down." And Sarge stayed and buried that goal.
And that's just another one. We've seen a small handful of those going off the ceiling, going off the wall. It's going to be hard to read where it comes down because the ball is just moving so fast, but Sarge just slams on the brakes and enough to get a simple little flip in, put him up 3-1. A little bit of breathing room here for Nebraska.
Now, Nebraska feeling a little bit better as they just won game 2 in overtime. The series is tied 1-1. Voltex trying to get it cleared out. Sarge, who we've seen him play incredible all day long, working his way through. Agro wants to keep it in the corner. 30 seconds remaining. Nebraska's got a 2-goal lead. You see Voltex coming in hot. Chan's right there. Plays it off the wall, slows it down, chips it over. It's Johnny. And now Toaster tries to get it halfway. Instead, Chan plays it. What a beautiful assist right there. Kind of bounces it back. Sarge keeps it in play. Johnny finally clearing it out. Oh my goodness, that could have been really, really damaging to SJSU if they had allowed another goal. And now with just a few seconds left in this game, the final ticker goes down to double zeros. And no matter what, Nebraska is going to take game number 3. And really just a dominant effort from Nebraska along the boards. 3-1. I mean, look at Chan. 8 centered balls yet again. Chan is doing such a good job of utilizing those corners in the baseboards to chip it up into that area that just Sarge is so good at capitalizing on those goals. It puts Nebraska in a good situation where they're 2-1 now in this series.
And that's the type of game that we kind of saw out of the first 3 games with Nebraska facing off against Minnesota, where they were able to get on the offensive zone. Chan's doing a phenomenal job to set Sarge up. They're getting Sarge out of the defense. They're able to apply so much pressure to their opponents. And San Jose, for what it is, they just can't find out the relief. They can't get the boost to get off of that zone. And Nebraska is frankly putting on so much pressure. On the other side, Voltex, they're finding good answers in very quick releases, but they just can't quite get a full possession to continue and apply that pressure consistently on the other side of the field.
I will say it's Johnny's done a really good job on both sides of the ball, making sure that the rotation allows him to get back quickly. You've seen him take a couple shots, but then he's also been on that defensive side. And that's something that they do have going for him, is the communication between them that gives them the opportunity to get a fast break possibly here. And maybe that's something that we see them slow down as we're ready for game number 4. And honestly, Caribou, these two teams, they've been pretty neck and neck, except for that last little bit where they got that extra goal from Nebraska. But 3-1, that's still not a big deficit. I still don't know who is going to make that play. You know, that one play that makes you just know that the momentum is shift. And I think either team is still looking for that play to have that momentum shift in their favor. as Voltex with a big demo.
Oh.
That goes wide. That could have been a great opportunity for SJSU.
They had a great opportunity with the bump in front of the net. They just didn't get that shot on target, and that is one that we've seen, you know, off the kickoff. Nebraska's had a lot of success, but on the other side, San Jose finally gets something working for them in the first 30 seconds, and then they can't get this. But trying to find an outlet here, if they can find something like what we saw, a type of clear that Voltex just had to the awaiting arms of a teammate to get a quick deflection and try to catch Nebraska up, because you see no one in front of goal right there. Chan goes back to get the corner boost, but Nebraska's offense is committing to a point where it's almost something that they can't take advantage of. But San Jose has not found the opportunity yet.
3:40 remaining in game number 4. Nebraska leads this best of 7 series 2-1. And Sarge, ooh, that just got under it a little bit too much. That would have been a really good shot on goal. You see the big demo. Aggro centers it up, and now Toaster has to try to chip it forward. Sarge getting back. Voltex right there, but Sarge.
Good reset.
Woo, Sarge was able to get to that one, and that was a possible goal from Voltex. And you see Sarge and Voltex go for it. That chips up. Aggro has to tip it to the baseboards. Johnny comes in, tries to get it back centered. Sarge wants it cleared out. Again, watch the boost in the bottom of your screen. Watch the boost of each player in the rotations as they pick up that midfield and back boost or the attacker side boost.
And they've had so many chances on this side where San Jose, they're just watching the double touches, watching the backboard plays, but they can't get that final shot on because the Nebraska defense is playing off the wall so well. This is kind of exactly what I was talking about, what I wanted to see from Minnesota when they faced off, to play off the wall, play the ball out of the air to catch the potential layups that the opponents are trying to set up. This time it's Nebraska on the receiving end, and they're doing exceptionally well at not letting San Jose play the game that they're trying to set up.
Voltex with a really good center as that goes off the top bar, and now Toaster with the shot. Sarge is there to meet it, and now Chan trying to get it out, but Voltex is there to play it off the wall, and you see it's Johnny coming in to help out. Voltex finally taps it back out and hits it to center of the field. Oh my goodness, for a second there I thought there was going to be an open goal opportunity, but instead everybody rotates back, and that's what you anticipate. Johnny chips that forward to Voltex. That's a double bounce. Chan and Sarge going up for it. You got to be careful as Aggro is right there. Voltex now pushes it into the corner off the wall, centers it back up. You see it's Johnny, but Sarge is there to redirect it first, and you see that big demo, and now Aggro, and it's Johnny has to get back as Voltex comes out of nowhere to make sure that that ball doesn't go into the net. 1:25 remaining, another big demo, and I'm telling you, Caribou, you see the physicality of these players. They're trying to create something, and that was right there. And another shot by Chan, and that buries home with 1:15 remaining in game 4, and Nebraska leads 1-0.
A beautiful chip to start that off by Toaster just to get it out, and Sarge doesn't get that shot or doesn't get the steal on the 50 to try to get a shot on. And then on the other side, just watching the defender take themselves out of the equation. Chan with the beautiful follow-up. Toaster can't recover in time, and to open up just one. But we've seen the success Nebraska's had off of kickoffs, and they do it again.
You see Aggro hits it off the top wall. Johnny gets a very unfortunate bounce off of the front fender, and his front fender has betrayed him one more time as 50 seconds on the board, and Nebraska leads by 2.
And now all of a sudden, with a minute to go and a 2-goal lead, Nebraska starting to feel a little bit. I don't think we're at that point yet. We haven't yet seen that play that is the difference maker to swing momentum completely. But if Nebraska takes this and has all of a sudden series point, they can at least have a little sigh of relief to try to close the series out in the next game following.
Chan goes for it but misses. Aggro is able to chip it up to Sarge. You see Sarge trying to make a move, dribbles it through. Now it's Johnny, plays it off the wall and chips it directly up. You see Chan comes out of nowhere, plays the aerial, and now that ball is up. You see Sarge and Johnny go up for it. Aggro had to recorrect and get down. Voltex with a beautiful center, but Chan plays it over the goal line. Now with just 16 seconds left, it's Johnny comes in with a beautiful shot on the goal, going aerial and going postal. And that is a 1-goal game with just a few seconds remaining in the game.
And that's a beautiful redirect by Toaster in the corner to send it off. Sarge is in position to play off the wall and is ready to catch that one and send it away. With like 15 seconds to go here, only 1 goal down. Nebraska's done well off the kickoffs. We'll see if they can at least hold on.
10 seconds to go. Voltex just trying to play a little bit of time and give SJSU a chance as Chan comes in with a shot, and Nebraska, as zeros are on the board, Nebraska takes game 4, and right there you see first touches. Chan is the aggressor. Chan has been one of those players that has been the support to a T. 2 different games already, has had 8 centers. And that right there tells me that Nebraska is starting to feel the communication and knows exactly what they're doing. Now on the other side, SJSU, they had a game 1 lead. They took game 1, but now they've given up the next 3 games and the momentum is in Nebraska's favor. What do they do leading into game 5?
I think they need to do exactly what you gave credit to Nebraska for. Is Nebraska's doing well to get in the rhythm. They're starting to move the ball efficiently on the offensive zone. San Jose needs to step up, kind of disrupt those. We saw a lot more physicality in that series, in that game, where there was a handful of demolitions very early on. Chan getting those early touches. If San Jose can instead flip the script so that they play better off the kickoff, they create opportunities, because Nebraska's the ones collecting all the boost in the first 10 to 15 seconds and getting themselves ready for whatever play comes next before San Jose State does. So they just got to pick it up off the kickoff a little bit sooner, and I think San Jose sees more success.
Honestly, we'll keep an eye on the University of Michigan and University of Delaware as well. That is a series that's going on as game 5 now underway for Nebraska and SJSU. Game 1, Michigan was able to take that in the Delaware-Michigan. Delaware took game 2 and game 3, but then Michigan has tied the series up 2-2 with an overtime win. So now that's in game number 5 as well as we speak. We might be able to stop in with that one sometime in between this game, but with 4:35 remaining in game 5, 0-0s across the board. Caribou, you see how well they do it. Toaster going for a shot. Chan makes an incredible save from heaven, and he called down the angels for that to be able to make that stop. And right there we see the picture-in-picture, Delaware leading Michigan 2-0 with 3:20 to go in that game. Beeve, Vixa, and Grau doing a great job of maintaining that, looking to push this into game 6 with a match series game. You know, that's just a really good game to keep an eye on all the way throughout. In our game here, you've got SJSU. It's Johnny trying to kick it into the zone to maybe get a shot on goal, but met by some aggro Chan right there. Aggro and Chan coming through. Sarge looking for a shot, but it's Johnny did a great job to clear that ball out. That's a floater. Voltex has to go up for it, misses it, and now Sarge plays it off the wall with a beautiful double hit. Oh my gosh, that double jump. I thought he was going to actually chip it in. Chan gets it back centered up. Aggro coming, and Sarge out of nowhere. I thought Aggro was going to get that shot on goal. Watch where Sarge comes from.
Yeah, both of them just primed in position, ready for it, and it's not one, it's the other. Johnny, with the challenge, just thought it was going to go to Aggro, just like we did, but Sarge comes in from the backside, gets that, and that starts with a beautiful catch off the wall by Sarge to get that flip last second. Keep it in play, let your teammates come, but you see, immediately off the kickoff, bottom left, all 3 players on San Jose had virtually full boost, so they're finally matching what Nebraska's doing.
3:07 remaining in this game. Again, game 1 went to SJSU. San Jose has not been able to do too much since then. Game 2, an overtime game. Nebraska really started getting a little bit of a feel for it. Game 3, Nebraska took that one 3-1. Now game 4, they were able to get a 3-1 lead on this series. And now Sarge goes all the way down and almost buries that one. Chan with the shot. That's a little floater. Johnny comes out of the goal. I mean, to be honest, Nebraska is just playing so aggressive. That's right in front of the goal. Can he get it out? Chan missed it. Chan came through a little bit too hardcore, was looking for a dunk almost. And that's one of those where the player goes for the dunk, throws it too far off the rim, and it bounces out. Oh my gosh.
Another one of those where Nebraska, again, just with opportunity after opportunity, similar to what we saw in the earlier games, they can't come away with the goal. They get so close to it, and their offense is working. They should be putting more points on, but they're just a pixel or two off.
A pixel or two off. Oh my gosh, it's the ping game. Sarge, that goes just wide. Woo. I mean, Caribou. This right here is just neck and neck as Sarge, Chan, and Aggro have done such a good job at combating how physical Voltex and It's Johnny has played. Toaster trying to find something continually has had to rotate back. Like, really, honestly, you see Toaster with only 40, less than 50 boost this whole time has had to rotate back multiple times. You see him come through right there, try to clear it out, gets it to Johnny. Johnny playing on the boards, Voltex trailing behind, but Aggro bounces it off the wall, and now again, Toaster Doggo has to play it at midfield instead of being able to go for a shot or take a chance with 105 remaining. SJSU has to find a way to stay alive. They're down by 1, and if they lose this game, they're out. They have to push this to at least a game number 6 to keep their hopes alive for a championship game.
And you can tell San Jose's, they're feeling it. Like, everyone is on. When they're on the offensive attack, they had all 3 players up there for about 15 seconds across the midfield line. Like, they realize that they have to get this goal. They don't want to give anything up. This is the series on the line for them. And they're still able to make the rotations back in time. Regardless of how many chances Nebraska gets, San Jose is still covering.
You see, it's Johnny working along the midfield wall, and now Toaster finally coming up. It's Johnny, centers it up for Voltex, but Aggro and Sarge are there to make the defensive push, and that ball is coming all the way into the upper right from Sarge. Oh my goodness, you see the redirect, and Sarge coming out of nowhere saying, hey Voltex, how you doing? I would like to make a collect call. So here, let me send it all the way across long distance. Oh my God.
And that's just something that you want to plan to do with your teammates, but unfortunate, Voltex just steps up and helps Sarge out with that pinch, and there's no one that's going to be able to keep up with that one or try to challenge. They get one back. All right, now hold on a second.
It is
There's
possible.
Still time.
So you're saying there's a chance?
There is a chance, but San Jose has to do what I said they needed to going into this game. Play this kickoff perfectly. Get ready before Nebraska does. It boils down to this.
Here we go. 2 seconds remain. Ball is up. Taps down. Chan hits it off the wall. And now Aggro almost with an open goal. But instead, oh my gosh, 5 shots on goal from Sarge. You got to absolutely love it. I mean, Nebraska really feeling themselves. We've seen them play already. They've done such a good job of utilizing the momentum they have. And honestly, it just felt like they dominated the next 4 games after giving up game 1. We look at some of these replays and talk us through what you see, Caribou.
I mean, to start things out, Nebraska just did so well. Chan, as you get credit to, off of the first touch, Nebraska commanded the game in the opening 10 to 15 seconds off of every kickoff, and they were able to just basically roll off of that momentum and continue from there. Sarge was able to get included on the offense as well, was able to get everything going like they typically do. Voltex was the lone man that seemed to be the one producing a lot of the shots and a lot of the opportunities for San Jose, but they just never amounted to enough. Nebraska applied way too much pressure, way too consistently, that San Jose could not find the outlet. But I got to give credit in that last game. Aggro was an absolute machine off of that goal line, challenging everything, winning the 50s, stopping any chance San Jose was trying to put together. Aggro made the difference in that game alone to make sure that Nebraska finished that series then and there.
And we're actually going to be able to dip into the Michigan-Delaware game. We saw a little bit of it in the middle of Nebraska. And this is honestly a tight game as well. And the winner of this will go against USF White, which we've seen play already today. Delaware trying to do everything they can. Michigan took game 1, Delaware took game 2 and 3, but then Michigan took game 4, and now Delaware with a game 5 victory. They're looking to put it away here. Game 6 on the line. They have the opportunity to rematch USF, which is exactly how we started this day off, Caribou.
An absolute banger of a series to start this day. If you get a rematch of that, and even the sense that Michigan is going blow for blow here with Delaware, regardless of who wins this series, it's going to be another great matchup for USF, and hopefully they are watching, taking notes on what's going on between this final game, potential final game between these two teams, and I'm not going to complain at all, because the rest of these games, all day long, I mean, it's going to be an absolute banger of a day.
You see, Feeve now putting Delaware on the board. We saw Feeve earlier again. We talked about that USF Delaware first match of the day 2 of this Play versus Spring 2020 College Championship playoffs. You see Buddha, Clavin, and Flame Diddle. I want to credit some of the creativity of this name, because as I was reading Flame-a-Diddle, all I could think of was Flava Flav for some reason, and I absolutely love it because it just gives you that vibe of I'm gonna be on fire all day long. Now Michigan, they've got to find a way to answer that quickly with just 105 remaining, but then again, Vixa, Feeve, and Grau have played phenomenal, and right there, Clavin coming up, playing against the wall, gets the redirect in, and that right there is just a beautiful heads up shot from Clavin.
And that is just a recognition of, the numbers, because there's no one back on defense. It's a very quick counterattack, and it's a full sin from Michigan. All 3 players are in the attacking zone, and if that goes awry, then there's nobody back in time. It's going to be at least another 5 seconds before anybody does get back to the defensive end. So very good to recognize there's a chance, but obviously Michigan has no fear whatsoever to commit their whole team to the other side of the field.
You see Michigan, all 3 players were right there. A triple commit could have been dangerous with a little bit of a help from the bounce gods. You see Grau just doing an excellent job staying up. Flame-a-Diddle puts it to Buddha, and that's met by Vixa. We've seen how well Vixa has played today. The aerials and Grau doing such a good job. Feeve has been a beast along those backboards, and honestly, the rotations of Delaware has put him in a good position with just the last few seconds to go. You see a shot on goal. Can Buddha get there? No! Feeve buries it. What an amazing play. Heads up from Vixa. Watch this. Knocks it down to Feeve. Feeve is able to get that just past Buddha, and now with 3 seconds to go, Delaware is just moments away from the rematch that they're looking for against USF White.
Beautiful awareness, like you talk about. Vixa just sending that one straight down, and again, just to end the game, spike that one into the dirt, guarantee that that's going to be a victory for Delaware. And that is what I'll talk about. Michigan has no fear to send everybody to the front line, and they want to be able to put that much pressure on, try to find an opportunity and create a window with the numbers advantage. But Buddha just a little too far forward on the midfield line, can't get back in time, and unfortunately, we'll have to pay the price for it.
We get to look at some of the replays here of that series. I mean, you look at just game 1 and game 2. Both of these games, I'm sure, went back and forth as you look at the score. Michigan with game 1, 3-0 victory. And then you see game 2 coming back, Delaware, a 1-4 victory, taking on, a really good reaction timing. And then you see game 3, it kind of comes back a little bit short. You see the 2-1 in game 3, and then the overtime of game 4. Both of these teams played extremely well. Michigan did a great job to get all the way through, but at the same time, you see Delaware, they just wanted a chance at USF again, and now they've got one in the lower finals. And we will have some of these matches coming up right after this. We're going to take a break in just a moment from Play Versus. Welcome back to PlayVS Spring 2021 College Championship Playoffs. It's day 2. I'm the Doxology. Alongside me is Caribou, and we've got some insane Rocket League gameplay coming at you. We've already seen some amazing games. We started this day off with a matchup between USF White and the University of Delaware. And you know what? Legends have just given us an opportunity to see a beautiful repeat of this matchup right now in game 1 of the lower finals. You gotta love to see it, Caribou. We've already seen how well Fee, Vixa, and Grau have played, along with Someone Strange, Sharky, and Commit for USF. And right off the bat, Someone Strange says, yo, 7 seconds, Commit, I got you, bro, and comes in hot, powering that right in front of Grau. Grau just can't get enough of it there. And now USF with a 1-goal lead in game 1.
Yeah, both of them just trying to commit back, Grau and Vixa both. And they can't get themselves in front in time, and able to take one very quickly is huge for USF, just because we know how close the series is going to be. All of the games were like a 1 or 2 goal difference, save the lone exception that was a 4-1 in favor of Delaware. So this is going to be an absolute phenomenal series that every single goal is going to matter.
Every goal, every second, every boost that they pick up, whether it's from the midfield or that full boost along the lines. I mean, we're going to see the utilization of just the amazing gameplay. All of the season has led to this moment for a lot of these teams. They've found ways to get here, and now we're in the lower finals. The winner of this will go on to play King University, a 5 seed. I mean, a 5 seed. King has already locked themselves in the grand finals of the East region. I mean, it's going to be so exciting. Ooh. And right there, Sharky finding a way to bury it home. You see him come up quickly. Grau gets the little bounce trying to clear it, but instead Sharky throws it into the upper left, and you gotta love to see the celebrations. Rocket League does such a good job of customizing and allowing you to customize your cars, customize your goal celebrations. It's just a lot of fun to see. Someone Strange getting a beautiful save on goal right there. And now Vixa answering back quickly as the Dragons come out of the goal. You gotta love to see it. 2-1 game with 3:38 remaining in game 1 of the lower finals in the East region.
Yeah, Commit and Sharky, neither one of them just could get up in position. Someone Strange tries to challenge after the initial save. They can't get there in time. The difference maker that we saw from this team in the first time we watched them play today was Sharky's ability to win 50s and then just capitalizing on those. And the 50s that Sharky won ended up in goals getting scored for USF. And that kind of fizzled and dissipated over time as the series progressed. But being able to see Sharky get a goal scored just outright off of a rebound is a good sign for USF to get their offense going. But we know how lethal Delaware can be so quickly. Vixa picks up back-to-back goals here to tie this one up in no time flat.
You see the double commit from USF, and honestly, Vixa just making a great shot on goal. Now we have a tie ball game at 3:10 remaining. Honestly, it's been so incredible to watch these two go at it. We saw them go at it earlier, and that went 7 games. I mean, that was a amazing series. I'm anticipating the same, and with 2 minutes already gone by in game 1 and it being 2-2, we're in for a lot of action.
And that was a series that USF went up 3-1, and Delaware just was able to fight back, recognizing what they had to do to create their own opportunities to go this way. USF's defense, I gave them so much praise in the last time. Delaware could not break through in the sense that Vixa was able to get a couple of goals. Shows me the offense of Delaware is working a little bit better than the last time they faced off, which was only like a couple hours ago. So it's not like it's been a very long time, but Delaware certainly is feeling themselves now.
2-2 with 2:18 remaining in this game 1. Again, the other game that we might be keeping tabs on throughout the day is the West lower finals, as Vixa again coming in clutch. You see Someone Strange trying to clear it out, gets it, but ends up popping it too close to commit, and then Sharky can't get back quick enough. And Vixa, just a heads up, bang, bang play, throws it into the back of the net with a 1-goal lead now, 2:07 remaining. Vixa chips that forward, goes aerial for it, sees if anything can happen. I think that reaction was exactly what everybody was feeling in that moment.
Yeah, Vixa, I mean, just with the fake there, gets the flip reset, but nobody for USF tries to get up to challenge. They're all just kind of out of angle, just waiting, saying, and expecting someone else to go up to try to get the save. And the first one that Vixa gets, bouncing off of Sharky, we saw a goal like that went off of Sharky's front fender. So, I mean, USF's defense is in position, but sometimes they're just not quite acting, trying to get the save. So maybe communication's just not quite the way they want to be. There's a chance here for a putback, though.
That was a beautiful goal by Commit and someone strange. You see Commit going aerial over Feeve, playing it off the backboard, and then someone strange coming in clutch with that lag goal, and that puts him in a 1-goal deficit with 1:42. It's still a game. I mean, you look at the scoreboard, 4-3. We've seen quite a few goals within the first 3 minutes, so we're in for a little bit more in game 1.
Yeah, the 4-3 to game that we got in the first series was in overtime. So we had to go to extra time. We still got 90 seconds left here in this one. And Vixa, the one responsible for all 4 goals on the Delaware side. I'm kind of surprised at the offensive production we're seeing here, because this is not the same of what that first series was.
Commit tries to clear it out. Grau going super aerial for that. Doesn't use too much boost, and the control not to boost too much just in case there needs to be a redirect. Commit going up for it, trying to get it past midfield. Now Grau moving it, 1 minute remaining in this game 1. That's centered up, but someone strange gets that up. Vixa with some beautiful aerial movement. That is a shot that might have been on goal, but Feeve was able to knock it and clear it through. Sharky now trying to make something of it. Vixa says, no, I don't want it. Commit with a center off of the side. Grau now taps that up. Vixa taps it almost back into their own zone, but that gives Feeve a chance to get to it. And now Vixa with a lot of boost almost had another shot on goal. Instead, Commit is able to take it the other way. Grau going up for it, throws it into the corner. Someone strange playing it on the baseboard wall, and that's a shot from Sharky, and we've got a tie all game yet again. 20 seconds to go in this game.
Someone strange doesn't even put a lot of juice on that one, just enough of a little love tap to get it off the wall, and that's a playable ball from Sharky, using all the boost to get up early, recognizing your teammates setting you up. Great communication, great play there from those two to tie this game up.
And now with just a few seconds left, you see Sharky clears this all the way through. Vixa and Feeve playing back for Delaware. Feeve now trying to center it up. Commit hits that through, and that might go in as Vixa just banks it with 2 seconds to go. You see Feeve drops it down. Commit tries to stop it, and then Vixa follows it up. And that's just an excellent goal by Vixa, putting the team on its back. And now 2 seconds away from a game 1 victory of this lowers final, and the ball stays down, and there it is. So Delaware, I mean, absolutely controlling that game in those last few seconds. And Vixa, the entire game, put on a clinic of how to play Rocket League.
Yeah, and just getting goals however necessary, putting up all five goals there for the squad. I mean, just an impressive showing. Certainly not something you can expect to be repeated again in this series, but this is just such a good showing and a good sign of confidence from that team, because now we know that they can maneuver around the other side's defense and they can kind of make things work. And these two offenses both showed up, which is something we did not see in the first series. It was a very defensive game. And now, all of a sudden, we're seeing goals left and right.
Yeah, left and right, up and down, from the top, from the bottom. Delaware's a 2 seed. And I feel like they felt like with USF taking that first series, putting them into the lower, I think they're coming back with a little bit of a chip on their shoulder saying, look, let us show you why we're a 2 seed. And we've got another chance to come back very strong. Now, on the other side of things, USF has done a great job. They're an 11 seed. As game 2 is coming right now, and we're going to see probably a couple of course corrections throughout this game on whether it goes fast and slow, I know Someone Strange and Commit and Sharky do a great job of maintaining momentum and boost. And you see right there, USF has a lot of the boost right off the bat, but Grau coming in quick, trying to get it into the offensive zone, takes a shot a little bit on goal, but Someone Strange plays that wall beautifully. That's a centered, but Sharky with a beautiful save just knocks that free. I don't even know if that was going to necessarily count as a save, but Sharky did a great job of clearing that out.
Yeah, to start this one off, again, just a little bit slower here, but Sharky with good saves. Sharky made, as I said, a lot of a difference in their first series. You know, winning a lot of 50s and giving the team the possession, letting USF set something up on the other side. Because in a traditional offensive sense, USF just seems to play a little bit better in that first one. This time around, now Delaware has shown that they have an answer for pretty much anything and everything they come at that they can throw at them. So this is a completely different series than the first time around we saw these teams.
You see Vixa with a shot on goal, Commit with a beautiful save. Feeve now throwing that up. Someone Strange trying to clear it out. Grau and Vixa going up for it. You see Feeve redirecting it. Sharky just kind of bounces that out to the midfield and then follows it up and gets it all the way cleared. Feeve playing it off the wall. That's going to be somewhat centered. Someone Strange has to try to keep it away from Grau and Vixa, and they do. Someone Strange now plays it off the wall, but a great defensive effort. Now Sharky just floats it as Commit comes through. Can't quite get the redirect, and now that's an opportunity as nobody quite got to it. And Sharky with a shot on goal, that goes wide. Commit with a re-put back, and that's a great save. Oh my goodness, it goes back and forth, and now Grau trying to get it past the midfield, and that ends up trickling right about midfield. Vixa, is he going to take a shot right here? Goes aerial, puts it down into Commit. Now Feeve with a shot and almost completes the goal. Oh my goodness, you see the two go back for USF. Sharky pushing it along the boards. It's been almost 2 minutes and 15 seconds before we've seen anybody score in this game. I mean, this is a defensive battle exactly like what we saw in the first series between the two. And now finally Someone Strange breaks that with 2:38 remaining. See, Someone Strange just chipped it to himself and then got to it before Grau could.
Yeah, and Grau made a phenomenal save just prior to that, just to keep that ball out of the net, and made a good read on it. But second time around, instead, wasn't moving forward or back. Instead, just has to jump straight up and using the boost to get in better position. And unfortunate, just can't get enough of an angle on it. And now fire straight back. Someone Strange twice in a row, putting USF up here, starting out with such a good defensive battle, and then in 15 seconds, USF puts up 2 goals.
And that has a lot to do with the boost that Someone Strange got right off the bat there and was able to get a lot of momentum. And he saw that opportunity to push it past the defenders quickly and utilize that boost. He still had 47 boosts to his name when he scored that goal. So you're gonna see some of the boost battle right now as Sharky with a beautiful double move. Feeve, how in the world did Feeve recognize and stay down? If Feeve had jumped up and used any boost, that ball would have gone right under him. But instead, Feeve doesn't move a muscle and doesn't flinch. I mean, you call him Matt Barnes in front of Kobe, I guess, but dadgum, that was insane.
And that's just a good disciplined defense, just knowing to stay home and sit there, watch that one, wait for it to go. Because, like you said, if he does jump, potential angle of the car is going to send that one across the line back of the net. And then on the other side, knowing the angle of the car that's going to put the ball in the back of the net, he does exactly that on the offensive front. Beautiful long clear, Feed with the redirect to keep it away from the defense. Beautiful shot, beautiful goal there. Still down 1, but that's a good way to start the comeback.
You gotta love to see Feeve doing it on both sides of the ball. Very, very composed as Feeve playing it off the ceiling and almost gets a double bounce off of Commit there. Grau with a shot on goal. Someone Strange is there. Vixa tried to get it chipped back up, but instead, it's all the way down into the defender side zone, and Sharky is there battling along the boards. Someone Strange, that goes high, but Commit is right there and is met with adversity in front of the goal. A lot of pushing and shoving, a lot of physical gameplay. They're utilizing the boost, and Feeve just stopped in his tracks to make that block. I mean, the wherewithal of this Caribou is just so impressive to recognize I need to immediately break. Instead of boost or instead of trying to turn around, he just breaks and makes that block.
And that's the smartest thing to do, just to challenge before they can even get that ball in front of the net to try to side flip, try to flick it in. A couple of demos back and forth here. I mean, Delaware, from what we saw in the first series, was a team that had minor mistakes on rotations where they would leave an opening on the goal line and nobody would be able to get back in front. USF capitalizing on those to get goals scored. This time around, Delaware is playing very well, very disciplined defense, not giving up anything. Their rotations are on point. They're taking care of business. Unfortunately, they find themselves down 2-1 because they can't get anything to get it clear, to get a possession, and a transition attack.
See, with 12 seconds remaining in this game, USF trying to even the series out in 1-1. Feeve throws it up, and again, even when it hits double zeros, unless it touches the ground, Feeve can't get it chipped. Now it's on the wall. Can they actually do anything with it? But instead, Sharky is able to knock it down. And yeah, just like you said, there was no boost. You see someone strange with 6 shots on goal, and those 6 shots are really what gave them that 2-1 victory. Honestly, I anticipated this to be a neck-and-neck battle, just like the prior series. But this doesn't feel like any team necessarily has the momentum yet. So I'm waiting to see who makes that breakout play that puts their team in that momentum of, we've got this, let's go get it.
Yeah, and on both sides, I mean, USF and for Delaware, both of their defenses are playing phenomenal. Delaware's doing a great job to challenge, to go up there and get the ball, to slow down USF's offensive attacks. On the other side, USF is just being able to keep the ball on the other side. They're able to keep possession around the midfield and then pushing into the attacking zone. So it's good that they're not really having to rely too much on a defensive front, because it's not a thing that they have to worry about for a random opportunity like they did in the first game where Vixa put up 5 goals. It's a completely different organism in this game where now we've gone back to the defensive play style. And just like you said, and just like we saw in the last one between Nebraska San Jose State, we're waiting on that breakout for someone to pick up the momentum. But I expect a 7-game series again.
It's looking that way as game number 3 of the lower finals are underway, and you gotta look at just how these teams have played so well all throughout their games so far today. But not only today, but yesterday and day 1 of this championship, someone strange almost had an opportunity to kick that one in, but instead it's cleared out. But both of these teams have done so incredibly well with communicating and then bouncing things out. Sharky clearing it back in. Can he play it off the wall? No. Grau decides, I'm going to go ahead and take it. And there's a good rotation as Feeve comes back. Vixa can't get to it midfield. Grau just needs to bounce it up to allow all of their teams. That was a big-time demolition. Vixa with a big-time shot, but that was a nice save. Grau is back to be able to try to play this off the wall. Plays it all the way off the wall from on top of his goal. And now Sharky, another good clear. A minute already gone by in game 3. I mean, Caribou, the back and forth and the boost control. Not one team. I have not seen one team control the boost in this entire series.
No, and Sharky again, I mean, we saw the hero play in the first series, winning a 50, getting a clearance that was wayward of the goal, and that's the difference maker between this. And every single goal is going to be one you have to take with, a huge amount of gratitude, because of the sense that they're not going to be easy to come by. I think game 1 probably comes out as a little bit of an outlier that will be in this series, because these defenses have just really stepped up and they don't want to allow this. But a demo on the backside, Vixa primed and ready at the top of the key to get the shot on, get the goal after the double commit on the save. Delaware just taking advantage of the mistake on defense. Very rare mistake from USF on the defensive side.
3:05 remaining in game number 3. Delaware with a 1-goal lead. And that is why Vixa is so incredibly lethal. There's a big demo. Sharky trying to clear it out and give an opportunity for somebody to maybe make a shot on goal. Someone strange comes up. Commit is there. Now Sharky grabs that mid boost and immediately goes backward. But instead, Grau is met by someone strange. Feeve now plays it off the wall. Ooh. That's a nice shot. That goes wide though. Commit gets all the way into the corner, plays it off the wall. Vixa comes up, can't quite connect with it to get centered. Feeve now A beautiful opportunity for Grau. Vixen throws it back, and now you just see the ball going back and forth, almost like a ping pong match, where these teams are trying to find an open opportunity to make that payday shot.
The demo here, that might be what they need to get a numbers advantage very briefly, but we've seen just the outstanding individual play of Sharky on the defensive side to stop this Delaware attack, and that's the worst case scenario for Delaware, because in the counter, that's where they're the strongest, is to be able to get something where they have a numbers advantage and strike quickly. But Sharky's just the one, literally a shark in the water, that Delaware cannot get around.
2:05 remaining in game 3. Someone Strange using almost all the boost that he has. There's a big opportunity, and Someone Strange coming from the top side. You saw him pick up the boost, and he comes flying out of nowhere. A beautiful center from Sharky, and then Someone Strange just knowing exactly the angle he needs to be at to hammer that one home from the top.
And that's, again, just watching Delaware just try to be in a position where they can rotate back around, but someone just a little bit slower on their defensive move, can't get there in time. And that's a thing that we saw a little too frequently in the first series for them, but fortunate and great awareness right there by Sharky, realizing Vix is coming in to be able to dodge that demo and still be there for the save after the fact. It's a small, subtle thing again, but Sharky's just playing again with another save right there. Sharky is a defensive phenom in this series. I don't know what Sharky had for breakfast or lunch or even dinner, but good Lord, out of his mind.
You see Commit playing the body and Grau having to try to bounce Commit out of the way, and that's just really good awareness. And Commit making plays on both sides of the ball. You see him come through. Sharky coming up, getting ready to play off the wall. Again, you see the utilization of the area. That's a good bounce out. Now Commit has a 2v1. Vixa and Grau have to find a way to get back. Can they chip it to the outside? They do, but Commit comes out. That's centered up. Someone Strange comes up, but that's met by Feeve flying in. Now Sharky chips that back forward, plays it with a little bit of boost, but Feeve goes up and contests it. And now Someone Strange, oh my goodness, that was a beautiful move. Tries to power that through Grau and get the double bounce, but instead Grau gets the center mass right in the center of the ball. And this is going to go in as Feeve comes up with a nice little goal centered by Grau. You see Feeve just chips it right up and over. 20 seconds or so remain in this game, and Delaware has a 1-goal lead. Something we need to mention as well. Long Beach and Nebraska are underway in the lowers of the West region, and Long Beach has already taken game 1, basically a 3-0, though it's 5-0 in game 1, but the last 2 were kind of garbage time goals, so I don't think those necessarily count. And Nebraska now trailing this best of 7 series 0-1. They've got to find a way to come back in that one. In our series, Delaware looking to take game 3 right now. Commit, can he get it hopped up? Sharky's got to bounce it through. Can they get it tied up? As the ball is still alive, zeros across the board. Vixa finally tries to throw it down, but instead he throws it into the back of the net. So Delaware is going to take game 3, and that's a 3-0 victory, or a 3-1 victory, excuse me. Gotta love to see how well both of these teams played, but look at the stats from Delaware. I mean, the 3 shots on goal from Vixa. Vixa's done a great job of controlling, done a great job of maintaining, and honestly, we're going to see who exactly is going to be able to make that play, because I still am waiting for that momentum shifting play. This is the lower finals, Caribou. I feel like one of these players is going to come through and just raise the bar and say, this is where I turned it on, and we're going to carry this home.
And there is, to the nth degree, a chance that we might have already seen that in game 1 with what Vixa did. I mean, putting up all 5 goals in that first one is a phenomenal step up. On the other side, Feeve playing exceptionally well on the defense. You know, they're just not really letting anything go by. Delaware's defense has significantly improved from the last time these two faced off. And just looking to see what USF can do, because their defense now is the one that every once in a while you'll see a slight little slip up where there's an opportunity on the other way. But this is such a close series still, only a goal or 2 to separate them. it still could go either way.
Either way, indeed. And now with game 4 right around the corner, I think USF has done a good job so far of maintaining balance, maintaining boost. And I think what I anticipate is they may become a little bit more physical. We've seen some good demos, but we haven't seen any necessarily that have affected goals, as Vixa on the kickoff throws it back to Someone Strange. Someone Strange has done a phenomenal job along with Sharky and Commit for USF. Now, it's game 4. They've got to really turn it on. They're only down by 1 in this series. It's a best of 7, so they're still doing fine. But you don't want to give too much. You don't want to, overcommit or give too much momentum to Delaware and the way that they're playing.
Yeah, and just watching what they have been doing, it's unfortunate that a couple of the goals scored by Sharky have been for the other team. Just the wrong angle off the bumper. You see the picture in picture after a commanding victory. Game 1, the 3-0. Nebraska up 2-0 in their second game. Watching their comeback, so it seems like Nebraska's figured something out here.
We've seen Sarge, Chan, and Agro do such a good job. You see they lead 2-0 with about a minute 40 remaining. And again, they're coming back from a lot of really good games. They just played SJSU and they won in 5. You think about that. They lost the first game to SJSU and then they took the next 4. So the momentum that they have, they want to carry that through. Delaware or Long Beach at the same time, they are a 2 seed. Nebraska's a 4 seed. So it would be an upset. And, maybe Long Beach is saying, look, we shouldn't have been here in the first place. But instead, in our game right now, Delaware and Feeve are doing a great job of maintaining their momentum and pushing it home. That's another goal. And Feeve has done so well getting those redirects and making something happen out of them. 3:31 remain in game 4, and Delaware looking to take a 3-1 lead in the series if they can come away with this win. On the other side, USF. Sharky, Someone Strange, and Commit have done a great job so far, but Caribou, what do they got to do to make something happen right now?
I think at that point, they almost had that save and they almost had that stop because you had both Grau and Vixa in the net. So if that one goes wide and they are able to stop that, then they can go the other way in a transition and almost kind of flip the roles of what we saw in the first game where Delaware had to go in transition and get quick counterattacks. That might be what USF has to do because of the fact that Delaware's defense is playing significantly better. And even with the double commit on the saves on this side, they got to find something to have numbers advantage the other way and strike quickly.
You see Sharky going up for it. Sharky's been an absolute beast today for USF. You see, that's a ball that could have been dangerous, but instead Sharky is there to knock it wide. Halfway through this game, number 4, doing a really good job working along the boards, trying to get it to the wider side of the field, out of that middle where a shot can really be punishing. And I haven't seen too much utilization or wasting a boost. You see 100 for Commit, 86 for Someone Strange. Sharky's finally down low. There's a big time demo in the goal, but Someone Strange with some beautiful handling, and Vixa just a redirect. That's centered up, but Feeve is there, and now Vixa, can he get the middle? No, he can't. He can't get the midway boost, and the close boost is gone. So now he's got to find something, utilizing the double bounce to get all the way back on defense, and Grau comes up. Sharky goes up for it, and now finally Vixa with 0 boost tries to clear it out. Someone Strange controls it all the way through, as that was an amazing attempt. Almost a beautiful shot. Sharky keeps it in. Feeve with a shot on goal. It goes up. Someone Strange again finding a way to make it happen on both sides of the ball. 1:22 remaining in this game. Caribou, it's just back and forth and back and forth.
Delaware in a very dangerous situation there. They have 8 boosts between all 3 players, and it was just threatening and waiting for USF to have the angle because they had boost advantage. They almost get one there. And to go back to the other side, we saw a little slip up between Vixa and Grau where they just ended up bumping each other, which unfortunately shuts down the entire possession. They can't get anything going after that. So with the 1-0 lead here, they're fortunate USF wasn't able to step up and exploit the weakness of Delaware at that given time, but still just trying to hold on to this lead.
You see Sharky coming up with 0 boost, can't do too much with it. Chips it up to someone strange. Vixa tries to clear it out. Now Grau powers it home. Feeve with a shot on goal. Sharky goes up, and an amazing save by Sharky with under 30 seconds remaining. That's another shot on goal, and Sharky just kind of chips it and sidesteps away, trying to get back. Grau on the attack. Delaware not going to let up. Someone strange has to find something. It goes up into the midfield. Everybody's in the air for just a little bit. Now Commit, can he get through? Grau with a beautiful shot that goes a little bit high, and now the last few seconds of this game are ticking down. Someone strange has to keep it up in the air. Sharky taps it. Vixa, is he going to power it down? No, can't quite get it down. Grau. Commit comes up for it. Someone strange comes up for it, and now it's in the air. Somehow keeps it up. Oh my goodness, 0 zeros across the board. Commit, it's still alive, and right there, Commit just can't keep the ball in the air, and Delaware taking game 4. Oh my goodness. The way that game ended up being so incredibly close, could have been anybody's game, but now Delaware with a 3-1 lead in this best of 7 series. Caribou, what does USF have to do to get back in this series?
The thing is, like, they're barely losing these games, and if Sharky's not on the line to accidentally help out the other side and score a couple goals, and we might see extra time in that other game that they would end up losing. I think game 3 was the one that Sharky had a couple of accidental own goals. But if they're right there, they're so close to it. They got to find a way. They've had so many chances here in this game alone where Delaware completely starved out of boost, had nothing. They're letting Delaware reset and get their rotations back in. I think they need to press the occasion a little more. Take some notes from the West Virginia basketball defense. Play a little press Virginia, get up in their face, full court, front to back, and just stop them on all facets of this gameplay. And that's the way I think you're going to be able to take one back.
And I'm looking at kind of a game 5 scenario we saw before with Nebraska coming back after giving up game 1, and then they took the next 4. As we start game 5 right now, I'm looking at how USF is going to have an answer to Feeve and Vixa. They've done so well working along the midfield and getting that midfield boost and allowing themselves to make those longer shots that have really opened up the playing field for rebounds and things like that. And Grau has done an amazing job on defense. Now Commit going aerial, playing the double bounce, but Feeve is right there all the way, followed him all the way down, and Vixa playing defense as well. Someone strange, using every bit of boost to get that back into the zone. 30 seconds have already gone by in game number 5. And honestly, Caribou, you see just the aggression from Delaware. They're playing so incredibly aggressive that it's putting USF on its heels and having to use a lot of boost. You see someone strange all the way in the air, trying to play it off the wall. Sharky, same way. They're using a lot of boost on defense instead of on the offensive front.
And this can go all the way back to a point of where we're seeing and how we're seeing USF play in this one. They lost their series against King up top 4-1. And it's been 4.5 hours since they played Delaware. So this is, as we talked about, a marathon. You have to have the stamina to be able to sit down and focus and play this at the top of your game all day long. And Vixa going to get one here. Vixa, the difference maker, game 1, ends up putting Delaware up with the first goal, starting that possession with a steal in the passing lane. But USF, honestly, digitally looks exhausted.
USF also, Sharky, an accidental goal. Again, trying to rotate back. Commit didn't get it. Sharky now gets the demo right off the bat and wins the kickoff in a way. I mean, you see how quickly the tide can turn. 3:28 remaining in this game. Delaware with a lead. They're looking to move on to the grand finals. And remember, they're going to be playing King University, who have already tapped up their grand finals in the East region. On the other side of things, you look at Nebraska and Long Beach as Grau powers one home. And now with a 2-goal lead with 3:10 remaining, Delaware in a good position as Grau just gets a putback. But you look at the other side in the West, you've got Nebraska and Long Beach, the 2 and the 4 seed. Long Beach being the 2 seed, they took game 1 very well. But game 2, Nebraska had some answers, and they came back and won that 2-1. So I'm sure we're going to check in with that game, as that is another one that's going to be extremely close. And the winner of that one will go to the grand finals in the West against Mizzou. And just think about that. Mizzou is a 1. If Long Beach wins, that's going to be a 1-2 in the West, which is kind of crazy to think, but that's extremely great to see in how well these teams getting there and fighting back. You think, Long Beach pretty much carried all the way through in the West, and then Mizzou Gold has just done a phenomenal job as Grau makes a great save with 2:20 remaining. Delaware up 2-0 Caribou. Both of these teams, they've done a good job this game, but USF, like you said, they're looking digitally exhausted, like they can't really get anything to happen. Sharky coming up finally to make that shot, but Caribou, at this point, what do you do if you're USF?
I think it's just a little bit of an in-game mental reset. Granted, you don't have the opportunity to do it between games because this is potentially the end-all, be-all for your run in this PlayVS Rocket League Championship bracket. So you have to find something like here and now. Just everyone take a breath. Okay, reset yourselves. It's only 2 goals. You still have over a minute and a half to play. It's completely feasible to be able to get a goal very quickly. You just got to be on point with your rotations, on point with your play, and reupholster basically your communications. Because I feel like that's probably where it's slipping through the cracks.
Yeah, and Delaware has done a really good job of maintaining the pressure. With 1:15 remaining in this game 5, you think about it, they can take it right now and move themselves into the grand finals against King University, and they're a 2 seed going up against the 5 seed. King has played extremely well, but think about the momentum shift that if Delaware puts this home and Feeve comes up and buries it, and now with a 3-goal lead and under a minute to go, it's one step closer for Delaware to go up against King University in the Eastern Grand Finals. On the Western side, Long Beach ended up taking game 3 of the lower finals. And that was a close game. That was only 1-0, and Long Beach only won that game on a goal with 7 seconds remaining in the game. This is where it comes down to the nitty-gritty, gameplay of each of these teams.
Yeah, everyone that watched the RLCS and watched True Neutral win that series, you thought the phenomenal Rocket League gameplay was over at the conclusion of that broadcast. Well, we picked right back up where they left off in phenomenal gameplay. I thought that 3rd goal was going to be the dagger that pretty much sealed the deal, but Sharky here, as well as someone strange stepping up to get the shot on, they're trying, they're fighting, they're saying they don't want to end this one not like this, at least not getting shut out, because they took this first series 7 games. They know that they're better than this, but they have to get one almost immediately.
Not like this indeed. With 10 seconds to go, down by 2, they've got to make something happen, and as the last few seconds tick off, you gotta see that it's just a little bit too late, and Delaware game 5 winning and moving on to the grand finals against King University. And again, that's going to be an extremely good matchup. King University has played very well, a 5 seed, but Delaware working from the lower bracket back into this tournament is phenomenal. And I honestly want to credit USF too for the way that they played all the way to the end. You see Sharky and Someone Strange. Someone Strange has done an amazing job. As we look at some of the replays here in Caribou, you can walk through some of the amazing plays that we saw, but both teams did a phenomenal job. Delaware just getting the victory.
And I think we were spoiled with the difference maker of this series to open this one up with Vixa putting up 5 goals single-handedly for Delaware and getting them through that one with that victory. A couple, of course, bouncing off the front fender of Sharky, which unfortunately became all too common of an occurrence in this series. There was like 3 or 4 goals where that was the difference maker, that Sharky was the accidental rebound to send that one across the line. But just an absolute banger to start this one out in the 5-4 final, and then the defense has really started to step up. But you could just see the exhaustion coming through for USF, where they just were a little bit slower, the comms potentially just a little off kilter, where they could not quite get what they wanted to flow through in their game plans. And yeah, they take game number 2 in that 2-1 scoreline, but after that, it's just Delaware in control, finding the gameplay they want. Vixa, Feeve, and Grau, all 3 of them really stepping up to send this one home.
And you look at where we started at the beginning of the day with the matchup between USF and Delaware in the upper bracket. USF winning that one. I think Delaware had a little bit of a chip on their shoulder coming into this. You know, they lost game 2, and that was a close fought game 2-1. But then taking game 3, 4, and 5 to wrap things up in this series puts them in the grand finals against King University, and that's going to be amazing to watch. I can't wait to see how they kind of adapt with that, which is going to be really, really exciting. I definitely think that we're going to be watching Nebraska and Long Beach next, because that is the lowers. Like in the West side too, we talked about it before, but the seeding has been so incredibly to watch, as Nebraska's a 4 seed, Long Beach a 2 seed. You see it's 1-1 with 46 seconds to go. Honestly though, you look at the game 4 of this, Nebraska is really trying to find a way to even things out and then make it a best of 3. This best of 7 matchup is so good. We've seen how well Agro and Chan and Sarge, 30 seconds remaining. Tactical Whiffs. You gotta love the name from Long Beach.
Beautiful.
Such an amazing name. Helmsy, and then that is that Coup Blue Fighter. I'm gonna imagine that's Coup Blue Fighter, but doing such a good job. Long Beach, a 2 seed, trying to make it into the grand finals as the last few seconds are getting ready to tick off. Sarge centers it up, but that's chipped all the way out. Helmsy, can he get to it with just a second left? Honestly, if he had just stayed a little bit slower, he might have been able to chip that in. And now we're into extra time in game 4.
And this is something that I love to see from Long Beach, because I briefly touched on it yesterday. You don't see a lot of the differences. A lot of these teams run in the triple octane just because it's a good all-around jack-of-all-trades vehicle. It's arguably the best overall, does a little bit of everything. But Long Beach, they got at least one Dominus on the field, which is better for striking, better on the offensive side. You get a little better control to be a little more accurate. Sarge even switching it up to run the Fennec here, I think was running with the Octane earlier. So see adjustments being made in these series as the talent level increases, these teams recognizing they have to be able to specialize in something a little bit better.
40 seconds into extra time, and now that's a shot. Can Tactical Whiffs get it in? And he does. And that is a goal. 2-1 victory for Long Beach, and now they've taken game 3 and game 4, and that puts them in a great position to put away Nebraska and head to that grand finals. You see that overtime goal, but the 21 card touches by Tactical Whiffs as well is a big ordeal, because when you play physical like that, you bump people out of the way, you create a little bit of space for your teammates to make some moves, not to mention it disrupts a lot of the rotations, and if you can't get rotations, you can't get boost.
Just being able to stop the gameplay, the strategy, and just disrupt the flow of the other team. But now with Long Beach, up 3-1, in a position to feel comfortable about this, regardless of how close these games have been between them, they're just itching to get back up to the top side of the bracket, to get a little bit of revenge against that Mizzou squad that sent them here in the first place.
And now game 5. Again, this is the lower finals of the West. They're trying to go up against Mizzou Gold in the grand finals of the West region. Honestly, both of these teams have done a phenomenal job. We saw Nebraska play so incredibly well earlier as that shot goes off the top bar. Tactical Whiffs just whipped there. Oh my goodness. You see Helmsy playing back. The rotations are so well. And of course, they should be. I mean, these are the best of the best teams in the West. of course, we're going to see some really good rotations and some really good shots, but look at the boost control. Both teams had full boost for a little bit there. I mean, Caribou, how often do you see where both teams are fully boosted?
Just the only time when everyone's just resetting and they just let the ball kind of float around in between possession, and being able to see something like that where a team is on the attacking front is incredibly unique because of the sense that the defense is at max capacity to be able to stop whatever the offense is trying to do, and the offense is able to speed things up and try to get a good center, good pass off. But I mean, we're going to see theoretically and hopefully we'll see the specialization of people using the Dominus, and why that car with that such a long hitbox is so good to be able to redirect these plays and get these types of a musty flick or something. Like I'm wanting something flashy like that, because we haven't seen any of it through any competition. So I haven't seen one musty flick. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little disappointed.
I can hear it in your voice, but at the same time, we've seen such good utilization of those wall shots and those corner shots. We've seen Sarge actually in the series before, as Shan makes a amazing save right there in the goal and now tries to follow it through. Tactical Whiffs is there to meet it right in front of the goal, kicks it out, and that's a good clear, but Sarge is there. We saw Sarge earlier against SJSU with a beautiful side shot from that corner, and that is an amazing knock from Sarge coming in with the save. I was going to say Aggro had that knock from up top, trying to make sure that it was cleared out, but it bounced right back to him, and then Sarge was able to make that save. Aggro gets absolutely obliterated and can't get up to make that save, as Long Beach scores first with 2:37 to go. Look at Cool Blue Fighter coming in and just hitting Aggro, knocking him out of the way, and that's the physicality that you're going to see in this matchup.
And Aggro is such a good defensive player, has done so well in all the series we've seen so far to be able to lock down that goal line in exactly what they needed to do. Kublu did a great job to just bump the defender out of the way, guarantee that Helmsy gets the redirect, a little bit easier to do with the Dominus compared to the Octane. They have better control on angles of the shots they take, so just one of the small things that is a minuscule difference, but something that is very noticeable to the players.
205, and that's a big demolish right in the front of the goal, as you see a couple players going up for it but not able to capitalize on it. Tactical Whiffs, I thought for a second was going to let that one go through, but instead tried to hit it out into the corner. Helmsy clears it out, and now Sarge. We've seen Sarge play so incredibly well, but now he has to go on the retreat and get back on defense as Kublu comes in with another big demolition in the goal, which opens just an absolute free goal right here by Tactical Whiffs. Nobody is able to get to it. Sarge was almost there, but again, Long Beach just powering through, being a little bit more physical with 137 remaining in this game, trying to put it away.
They've done so well on the offensive side. This is something that I love to see from teams, and something I was frankly surprised to not see from more teams. I understand everyone using a triple octane. We've seen a couple of changes in some roster lineups where they go to a Fennec or something to try to add a little more versatility to the roster. But seeing such a small amount of Dominus being used in this bracket from start to finish in all of them, and maybe they've been all hidden to me off stream, but it's such a strong vehicle choice that I can't believe we haven't seen more of them, and Long Beach really flexing the usefulness of them in the sense they're just such powerful. They're so low profile, low to the ground, they can really get the movement, and they pack a punch.
You see the double commit, and then Sarge has to get all the way back with 43 seconds remaining. Long Beach with a 2-goal lead, looking to put away Nebraska and move on to the grand finals. And really right now, Nebraska just has to get a shot on goal. They have to get something into the back of the net as soon as possible. Chan goes up for it, but can't quite commit. Now Aggro going up with a shot off the backboard. Sarge coming back for it, chips it forward, tries to bounce it forward, but then again, met by 2 defenders. Can Chan get to it? Helmsy controls it, moves it all the way up into the skyrocket. They're eating up time right now. 10 seconds remaining. And now, as the final seconds tick off, the lower West championship right here, you see the lower bracket of these finals are about to go final, and Long Beach, now the 2 seed and the 1 seed. What a storyline, as Aggro with a little bit of a last ditch effort with all zeros on the board. Long Beach, though, oh my goodness, they're working their way all the way back in, and now it's going to be a 1 and a 2 in the grand finals of the West. I mean, can you ask for anything better, Caribou?
The only thing you can ask for is just a little bit of a better showing from Long Beach, just based off of on paper what happened last time around with a 4-1 series to Mizzou. So something's got to change for Long Beach. Hopefully they're going to be able to continue the success that they just saw in this series, because, I mean, the way they roll with Nebraska and roll through Nebraska, it's not going to be an easy challenge to face off against a Mizzou squad that on paper has looked so good from start to finish in this tournament.
You see some of these replays, and just like you said before, I mean, it is going to be a big time matchup. The first time they met was pretty much in the finals against Mizzou and Long Beach. So this is just that rematch that we get to see that I think everybody anticipated between the 1 and the 2. But Mizzou, like you said, a 4-1, just domination. You see how well they have recorrected, and I think this gives them a little bit of a momentum boost. So we'll see if they carry some of this into that grand finals matchup. And Mizzou, they've already seen how well Long Beach plays. They've already seen this, and so they had the opportunity to watch this entire series and study up. So I wouldn't be surprised if Mizzou is just sitting back, ready to go for the grand finals, which we will have when we come back. We're going to take a break from PlayVS. We'll be back right after this.
Laying under palm trees, waiting for the summer, knowing there's nowhere to go. 'Cause I am happy on this island, wanna be my farmland. I don't ever want to leave, I'm in a tropic club.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Play versus Spring 2021 College Playoff Championships. Like, this is what I've honestly been waiting for. I'm the Doxology. Alongside me is Caribou. And we've seen 2 days now of Rocket League and an amazing double elimination tournament. Of course, day 2 has been a 7-game, best of 7. And honestly, it's been amazing. We've seen some of these teams twice, and now we're finally into the grand finals of the East and West. And it's going to be so, I'd say, unique, because Delaware has been really hot, and they're going to be facing off against King University, which really has tapped itself in, and now they haven't played in a while because we were waiting on the lower brackets to finish who was going to be playing against them. And then same with Mizzou, Long Beach and Mizzou on the west side of things. That's going to be interesting because Mizzou has already beat Long Beach 4-1. So it's going to be kind of unique how these games are going to play out. And then again, you look at the top seed is going to have a little bit of an advantage going into this, Caribou.
Yeah, going to have a 1-game advantage to break into this, which is already significantly better for, Mizzou, because of the fact that they are just going to have to only win 3 more times. And that goes on the other side, on the other bracket for the University of Delaware, technically, even though they're coming out of the losers bracket. If I'm reading that right, it's the seeding, not as to where they came from. But it would make sense because King's in the winners bracket that they would get a game. Someone's going to have to fact check me on that one. Someone's going to tell me. Okay, so yeah, whoever comes from winner's side is going to be able to get the 1 game. So King actually gets the 1 game. It's not explicitly to the who is the higher seed.
And we've already
it's going to be
seen,
awesome.
Yeah, we've already seen kind of the way that these teams have played throughout the day. And you're right. Like, it is a unique setup, as you'll see King with the 1-game lead already in this regional grand finals. So King getting on the board quickly. Casey Colts 81. And I love the fact that they've got Mate on, or May at, I guess that's M at. I guess that should be Matt, shouldn't it? That's going to be
nice.
Matt. Sway on their team. King's in the gray, Delaware's in the orange. Don't worry about it. We've been going for a while, and we're ready to go some more. We've seen Feeve, Vixa, and Grau do an amazing job coming back from the losers bracket, but now trailing 1-0 with 4:27 remaining in this game.
This is going to be an interesting series, too, because both of these teams beat USF in a 4-1 scoreline. So, theoretically, on paper, they both would be even. But with KC getting that first goal and King already being up a game, it's going to be that much more pressure on Delaware, who absolutely fought tooth and nail to get back to the top side of the bracket, and certainly cannot count them out, even though they find themselves in the bracket's 1-0 inherent deficit.
You see the usage of the cars, and you got to love the different customizations that Rocket League gives you the ability. And I absolutely love the fact that Rocket League has so many possibilities, as Vixa almost hammered that home. Feeve playing really well. Grau coming up, trying to make something happen. Feeve working the wall all the way through. Sway knocks it back out with 3:32 remaining in this game. And again, this is the grand finals. So you've got a little bit of interesting setup with the fact that King, coming from the winner's side, has a 1-game lead already on the 7-game series.
Yeah, and just to watch how King has gotten here. I mean, they 3-0, 3-1, or a 4-2 in their only other best of 7 here that they played to get to this point. So the games they've won in a semi-convincing fashion, and earning that extra game added bonus in this finals is a great thing for King, and just looking to continue the success, even though, as you said, they've had a little bit of a break waiting for the losers finals to play out for Delaware to get here. So just hoping that they can still be warm and primed for this series.
You see Sway playing it along the boards. Feeve knocks it back into the attacking zone. Can Vixa get to it? Colts absolutely smashes Vixa out of the way, and now Grau kind of just plays it off the wall. Colts, good aerials to control it and then get it out from the middle. Feeve tries to center it, ends up going right to Matt. That's honestly just one of those things that you don't really anticipate that rebound coming back that way, but instead it kind of pushed back in favor of the opponent. Now Sway and Thief doing a good job. Vixa and Thief and Grau all in the attacking zone. Matt goes back to get the mid full boost, and now playing back with 3 minutes gone on this first game. Vixa with the shot on goal, Sway with an amazing save, and now you're gonna see a little bit of rotation as Thief comes back in. Colts using every bit of boost to get that cleared out. Grau tries to chip it back up and over. Vixa playing it off the wall, and that comes forward, but Matt is there and is taken out in the air. Oh my goodness, that could have been very, very dangerous. 135 remaining. Thief, great control, playing along the boards, tries to chip it down, but Matt stays home. Vixa now throws it up. We'll see if Sway goes for it or if Matt does. Great patience by Grau right there.
And just good patience across the board for Delaware. You know, that whole possession starting after they lost all their boost and had to send back to reset, but King taking advantage of them on the commit to the other side. Everyone using all of their boost to try to get in position to try to stop that one in midfield, but Sway just streaking downfield, already awaiting the pass, and just had to bump that one in to give King the 2-0 advantage.
1:12 remaining as Fee almost capitalizes on that, and now Delaware's got to find a way to get back on defense as Sway is coming looking for the double bounce, almost completes it. That goes just wide, and now Grau needs to clear it out. 1 minute remaining in this game. They do not want to go down 2-0. Again, the team coming from the upper bracket, the winners bracket, has a 1-game lead. That was King University. So King already leads the series 1-0, and they're looking to put it on Delaware and go up 2-0.
Being able to have that small advantage, you know, even just with the 1-0 already, but to get the 2-0, you know, we've seen it time and again where it's something that's of comfort, where you have a little bit more, where you don't have to worry so much, but it's also something that is very easy to come back from, and Delaware is a team that is good enough. We've seen what Vixa can do to very quickly put points on the board. This is a team that, even though losing a game, you cannot count them out in the series.
Not at all, as Vixa misses that one. Fee now with the last few seconds ticking off in this game. That's going to be King taking game 1, but technically we can call that game 2 if we need to, because they've got a 2-game lead on this 7 series, this best of 7 series. And King did a really good job there of kind of controlling, and it's kind of really good to see how well Matt played the midfield, and you've got a lot of support there. So Caribou, that's something that I think we'll keep note of. But Delaware, we've seen twice already today. We know how potent their offense can be and how well their defense. So what do you think they're going to do to respond to this game and being down by 2 games?
I think what Delaware's got to focus on here is the sense of understanding they can't give anything up on an overcommit on the offensive side, because that's where they gave up that goal that would eventually just kind of be the dagger. Like, okay, well, now we realize that this is a little too much for us. We can't overcome this deficit. So being able to play responsibly and just understand that you can't overcommit on one side or the other. Don't double commit on any saves. Don't try to double commit on any shots. Just play their offense, which we've seen has worked very well in transition on a quick counterattack. If they can do something like that and get that flowing, then I think Delaware's going to have a good shot.
Absolutely. And in game 3, we're going to call this game 3 considering King is already up by 2 in this series. In game 3, I think at this point, I would like to see Delaware find a little bit more momentum in the midfield. I felt like King really controlled that midfield pressure a lot more as Grau takes it midfield and Colts is immediately there to take it down. And then Feeve goes up for it, but Sway is right there to combat it. Vixa with a beautiful aerial shot. Is it going to be a double hit right here? That could have been a great opportunity, but Feeve retrieves it, uses the backwards double flip, and that is a shot almost on goal. Grau has to just come out of nowhere and clear it out. 30 seconds down already in this game 3 as King leads in the best of 7 series 2-0.
And a small opportunity there with a little bit between Matt and Sway, where they just happen to end up colliding and potentially leaving Delaware an opportunity on the other side to do something about it. But just everyone out of position on a rotation back, and then after a 50 in midfield, just getting to the ball first, KC is able to get there after Feeve just frankly stops that one and lays it up. Vixa can't get to it in time to push it out, and Casey's just that much faster.
You see, the difference was the fact that Vixa had 0 boost. Casey able to utilize his boost a little bit more to get there and put King on the board in this game 3. And now they have that 1-goal lead with 1 minute down off of this game 3. It's going to be interesting to see how they respond. Grau with a beautiful opportunity, and that right there was a good response that I expected to see from Grau, Vixa, and Feeve. They've done a really good job all day long to play off of each other, and that time Matt didn't know where to go. No defense was able to stop that. 3:53 remaining in this game, and we've got a tie ball game, Caribou.
Yeah, and that was a good attempt there, from the Delaware side, where even if they don't go with the little 1-2-1 pass, they could set up a pinch play, which almost looked like what the effort was going to be, was try to pinch it and get it in. But either way, just a little dribble back and forth between the two of them. Grau does a good job to utilize all the boost to keep that one in front of the defenders and get that shot on. So Delaware showing that, they might be a little bit slow to get there. They might be like the diesel engine here. Once they get rolling, Delaware's a hard team to stop.
Matt playing at midfield, takes it all the way across. I thought he was going to go for that extra boost. Instead, it's cleared back. 3:11 remaining in this game as Grau makes a move into the middle. Vixa's got to get back. He plays it off the wall, off of Matt. Colts is there. The great rotations. We're going to see a lot of rotations as that ball is right on the edge. And Steve just seeing the opportunity, uses every bit of boost. Started with 80 boost right there, plays it off the wall, follows it up, buries it home, and now Delaware with a little bit of life with 2:58 remaining.
And that's just a full send where the defense can't be there. They can't reset. Matt can't backflip or anything. The ball just lurking dangerously on the goal line. It's a matter of who's going to get in position, who can get behind it for the defensive side, or who's going to just face smash that one across. And Feed doing so from midfield. Good heads up and understanding you got a full send that.
Got a full send it. Colts chipping it forward. Midfield, Vixa finds it right there, keeps it down low, and that was actually really smart coming up against 2 defenders. Grau can't quite get the aerial. Feeve comes in, plays it off the wall. You see Sway going postal, trying to get up top, making sure he makes a good block there. Matt now utilizing the wall to kind of catch him and still play against it. You see a little bit of a fake out. I think Vixa or Feeve thought it was going to go up a little bit higher, but it didn't. Now Grau with control. Matt, that's going to go off the backboard. Is he going to be able to play a double hit? And right there, Matt with amazing geometry. Kids stay in school. Look at this angle that he's able to get off of the wall to bounce this in. You see the ice pop out in celebration, and he's got ice in his gears.
That was probably one of the most difficult angles, and Matt just with the heads up to be able to recover in midair, flipping to get on the wall to reset and get another flip to get the boost off the wall. An incredible play by Matt right there. It's not easy to make at all. Absolutely earned that one.
Colts trying to make something happen, put a little English on it. Looked like it might have gone into the corner of the goal, but instead met by great defense of Delaware. 2-2 game, 1:27 remaining. You see it's just kind of floating. Feeve keeping an eye. Colts bounces it off the wall. Grau now there. Colts throws it all the way back and is able to give a little bit of a reset as Sway comes back through. We're going to see if Vixa and Feeve are able to get it. Sway not giving up the position that he was in before. Vixa can't keep that in the attacking zone. Now they're going to have to retreat. Sway with a nice little touch on it. Almost looked like he just tapped it in, but instead Feeve is there to help out Grau and Vixa. The rotations, 1 minute remaining. Sway going all the way up to accept it onto the wall and then double bounce it through. Matt is there, kind of just kick flips it around, but Grau disrupts that fast break just enough to allow his teammates to be there to help. You see all 3 defenders very, very close in the zone. Colts can't chip it in. Matt finally gets it onto the board. That's a beautiful center, but Feeve is there, and now Grau almost was able to clear it out. but Sway keeps it in. You see how fast these teams are playing, how well their communication is. The rotations are beautiful. Caribou. In that situation, like, how do you even anticipate it?
And that's, on one side, like a little bit of an open angle for King to be able to find this, but just being able to outmaneuver the defense where everyone's committing to King. They can't basically just get back in time and leave that one open. So Grau taking full advantage, and there's 2 players for Delaware across the midfield line to get this, but we've seen Delaware, they might take them a minute to get going, but they can strike back quickly. But King has done the exact same thing on the other side.
You see Matt going up for it. Colts with a shot on goal, and now Sway in the last few seconds. Again, can they tie it back up? It's 0-0. Colts keeps it up, and that almost touched the ground. Sway goes aerial. Now Colts has to find a way to keep it into the air, but doesn't do it. And now Delaware takes game 3 and is only 1 game back. And when we look at how these 2 teams and how this game has started, again, this series, it's a best of 7. King started with a 1-game advantage because they were from the winner's bracket. However, now they still only have a 1-game advantage after the first 2 games.
Yeah, it's certainly going to make them earn it on both sides because of the fact that Delaware showing this is not going to be an easy one. Both of these teams 4-1ing their last opponents to get here in the same squad of USF. So they are both, on paper, should be of equal talent, equal skill. And we're seeing just that as these series have gone back and forth. Delaware finally found an answer to get their offense going. They were able to get behind the defense of King to capitalize and take that lead at the end of this game. So Delaware, they're starting to come online to see what King can do in answer to try to get a 3-1 advantage.
On the other side of the match, you've got to look at Mizzou and Long Beach. Mizzou with a 2-goal lead in game 1, but Mizzou's coming in from the winner's bracket, so they already have a 1-0 lead in this series as game number 4 is ready here. And honestly, Delaware did a great job of answering it. Can they keep the momentum as they move forward and try to even this series up 2-2? We'll see it right here.
It's going to be a tough break there for Mizzou and Long Beach as well, just because the track record that Mizzou already beat them 4-1, so it's even harder for Long Beach in that matchup. But here in this one, Delaware showing that they are in fighting spirit. They absolutely can hold their own against this squad that's made the winners run to the grand finals. And a few $100 extra on top of this. Of course, there's 46,000 across the board between all the teams participating and all the ones that get in a paid out position. So there's a little bit on the line here.
Absolutely a little bit on the line, not to mention the fact that they've got the opportunity to go into the grand finals national championship. Whoever wins this game will go against each other. Matt with a shot on goal, but Vixa read that like a book front to back, and now Colts coming in. That was an opportunity that Matt just couldn't cash in, sadly.
And watching these small opportunities, as we've made a point of all day long, small mistakes and singular opportunities you have to capitalize on just because of how few and far between they come. Every single goal matters and is a difference maker, as close as this competition has been for the last 4 hours and some change.
You see Delaware doing an excellent job, and honestly, we've seen P, Vixa, and Grau play extremely good defense. Look at the boost that they have. Look at the control by Grau as you see a big demo down in the corner. Colts is there. That chips up. Matt can't quite get an angle. There's another big demo as Vixa goes aerial, tries to tap it over Sway. Good patience on Sway. That is a really, really good patient move by Sway as that shot was honestly an accidental shot off of Sway. It went off the crossbar. Caribou, I heard the reaction. Oh my goodness. Could have gone bad.
Well, too close for comfort there, but on the other side, watching the counterattack, Casey Colts went in for the demo. So Vixa reading the situation, understanding that there's 2 players on the other side completely out of this, tried to get this, but Sway, as you mentioned, good patience to stay home and get the save. And King's defense right now is doing a very good job to stop Delaware, trying to find anything working on this side, which is the same problem Delaware had against USF when they played them in the first series. They could not break through the wall that the opponents have built in front of the net.
And Mizzou taking game 1 in the Western Region Finals, the Grand Finals. You see, they now have a 2-0 lead in the best of 7 series against Long Beach. Long Beach is going to have to make some magic happen. But then again, Delaware was down 2-0, and now it's just 2-1 as they're finding ways to fight into this game. 3 minutes have gone by in this game 4 and no scores yet, as both teams are exhausting every bit of effort to make sure that the rotations are on point. They're not giving up any easy goals. We've seen some epic saves, and then we've also seen some almost self goals. So like, we don't know what is possibly going to happen here in the next 90 seconds of gameplay.
And this is a huge game here for Delaware. If they come away with this win and even the series at 2-2, you know, theoretically in their mind, it's a 2-1 series lead because King gets the freebie. So I would give momentum to the side of Delaware if they win this series, if they win this game right here to even it up.
Matt playing it off the sidewall, looking for that double bounce, ends up hitting Feeve. If anybody was there to kind of get that, Feeve did a great job of clearing that out. We're at 60 seconds. Grau pinches it on the board, trying to get it off. Now Sway centers it, but Grau gets that up. 1 minute remaining. Who is going to strike first? And will this game go into extra time? Caribou. I mean, this is insane.
This is everything you could have asked for. I'm on the edge of my seat, like almost at a loss for words. I'm just too drawn into what's happening and watching everything on screen, just trying to see who's going to find the time and who's going to find the chance. Grau with a few fancy moves, trying to get around the defense to watch the follow-up from Vixa. They have the setup there. There's just no follow. Everyone's in a reset, so they can't get a shot this time around.
I'm looking at boost right now, and the boost is in Delaware's favor. A little bit disruptive as Grau makes a shot, and that just sneaks in. Oh my goodness. Couldn't quite get back on defense was King. You see Sway almost there. Great shot by Grau, recognizing the opportunity and taking it home. Let's go Delaware. They're trying to even this out 2-2, but at the same time, King plays extremely fast, and there's still plenty of time as Sway, working on the top shelf, moves over. Matt chips it back into the corner, plays it off the wall. Is that centered? It is. Sway and Colts are there. No shot on goal. Feeve just kind of bounces that free. Sway gets that centered as well. Grau trying to get the ball down. That's right in front of the goal.
Wait.
Colts with no time remaining ties it up. Look at how well they move. Even they said no time, no problem. Colts just gets by Vixa. What an insane move. And now we're in overtime. Gotta love to see it, Caribou.
Wow. Okay. Wow. That was a beautiful setup, and just understanding that they have to be in the position. Matt with a great save, nose over the top to keep that one in play to get the center. I cannot believe that King did that.
As we're all in disbelief, Sway buries it for the overtime goal. You see how well there's so much control. Colts coming in with a massive aerial demo to clear things up and give a little smoke screen as King takes game 4, and now they've got a 3-1 lead on this best of 7. Honestly, my mind can't wrap around that move by Matt on the side to get it over to Colt, and Colts just finds a way to get past Vixa and bury it in for that 0-0-0 goal. Oh my goodness.
And you have to get that all the way across. Like, you can't spike that down where it's 90% across the line, because that touches the ground. It doesn't count until it's all the way across. So you have to keep that one in the air. Colts with beautiful control to keep that one. And then immediately answering in overtime 20 seconds later to get the goal from Sway. I was going to give credit to Delaware, saying that they had momentum to go into the next game if they tie the series up. But now, after that, that's a heartbreaking loss and is not going to be easy to bounce back from. They have to keep the mental on without any tilt. Got to keep it level, because that is a heartbreaker that just happened to Delaware.
I think you and I both had the same reaction of just disbelief. And I think it looked like maybe Grau, Vixa, and Feeve also had that same reaction where they just, honestly, like, you're going into the final second, it's 0-0. How in the world can you give up that last goal? But instead, they've really change the momentum of it. Now Feeve, I think Delaware turns it on quick with Vixa coming in hot. Sway trying to work the boards. Matt working through. And honestly, you see the double commits, and now Grau chipping it into the offensive zone. And you look at how this game kind of played out. Game 4, Delaware almost was able to take that. But now Vixa is utilizing the same strategy as King and coming in with a big time demo from Grau, opening up that side of the goal, and Delaware striking back quickly in this game 5.
And Colts did the right play there to come off the wall and just make an angle beeline straight for the goal. They might get one off the kickoff here, but we're not able to get in position. 2 beautiful saves from Sway to stop this from being a 2-0 deficit to start this game out. But a great awareness in this one, and Grau has done so well on the goals that they have scored to be a catalyst for this offensive production that Delaware has put together. Like, they're few and far between, but every goal matters. And now Delaware with a 2-0 lead, obviously their mental is not on tilt. They are perfectly fine, and they are here to make a statement saying they're not done yet.
Yeah, just 51 seconds down into this game 5, and Delaware leads by 2. As we look at some of the other things that are in play right now in Rocket League, you look at the West Finals with Mizzou and Long Beach. Mizzou had that 1-game lead into this series because they were coming from the winner bracket. As Grau powers that home. Oh my goodness, they're not letting up. Delaware wants the momentum as they continually attack. Feeve just kind of lets it go. That was just a little touch pass, and Grau is able to power pass Matt. And we were talking about the West. Mizzou was leading for most of this series. They have a 2-1 lead now, as Long Beach is able to get a 0-0-0 goal as well to prevent overtime in game 3. So now into game 4 they go, and that's going to be one that we're going to keep an eye on all the way throughout. But Delaware with 3 goals with 3:30 remaining in this game 5. An impressive showing by Vixa as he brings it all the way back with control. And you see Colts play it off the wall. Matt into the corner. Grau says, no, let's get that out of here. Sway, a very good redirect in the air. Feeve, can he get it cleared? No, Colts is going to get it back all the way through. Grau bounces it down. Sway and Feeve battling in the midfield for it. 3 minutes and change in this game 5, and Caribou. I mean, these two teams are just going back and forth and back and forth. And of course, this is definitely one of those situations that you don't want to put yourself in if you are King, where the momentum shifts and the morale of the team completely changes as Grau, Feeve, and Vixa just seem to be powering through, applying a ton of pressure. They bounce that through. Grau plays it off the wall. Colts just gets to it. Feeve, a beautiful center. And now Colts gets that up and over, but Vixa gets back. Sway with a beautiful redirect shot on goal. Matt there as well. Feeve, that's a really good clear, and now everybody can kind of reset. Is able to play it. That goes straight up. In fact, that was a good contest. But Colts is able to come down with it. Chips it midway. Sway now, beautiful dribble, just kind of chips it up. That goes off the board, and Matt gets the rebound. You see the top shelf play by Sway to carry the dribble, just flip it up. And that right there honestly looked like a dunk contest where one of the players just kind of threw it off the backboard for the other to carry it home.
And that's just a dangerous setup, watching where it's going to be like a 2-on-1. You can play it off the backboard, or just pass it off to the side. Ultimately goes for the off the backboard alley-oop type of play, and unfortunately just the rest of the defense, Grau and Vixa, can't come across in time to get that. Attempted little musty flick right there, doesn't go anywhere, so that one does not come to fruition as nice as it would have been for the highlight reel. But a 3-1 here, I mean, that 60 seconds dragged on forever. Like, it did not feel like it was only a minute, but still with a minute and a half to play here, 2 goals down, like, it does not feel like King is down 2 goals. Like, this is such a close series, such a close game. They can answer back so fast.
You see the beautiful touches, too, by King. How well they're not always powering it in, as that was an amazing shot and a phenomenal save by Vixa. And that one clears all the way back. Matt chases it down and is going to play it off the boards and throw it through. Great communication and movement by Sway. 1 minute remaining. Delaware has a 2-goal lead as Vixa drops it into Grau. Grau with a beautiful move just over the defender and throws it into the goal. You see Grau coming through. It looked like Colts was there, but instead Grau says, I'm going to put that on the inside corner. Ends up dropping in for another goal. 3-goal lead for Delaware, and it looks like they're going to be taking game 5. But then again, there's still time. There is still time, and King is very lethal.
We've seen Vixa as the difference maker in their series against USF. Grau being the one to step up here, has 2 goals to his name at this point, has done phenomenal. And that back boost coming in clutch just to be able to keep that one in the air, go for the side flip. The demo's coming through. They are making sure Grau is the one paving the way, gets the double demo. There's no one there, no chance at all. Delaware is ensuring this is going to be a victory, and they are not going down without a fight.
You see Delaware with a 4-goal lead, 31 seconds remaining. On the other side of things, the West, I mean, you've got Mizzou and Long Beach going crazy. Long Beach leading by 3. And you really want to see how well these teams are playing. You just got to know, as Vixa buries another one, and the momentum continues and continues from Delaware. They've got to stay alive, and they've found a way. You see the picture-in-picture under a minute to go. Long Beach has a 2-goal lead. They're trying to make something happen. Mizzou really on the ropes, but they still do have that 1-game lead. You think about if Long Beach is able to take game 4 and tie this up 2-2, then all of a sudden a best of 7 becomes a best of 3, all tied up. Delaware wrapping up these last few seconds with a dominant performance in game 5, and you just got to credit them as 30 seconds remain on the picture-in-picture there. We'll check in exactly who does that. And Vixa, 5 shots on goal, 3 goals for him, 6-1 in game 5. What a way to answer back. And now we've got a 3-2 series. I mean, again, King will have the opportunity to close it out right here. But this is a big momentum shifter, and I was talking about it before, but that just felt like everything was going well for Delaware.
And up until about the last 90 seconds, yeah, it was just a good close back and forth, and then Delaware really put the pedal to the floor. They really stepped it up. Their offense came out. Grau was just phenomenal on the front end just to pave the way to let those goals scored. Vixa stepped up as well. Those two, I mean, when their offense is flowing and they're working very well, Delaware is a scary team to play against, especially as their defense has improved, just as today has progressed alone. So this is a team absolutely could take it. In the 4 games we've played, it's split 2-2. So this is a team, even with backs against the wall in series point, you cannot count them out because this is such a statement win, putting up 6 goals against King. That's a lot to overcome from the Kings' perspective.
Absolutely, as we're just about underway for game 6. But as we look at Mizzou, actually Long Beach was able to get game 4, and now that's a 2-2 series. And we're going into game 5 with them as well in just a moment. But for now, Sway is right there. It looked like a little bit of a misclick as Phoebe comes in really quick here in the East Regional Grand Finals. You see Phoebe is right there, bounces it off of Sway, who went aerial, could not control where he was going to go next. And now Delaware continues the pressure with a 1-goal lead. Vixa coming in hot. Colts is trying to play something, gets that full boost, but is met by Phoebe. Now Sway, can he get to it? That's chipped up. Matt is right there as well. Sway with a little bit of a shot on goal, goes for the rebound. Grau knocks it out. Matt goes back to get the full boost, but misses it. And now Phoebe and Vixa are there. Grau at the midfield playing the rotation. Sway tries to chip it up, but Grau keeps it in. Vixa goes for the shot, ends up hitting Matt. Phoebe keeps it in, and now you just see Delaware continually applying the pressure to the best of their abilities and making this a big-time statement game. Again, King started with a 1-game lead in this best of 7. We've played 4, and it's gone 2-2. If they're able to complete this victory, I mean, talk about coming from the lower bracket and making a statement. Same thing with Long Beach. I mean, over against Mizzou, they were 4-1 before, and now they've come back and tied it up. I mean, just the momentum shift of this as Grau bounces it off the floor. Feeve with a shot that goes high and wide. I mean, Caribou, both of these teams continually use a really good rotation, and the boost is there. I don't know if any of them can necessarily do anything differently right now. They're doing everything right. I think it comes down to who gets an open look or maybe capitalizes on a small mistake.
And that's about the only difference maker that we've seen is, small mistakes to leave something open. But, as much time as Delaware spent on the other end, if they're just half a step faster to get more boost, I don't know how many times I saw Grau just have to rotate all the way back to his side of the field explicitly because the midfield boost is gone. But a booming clear like that, something that they take note of and recognize. Delaware is almost all up there at the front. They're still trying. A full commit to a demolition play means that someone is guaranteed out, and you hope that the midfield man's going to be able to get back fast enough. Thief can't do so. The clear's on target, and King evens it up.
2 minutes gone in this game. Game 6, 1-1. Oh my goodness, that was a good opportunity for Feeve as Grau keeps it in the attacking zone for him. Sway wants to clear it out, does get it to clear out. Bounces Feeve out of the way. Colts is there, centers it. Is that going to go in? No, Grau is right there. Matt is there to put it back. But again, just wide. Oh my goodness, that was an opportunity for King to put another one on the board. Grau finds a way to accept it. Sway uses some boost, and Matt with a shot on goal. Feeve coming out of nowhere with a save, and now Vixa getting some action on the defense as well. 2:16 remaining in this game. You gotta believe that both of these teams are starting to feel a little bit of stamina as Colts comes in and powers that one in.
For a while, Delaware's defense just kind of in shambles a little bit, where they're still trying to play catch up, trying to get everybody in position and trying to get a genuine rotation in place. But for that one, Colts just playing this off the wall, a little bit of a bump in the corners, just enough to throw the defense off kilter. And good heads up to get the shot on target, back post, away from the defender. There's no chance Delaware's going to get in front of that.
You see Vixa, Grau, and Feeve all finding ways to get back on defense now as they are down by 1 goal with 1:45 remaining. They need to make something happen to tie this up and push it to a game 7. They've done everything right that they can over the last game, but now it comes down to heart and determination with 90 seconds remaining, and King is really just continually applying pressure and playing really good defense as Vixa comes in with a shot, and Grau ties it up with 1:24. What a putback. Watch Grau turn around and then follow Vixa and get that little tap that Matt had and put it back on the money and score that goal.
Great teamwork and understanding that you need to be there for the rebound and create that second chance opportunity. Grau and Vixa have both made a huge difference in this series on the offensive side. And as long as those two continue to put points on the board, I think 3 goals is the threshold for Delaware, regardless of the other score. King's only been able to score 1 or 2 goals in every single game in this series. If Delaware can hit that 3 or 4 benchmark, then I think Delaware's got a really good chance at winning this game.
Vixa comes in, just kind of clips it free. That ends up going off of each other. Colts knocks that down midfield. Sway, that's a floater. Feeve goes up for it, unable to get it, but Vixa gets the rebound. Matt now bounces it off of the wall, and Feeve is there to clear it out along with Grau, recognizing where it's going to go. Sway now uses the double bounce, but Vixa going super high, using all of the boost to get it cleared out. Feeve with a shot. Grau keeps it in the corner. 30 seconds to go. Are we going to see extra time?
Good recognition by Vixa and Grau both. They were on the precipice of about to full commit to the side, and they're still hovering dangerously on the offensive zone to try to get something, and King almost being able to capitalize on that. Almost an overcommit from Delaware, but good job for them to readjust and come back to the defensive end.
The last few seconds tick off the board, and now as we're about to hit double zeros. Are we going to see a 0-0 score?
Wait.
No, it just taps in. Oh my goodness. You really hate to see. That was right there too. I mean, how close could that have been? You see Sway and Vixa going up for it now in extra time in game 6. This is incredibly close with just a few seconds left. Feeve knocks that out. Again, both of these teams have played a lot of, Rocket League over the last few days, but they're made for this. They are so poised and ready the way that they continually own the boost. Looking at King, has a lot of boost there. Matt clears it out, plays it along the wall. Feeve comes in, powers that back. I mean, really, I don't know what they need to do to really break free. I think it's just who gets a better shot right now.
Delaware's defense doing so good to challenge everything out of the air, to challenge these on the wall. Growl is just playing out of his mind right now to make sure that there's no free opportunities here. Good 50s around the board. They're just not letting King get anything set up. As much pressure as King is applying. King's doing a great job to keep the ball out of their half and not let Delaware put anything even close to being wayward of the goal.
Feeve trying to get it cleared out. Vixa now, that was a dangerous opportunity. We're already 1 minute and 17 seconds in. Feeve just playing it through. Matt centers it, and that's going to be a floater. Feeve coming out of nowhere, tries to get aerial and get it cleared out. 1:30 into overtime. I mean, this is where the rubber meets the road. You want to see who is able to control it, as that was a very odd bounce on Feeve. Thought he was going to be able to hit it. That goes just in front. Oh my gosh. Sway with a shot. Can Sway follow through? It does. Oh my goodness. As King, your Eastern Regional Grand Final winners. You see the championship play right there. And I think that is the play of the series. Sway following up with that goal. What a way to finish in the Eastern Grand Finals, and congratulations to King University on your Eastern Championship. Oh my goodness, look at some of these replays and just how well they played, Caribou.
Such a great series between them, and Matt with such an extra play at the end. Like, you don't have to redirect, that ball's going in either way, but Matt with the backflip, the bicycle pass off the Sway to put that one across the line. This was such a close series, and Delaware was so close to it. Can you just imagine if Feeve was able to put the hood on that at the end of regulation, catch that ball, put it in the back of the net. Instead, right now, we're going into Game 7 tied 3-3. But an incredible performance from both of these teams. Delaware stepped up and played their hearts out. Both of these teams 4-1 USF to get to the grand finals. And it was such a close series. We started the day watching an incredible series. We closed out this region with an incredible series. And I cannot believe just how good the Rocket League gameplay out of these two teams were. I'm at a loss for words.
I mean, we saw so many incredible rotations and plays, and credit to Delaware for working their way back into this Eastern Grand Finals. I mean, it's a huge credit to how well they played, and my hat's off to them, and they definitely got a little bit of the purse as well. You know, Vixa, Feeve, Growl, well played, and congratulations on your success all the way through. And really, honestly, runners up in the East, that's not a bad title either. I mean, there's a lot of really good teams that they played, and they showed up all throughout the day. And remember, they took down Mish, they took down USF, and they worked their way back into this situation that puts them now in the National Grand Finals, who they're going to be playing against either Mizzou or Long Beach, which we're going to be, we're going to be showing up with them as well just to check in. And you see 1-0 right now in this game. And Mizzou is leading this series. They took game 5 4-0. So this is going to be game 6 as Mizzou looking to head to the National Grand Finals against King. Long Beach looking to stay alive. You got Tactical Whiffs, Helmsies, and Ku Blue, along with Chalks, Blanks, and Crims.
Yeah, first time we're seeing this Mizzou squad on stream, and they have been making an incredible run. They've been dominating their opponents to get to this point. They beat Long Beach last time around 4-1, so Long Beach looking for a little retribution. And in games played, it's 2-2 in the series. It's a tie game with 90 seconds to go. Mizzou getting that free W coming out of the winner's side. So this is a very tight series. Long Beach obviously has done something, understanding how Mizzou wants to play the game. And a beautiful shot there to even this one up. And you can't ask for anything better just to follow up what we just saw.
1:35 remaining in this game. Tie ball game. It's anybody's game. As Blanks just finds a way to trickle that one in. You see that long little shot across nobody's back. Kublu can't get back and Helmsy can't get back. And really, that was just a little bit of a miscommunication maybe on the rotate.
Yeah, and you just saw Kublu almost with full boost there, just parked at midfield, just tried, and then recognized that ball's moving way too fast. There's no chance you're going to get back in time to be able to stop that. So as quickly as they score, they have one answered right back, but still plenty of time here to work with.
Plenty of time. There's a minute 12. Chalks with a shot on goal. Kublu, really good save there. Going aerial all the way through. That's a great bounce. Blanks chips it back into the other zone. A good clear out. Helmsy playing low. 1 minute remaining. And Long Beach, they're going to have to do something as that goes straight up off the ceiling. Chalks, a beautiful center. You see him stay aerial. Blanks now bounces that off the wall. And that's going to be hit by Helmsy. Is it going to be able to be cleared out? And that's not quite. Chalks is right there. Look at how well the boost control is until that's finally hit by Kublu. And you see how well these players are communicating, trying to get as much boost and utilizing as much power as they can to knock this as far as they can. 23 seconds remain. Mizzou with a 1-goal lead. Are they going to be your Western Region Grand Champions?
They're right there. They're about to do it. I mean, 10 seconds to go. Mizzou's looks so good start to finish this entire bracket. Long Beach had a great run. Only a goal separation. Well. There might be some more Rocket League.
Mueller. Helmsy coming in hot with 4 seconds to go, tying things up, keeping Long Beach alive. And now, are we going to see extra time here? Or are we going to see something crazy right off the bat? Tactical whiff. Crims is right there. Crims plays it, lets it bounce off of his tire. That's centered. Helmsy tries to clear it out. Tactical whiff keeps it alive. Chalks throws it up. Look at him utilize the boost.
No boost.
That's fought by Kublu. And now we're into extra time, which is wild because this is where the rubber meets the road. Chalks coming up, playing it wide, chips it forward. Helmsy with a shot on goal. Is it going to get there? Blanks just makes an amazing save, and that would have been an absolute crazy goal by Helmsy to put Long Beach ahead, but instead, Chalks and Blanks moving it along the side. Crims comes up. Helmsy playing well. Blanks, that's a little floater shot. Tactical whiffs, knocks it to the outside. 30 seconds gone by in extra time. Chalks, again, so much control in this game as he gets aerials. And really, honestly, that's what makes a really, really good Rocket League player, is being able to know when do I need to get into the air and how long do I need to be there, rather than just, flying up and missing it. He has a lot of control, which allows him to redirect and get back if he needs to. Helmsy almost had a shot on goal. That was met by Chalks. Crims now passes it to Chalks off the wall, and that's a good opportunity, but tactical whiff breaks it up. Crims centers it. That goes just wide. Almost looked like it might have been a shot. Chalks playing over by the full boost. Crims now full boost. Blanks, no boost. Kublu making a move around midfield. Is Crims going to be able to finish it out right here? Tactical whiffs. Again, a beautiful clear, but Chalks right there. Kublu playing great defense, playing in the goal. I mean, honestly, at this point, it's anybody's game. But Caribou, I mean, the amount of clears and pushes that we've seen has just been so so entertaining as that goes up.
Ooh.
And Helmsy with a game-saving save right there as Crims now takes it off the wall, uses all the boost. Helmsy again tries to clear it out. Blanks comes up. Is he going to be able to get it? Helmsy knocks it all the way through. Chalks had rotated back already. Kublu over to Tactical Whiffs. Crims back into the corner. Oh my gosh, we've seen 2 minutes of extra time. No goal. Tied 2-2. Winner of this one. There's Blanks. And that is it for your Western Region Grand Finals. Mizzou Gold buries it in 2 minutes and 14 seconds of extra time to win. And they are your Western Grand Champions, moving them into the National Grand Final. Caribou. I mean, just watching the control between those two teams right in the last little bit, it's so incredibly impressive. I mean, just how each team developed through there, but Mizzou doing such a good job of controlling into that last little bit. We look at some replays here and tell me what you see in Mizzou and what they're going to take with them into the National Grand Championship.
I mean, just coming off right there, I mean, the Mizzou's defense just caught out of rotation. And then as long as it took for the extra time, Mizzou had all of the pressure start to finish of that overtime. There was a couple small opportunities for Long Beach going the other way where they were, almost in position, but they would just run out of boost and have to reset. But the amount of time that Mizzou would play on the other side is only a matter of time before the rotation would come through. Chalks just read that one start to finish, to watch coming in from the back post, ride that one along the wall, and then all you do is just lay it off, and then boom, there you go. The shot's on. It's an easy one. But Mizzou, as good as they looked start to finish on paper, from day one, round one of the bracket, they were dominating every single opponent. Long Beach made a hell of a fight there, coming back in the grand finals to take a couple of games back on their retribution story, but still second place, and you're still getting the cash prize. Like, okay, I wish I would have got first, but that's not too bad.
I mean, coming in second in the Western Region Finals is still a very big accomplishment, and congratulations on the runners-up, Long Beach. But Mizzou, your Western Grand Champions, and now they move into the National Grand Final against King University, which we will have when we come back. We're going to take a quick break for the College Championship presented by PlayVS.
Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do.
Hello and welcome back to the PlayVS Spring 2021 College Championship Playoffs. I'm the Doxology. Alongside me is Caribou. And for 2 days, we have had incredible Rocket League performances from schools across the nation, from the East, from the West. In the West, we have our Western Grand Champion in Mizzou versus the East Grand Champion against King University. Now, both based on where they are, I think are going to be playing on the East servers, so there won't really be any issue there. But Caribou, both of these teams have showed up in the last few matches. What do we expect to see in this last championship game for a national title?
National title on the line. Both these teams, I'm sure, going to just absolutely play their hearts out. Mizzou coming in as the 1 seed, King as the 5. So, like you said, server selection typically would favor Mizzou 4 out of the 7 games, but because they're both relatively close to each other, server's really not going to make a whole lot of difference between these two. But they both almost have identical routes to get through the championship, both winning a lot of their early games in the bracket, 3-0s, 3-1s, getting into the best of 7, so a couple 4-2s and a 4-1. So on paper, a very evenly matched series that we're going to have between these two in a best of 7.
It is a beautiful national grand championship as 4:16 remain in game 1, 0-0. Think about the national grand championship. Imagine what it would be like to have that as your title here in 2021 for the spring title. Oh my goodness, Caribou.
That's some bragging rights for sure. Like, hey, did you guys know that I'm a national champion? Like, not to brag or anything, but I'm kind of a big deal around these parts.
NBD, right? You know, no
Yeah.
big deal. As you've got Mizzou in the orange, King in the gray. Of course, we've seen King play already today. Colts, Matt, and Sway, extremely dominant performance in their games. And then Mizzou, they've played so well throughout this entire really tournament. Day 1, they did a phenomenal job to push them into the winner's bracket and continually hold it. And then in the semifinals again, Crims with a shot. And right there is exactly why Mizzou has seen so much success. Look at the communication between Chalks and Crims, as that was a beautiful assist from Chalks. Sway can't get back, and now Mizzou with a 1-goal lead, 3:15 remaining in this national grand championship.
And that just looks like a play where Matt's supposed to be the one back, just has a little bit of a mistouch. Sway can't get recovered in time, and the offense just capitalized. A good pitch, a good play, and a good shot.
2:56 remaining, 1-goal lead by Mizzou as Chalks moves it forward. Colt says, I want to put it into the corner for Sway. Blanks keeps it there, and now they work it along the boards. You see Crims and Chalks on the rotations. Sway tries to chip it up over Chalks. Chalks just gets a tire on it. And honestly, you see Colts coming in. Crims wants to push it all the way out, moves it along the wall. Sway centers it back up, and Matt almost had a chance to redirect it, but Chalks comes out of nowhere. Blanks meets Sway, and now can Matt get to it before Crims does? That goes shooting across the board, and Colts has to chase it down. Is able to pick up the full boost along the walls. and Chalks just reads that so incredibly well, like a bedtime story. And now it's pushed all the way back with 2:02 remaining in this game. And you see Chalks, Crims, and Blanks just doing so well. That goes off the board, and Chalks with an amazing shot, Blanks with the shot, Sway with 2 amazing saves right there in a matter of seconds. A big time demo from Matt, and Blanks can't quite get to that one. You see the rotation, Chalks and Blanks already there. I mean, Caribou, these teams are moving so incredibly quick in how quickly they just want to set things up. As that's a low shot. Sway again, another epic save coming out of nowhere to get that save and save a little bit of time along the way. 0 boost to his name. Colts pushes it to the outside. Crims comes quickly. Chalks with a redirect. I mean, the pressure from Mizzou is just an onslaught of shots right now.
Yeah, and they had all the boost there to work with, so they're just having so much time to just outmaneuver King. They can't really do much about this. They can't get the clearance. They can't beat Mizzou to the ball. And yeah, Mizzou's just having their way on the offensive side, but Sway and Matt both making some incredible saves to keep this at the 1-0 scoreline. They're still in this one, but they have to find some relief valve, get a decent clear, and start a possession of their own.
37 seconds remain in this game 1 best of 7 series. That bounces off the wall, another double bounce there. And now Matt tries to split the defense, but Crims is there to knock it against the wall. Colts, 0 boost to his name, has to find something. Blanks with a beautiful shot on the side. Matt just kind of pinched it almostly against the wall to get that cleared out. Sway can't quite get to it. Colts with another huge save. Crims, does he let it go? He does. Instead, now Matt gets it up. He's going to play aerial, but Chalks is there. That bounces down right in front of the goal. And was that an opportunity? I couldn't quite tell if anybody got to it. And Crims just knocks that to the ground as time hits 0. And Mizzou takes game 1. And you see that Crims with the centered shots or the centered passes, I mean, that puts them all that game, really. I felt like Mizzou was just pummeling shots on goal, and credit to Sway doing an amazing job of making a bunch of saves in a short amount of time.
Yeah, the defensive performance there from King was phenomenal. Just unfortunate they let one slip by, and that one goal is the difference maker. And this is just the revelation of the point that we've been making, that every single goal counts. You can only capitalize on every slight opportunity that you get. You have to make those chances count. You have to step up and take those. And when you get a goal like that, then you have to be able to take care of the ball on both sides. And Mizzou did a good job. Their best offense was the defense. And that's it. Because the fact they spent so much time on the other side, they didn't have to really worry about defense. You know, King really started to step it up there towards the end because they just couldn't get a possession to get the clearance out. King's got to find that answer where they can get it clear and start something of their own.
And now game 2 underway. Mizzou taking game 1. And honestly, it was a powerful performance by Mizzou. But 10 seconds in now, and you can already tell that there's a little bit of a pressure by Matt and King. But Crims clears that all the way out. Colts on the rotation, doing a good job from the midfield. But that was just a really wild shot. Saved by Matt at the last second. That goes all the way wide. Almost went in. Crims had to go back to get it. And that could have been a great opportunity for King to start things off right. And Chalks just continually keeping it in the zone. They can't get it out of their zone very often. Crims, Blanks, and Chalks doing an amazing job of applying midfield pressure and controlling those midfield battles. As Colts with a shot that hits the top crossbar. Sway tries to reconnect it, but Blanks is there. Now Crims and Matt up for it. Colts has to kind of get to it first. He does, and gets it back into the attacking zone for them. Matt gets absolutely demolished by Blanks, and you see just how well these teams are utilizing the boost. And this is right here where Matt excels in. He gets that shot on goal, and that's another one. It just goes wide. I mean, you got to credit King. they're applying so much pressure right now after game one, not being able to get many shots on goal. And they've already had quite a few opportunities in this first minute and a half of game two.
Blank's making a crucial save there to be able to recover from the mistake that the defense makes and then going the other way. But demo midfield, and exactly what you talk about, Mizzou's doing such a good job at the midfield control. King finally finding an answer to get pressure on the other side. But Mizzou's been winning the battle at midfield, and it's thus translating into a significant advantage for them in the attacks because King cannot get out of this side, and eventually Mizzou's pressure forces King's defense to crack.
And Sway was there but couldn't get the block and the save from Blanks, getting full boost and immediately going up strong with it. Colts had to put some power into that. Crim's going up for it. That bounces off the ceiling in the corner. Matt, can he get control of it? Sway with a shot on goal that's just high. Colts coming in and ties it up with 2:51. And you gotta say, wow, that's a good, quick answer from King University to even things up in game two, 1-1.
Yeah, and just seeing Matt beeline across the goal line. Chalks has to ride up the wall to avoid getting demolished and be in a position where you can still potentially try to make a save, but unfortunately, riding up the wall, it takes you completely out of the equation, and there's nothing else the defense can do. Good capitalization by King to force an answer and force a mistake from Mizzou's defense.
And one of the things I'm noticing is Blanks and Crim's doing an amazing job in the goal is Sway just saving it. You saw that ball was pretty much 3/4 of the way through that net. It's got to be all the way through to count as a goal, but Sway just getting the car in the way just enough to bounce it out and save some time. You see Matt coming in from the air, trying to clear it. Chalks applying a lot of pressure. Blanks now bounces it through. Sway with full boost. Can he get it cleared enough where he can get some power onto it and make a move? 2:57 remaining in this game two. Chalks pinches it against the board, but instead Matz clears it back out, and then he's going to follow it up, play it. Sway with a nice little pass into the corner, plays the rebound. Colts brings it up all the way to the wall. Chalks climbs the wall for it. What a shot by Matt. That goes wide, though. I think he was hoping somebody was coming across, but instead Colts is going to have to redirect it into midfield. Chalks accepts it, bounces it forward, plays his own rebound. Sway with another great save. Sway has been all over the defense for King, and that's exactly what you need as he missed that one. And it was an amazing opportunity as he just kind of got out of the way. Look at how quickly he had to think as he just kind of snuck through and said, I'm here in case you need it. But Colts with a cross the field goal to give King a 2-1 lead with 1:20 remaining.
Yeah, and you just see Chalks shadowing on the defender right there. So both of them have the momentum taking them out of the equation. They can't do much more than that. But Sway's been so important to what King has done in these series. I mean, they played so well defensively and has made so many clutch saves to stop this Mizzou offense from getting fully online. And that's why they find themselves here with this 2-1 lead. Mizzou's offense cannot get going. Sway is just putting a stop to everything.
Sway goes all the way up for that to get it cleared out. 45 seconds remaining in this game two. Mizzou leads this best of 7 series by 1 game. It's 1-0. King really looking to put a little bit more pressure to eat up the rest of this time as Chalks comes in with a beautiful shot to tie things up with 31 seconds to go. And game two is still on the line. Nobody knows quite yet, but Mizzou says we may have been down for a second, but we're not out.
Yeah, and as the 1 seed, they got to make sure that the King remembers that they are the higher seed coming into this one. They should be the favorites out of this. But as good as both these teams have been playing, as I said, it's an identical path that both of them took to get here. Virtually the same score lines across the board throughout the entire tournament. So this seeding really not important anymore. These are the 2 best teams in the country winning their respective finals, East and West. This is just for the bragging rights for the nationwide championship.
As the last few seconds tick off the board. Is it gonna go in? Crims bounces that one out, and it's still a live ball as that looks like it might touch the ground, and we are into overtime. Extra time in game 2. Sudden death. Who's going to get that first goal as it goes up? Crims already with a good amount of boost is able to get aerial for it and play it along the boards. Now Chalks has to go for it. Can he get it up and over Colts? Colts can't get to it. Crims follows up, but Sway is there to knock it into the corner to Matt. Matt now can't control it long enough. Sway tries to kick it back out, but Crims accepts it, and Sway is able to do a little double jump to clear it through. Can Colts get this? Chalks was there. Matt had to play close to the board. That goes just wide. Luckily, Matt couldn't quite get to it. And now Matt working along the board. 0 boost to his name. Chalks coming in. A lot of pressure. Blanks with the shot on goal. And that's going to do it for game 2. Blanks has done a great job of reading that. And I think that is one of those unique moments where Blanks just saw an opportunity and utilized all of his boosts. You saw that 0 boost to his name. I mean, 7 centered balls by Crims. Again, Caribou. Mizzou is doing everything right now.
These games are so close. Like, you can't take anything away from King because of how they're playing. This is such a good defensive performance from King. They're just letting these minor mistakes be the difference maker that Mizzou is exploiting. And that's all you have to do at high-level Rocket League play is recognize those mistakes the other teams are making and then capitalize on that. Mizzou's doing that very well. They're having good control of possession. They're winning their midfield battles. They're starving the other team of boost and, frankly, just controlling the tempo. That's why Mizzou finds themselves consistently with their name as the winner at the end screen of the game.
Yeah, and one of the things about King that's been so impressive is Sway's defensive abilities. So many saves by Sway. And I think that is something that King can capitalize on now, recognizing that they can lean on Sway a little bit. You might see the others push up just a tiny bit more and create a little bit more offensive pressure. And we saw that at the beginning of that last game. King was just pummeling the pressure and the shots, trying to make something happen, and they did. But again, Mizzou coming back to tie it up. We're into game 3, and Mizzou has a 2-0 lead in this best of 7 series as game 3 is now underway. You see Chalks already in midfield. Can he come down with it? Sway goes up.
Ooh.
And that looked like a little bit of a miscommunication. I want to see on the replay. It looked like Sway was hit by Matt right there. It might have been a save by Sway, but again, both players unable to get that goal blocked. And now Mizzou with a 1-goal lead with under 10 seconds into this game 3.
Chalk's just beautiful control, getting the like it's a one-touch flip reset that was able to maneuver that one above the defenders to get that in. So Chalk's just playing that with such individual skill. There's no chance. He just beat 2 defenders single-handedly. That was gross. That was kind of rude.
You see Blanks paying it off the wall. Matt goes up for it and tries to get it cleared out. Crims can't quite get to it, but again, Chalks rotates back really well. You see how well these teams are rotating, picking up the boost along the way. Sway tries to float it into the center, but instead that gets cleared out. Matt gets it, and that's a shot by Colts, but that goes wide. Now Sway can't get enough meat on it. Crims is going to move forward and tapped by Chalks. Crims bounces it over to Blanks. I thought there was going to possibly be a shot on goal right there as Blanks centers it again. Crims with a shot on goal, and that was a beautiful execution. A 1-2 punch, as they say. 3:50 remaining in game 3, and Mizzou with a 2-goal lead.
Yeah, just nobody on the back post, nobody rotating back to the side, and they take advantage of that. Chalks and Crims both had full boost coming in, so Crims just had to, frankly, hit the boost and send it in.
3:43 remaining in game 3 of the National Grand Championship between Mizzou and King. These are each your regional grand champions. You look at how well King did to get into the position of being in this National Grand Championship, and Mizzou has been dominant from start to finish throughout this tournament, and they are really putting on a show on the aggression as Blanks
Ooh.
powers that one home, and
Oh,
Sway
Sway.
again, an amazing save. You gotta credit Sway. Almost zero boost, still trying to make something happen.
Oh.
And now Sway on the offensive side, burying that into the back of the net. You love to see the aggression. You tap off the wall, follows up, beats Chalks, and 3-0-4, and it's a 1-goal game.
I'm wondering even if you just completely leave that one and let Chalks just try to get the save off of the wall or something like that, because that's just a misposition from the Mizzou defense where both of them, unfortunately, pretty much stationary. They can't do anything to try to disrupt that. Ends up leaving that one wide open. Sway making a beautiful play on both ends, getting the save, and then the shot off the double touch. That's just making the difference there.
Sway moves into the offensive zone, and you get the feeling that Colts, Matt, and Sway want to make something happen in these next few seconds as we are halfway through as Blanks.
Ooh.
That was just a beautiful shot from the midfield. Watch him come up for this and bounce it on the opposite side of Colts. Sway is already down, can't get to it. Open net in the corner, and Mizzou with the 2-goal lead halfway through this game 3.
Just saving the flip for the last possible second. This is Mizzou all of a sudden. They have found something there. They struck a vein of gold that they are just absolutely going to maximize the efficiency out of this. Their offense working everywhere right now. And with the 4-1 lead here, starting to send a message to King that Mizzou is in a rhythm, and King is going to have to do something to slow them down, stop them, get them out of this, do something.
You see Blanks just utilizing the top of his car with the double jumps to redirect the ball exactly where he wants to go. And that's just pro Rocket League movement right there. You see Blanks just working in and out, through and through, splitting defenders. And he doesn't even have a ton of boost to work with. He's just utilizing it to the best of his abilities, and it's showing. 1:52 remains in game 3, and Mizzou with a demanding 4-1 lead as Colts is doing everything he can. Sway is doing everything, and Matt is doing everything he can as Chalks blasts that through. 1:36 remain in this game, and that one comes up, and Crims is going to make the block.
This is turning out to be the Sway special right here. This needs a little bit of something. I mean, Matt's doing a decent job on the defensive front, but Colts, they all just kind of seem a little bit isolated from each other. They're not getting any good plays off of each other. I mean, their rotations are still doing well, but they don't have anything on the offensive side to play the ball between one or the next. They're not really passing efficiently like what we see Mizzou doing and playing off of the bounce and knowing where everyone's going to be at. King's got a little bit of something to clean up on the defense in front, as Matt just a swing and a miss on that one, putting Mizzou 5-1, and now this is a go next. What's the answer going to be?
I mean, I have no idea what King is going to be capable of doing. Sway is doing everything he possibly can to keep them in the game defensively. Matt and Colts also doing a good job, but really Mizzou is just doing a lot of things better. I mean, you get the sense that Blanks, you saw that redirect into the goal. 45 seconds remaining in this game. They're still going to put everything on the line. But Chalks, Blanks, and Crims are doing just a phenomenal job. And really, honestly, I think King can capitalize on some of the things that they've done this round that they've done very, very well that, you know, they hadn't been able to do prior.
Yeah, and this is all good signs here for Mizzou to continue this, and just they know what they have to do because they're doing it already. But King on the other side, you know, their defense is standing up for the most part. They're just Mizzou's moving the ball far too efficiently that King just has not been able to stop them. And then things just get scrappy right in front of the net, like you see right there. They're all just colliding with each other, and just not much more to say because they're just not maintaining possession. They can't do anything more than that. So with the 5-1 loss to this, I mean, Mizzou still looks really solid in this series to open up a 3-0. But King, they got to find something that was working in the first couple of games because game 3 was not it.
Game 3 was a tough game, absolutely, but you saw Blanks with 7 shots on goal. That has a lot to do with it. They applied a lot of pressure that really, honestly, Game 2, they weren't able to put that pressure necessarily, but Blanks is showing us how to move throughout the air and redirect balls correctly in the direction that he wants it. Great passing done by Crims as well. I mean, this is kind of feels like Mizzou is just playing at that number 1 seed level of why they were selected to be the number 1 seed out of the West. And you go into, of course, game 4, it's a best of 7. Mizzou has the momentum of this. And right now, I think King just needs to find a way to stop that momentum any way necessary, because this next game could be the last game.
Yeah, and they got to find a way from King's perspective to take the hype out of all of these incredible saves that they're making and transition that into the offensive side. If they can do that, then King is going to be a force that Mizzou will have to reckon with coming into this one. But with Mizzou being up 3-0 right now, you know, we've seen impressive gameplay. It started in the last one with Chalks doing an incredible flip reset, 6 seconds to get the first goal that really set the pacing of that game. King just cannot let that happen. They should theoretically aim to strike first.
As Colts comes in quick on cue, listening to the stream on his other headset, here's what you're saying and says, I got you, Caribou.
Appreciate that. The real respect, real recognize, 14 seconds, King gets the first one. Now all of a sudden, that's a little bit of a weight off their shoulders that they can have something like, okay, we have a lead. Now we just have to maintain or continue to build it.
You see a big-time demo right in front of the goal with 4:34 remaining in this game 4. Again, Mizzou leads this series 3-0 as Sway goes up for it. He has switched cars now. I mean, you've talked about it before, but maybe the car switch is exactly what they need.
Yeah, and that one a little bit longer on the goal line. The Octane, the Fennec hitbox is taller. I mean, it's the same, but the Dominus is just longer and easier to redirect, easier to have on-target shots. Just like that, it's so much easier to control, and that's the advantage of using that Sway here, showcasing the ability on the offensive front. So maybe going to be relegating the defensive responsibilities to the teammates, and now we'll see Sway on the offensive side of the ball more.
Well, Sway with a beautiful goal to take a 2-goal lead for King in this elimination game. You think about it, this is match game for King, and Mizzou has 3 games to work with. I mean, that's a lot of pressure off their shoulders so they can play a little bit more lax without having to apply so much pressure or exert too much energy as far as their mental capacity, as Colts comes in, just misses that center. Blanks with a shot that goes wide. Sway bounces that one up. Matt bounces it to Sway along the boards. You see Blanks just kind of there. He's really not applying too much aggression as Colts comes from the top shelf. Crims now back into the corner. Chalks keeps it on the corner, but Colts is there. And you see just the communication between everybody. That's a big time demo as well along the way. Chalks and Sway right in front of King's goal, trying to figure out who wants to take this possession and bury one into the back of the net. Blanks with a shot that goes wide. Continuing the pressure though from Mizzou. You see how good these teams really are, and you recognize this is why there are region champions.
This is, a good possession and good steals that Mizzou's having to slow down King and not let them go to the other side of the field. Mizzou's on the precipice of putting something together. They've had a couple of angles where if they had a follow-up, they could have got a shot on. That would have been a decent look, but King's doing a really good job at closing out these chances and not really letting Mizzou's offense come to full fruition here.
Sway controlling it along the boards, met by Crims, and Chalks goes up for it. Matt able to chip it back out, and Colts kind of pushed it back into the corner, but Blanks is there to carry it through. Sway goes aerial, takes it from Crims, but Chalks was right there, met by Colts. And again, you look at how quickly these players are moving back and forth to create a good rotation and keep their boost up as Sway now coming from the top side. That was chipped back up, but Matt is there to push it into the corner. A little floater. You see Blanks, Chalks, and Crims all right there in front of the goal. Matt now with a shot on goal. That hits the top crossbar. Can Colts come up? No, he is unable to. Crims trying to clear it out. Sway pushes it back into the attacking zone, and King is applying a lot of pressure here as Matt gets a shot on goal. Crims pushes it back into the corner. Matt is continually applying a lot of offensive pressure, and that is exactly what King needs in this situation, being down 3-0 in the series. But they're leading 2-0 in this game. They want to continue the pressure and create some momentum going into the next game if they're able to finish this out strong.
And right now, the mentality of Mizzou, just a sense of looking at it, like we still have a 3-0 lead in the series. We're only down 2 goals. You know, they're still absolutely in this. Just the defense of King has kicked it up a notch and really started to pick up the pressure on the other side. Matt, as you see, again, just the demo right there. The crossbar's not doing them any favors here today, apparently, but the pressure that they're putting on, just the fact that the presence they have in the offensive zone, that Matt is consistently just bumping people out of the way, constantly getting a nose on. I mean, that's one of the benefits of the Dominus. It's just a longer body, so you get there half a pixel faster than the people using the Fenix and the Octanes.
Blanks with a shot on goal. That goes just high and wide. Sway meets it in the corner, tries to play it off the wall, but misses it. Matt now using the broadness of the Dominus, and you see how well they're continuing to move into the attacking zone. Sway with a really good effort right there to control it as the last few seconds are ticking off the board, and it looks like King is going to take game 4, and that is a big game 4 performance by King University, and you gotta love it, a 2-0 victory to answer back, giving up 3 games. I mean, Caribou, King did everything right there, but why couldn't they do that in the first 3 games? And I'm wondering, you know, exactly, was it the car? And you've hyped it up all game, all day long. So explain why that might be the answer.
I don't know if I can give complete credit to it being the car, because Sway's been playing out of his mind defensively like the whole time, and just a minute change, but just their offense was being significantly better. And I think the fact that they were able to then transition their play out of defense to the offensive zone, and then just the brute force that they had over there to just bump Mizzou out of the way. Mizzou couldn't ever get the clearances, kind of what we saw Mizzou doing to King. Well, they just kind of flipped roles and reversed it this time. So King, the ones in control for that series. They just got to keep doing that, and then they should be fine. But hey, no pressure. It's still series point for Mizzou.
Yeah, and having those 3 games right off the bat that Mizzou just was very, very strong in gives them that, really honestly, just a cushion, because they've got 2 more games of cushion, and if you count game 7, they've got 3 games more to go to make something happen. Now King, of course, they're going to do everything they can to stay alive, but Mizzou, they don't have to put pressure even on this game. This is still match game for them, so they can play at whatever pace they feel comfortable with and test the waters, as Chalks within 12 seconds has already put Mizzou on the board with a 1-goal lead in this national grand final.
And that's the other end of the argument, right? It's a small argument. It's minuscule point there, but you know, on the defensive front, using the Dominus, that Fenix just a little bit taller, so it just gets to the car, it gets to the ball a little bit faster, and that's why but Chalks set the pace in game number 3 with that first flip reset 6 seconds in, and now Chalks doing exactly the same thing. At this point, did Mizzou just give King a game to make them feel better about themselves? I don't know, but this Mizzou squad in the first 20 seconds looks completely different than the whole duration of the last game.
Again, they don't have to apply too much pressure. That last game was an opportunity for them to get a little bit of a breather. Again, Sway goes up, that hits the top ceiling, and that's going to trickle in for Chalks' hat trick within 34 seconds of game 5. I mean, Blanks was there as well, but Chalk said, "Come on, bro. Yeah, like let me just get the hat trick right there."
And that's a great start for Mizzou to continue this momentum and build this up. On the other side, there's still 4.5 minutes left. Like, there's so much Rocket League time. King just has to recognize that and be like, okay, we made a few mistakes. Chalks was able to step up and make a fool of our defense, but there's so much time left. We just gotta play our game.
And Matt trying to make it happen, and he does right there. Matt utilizing a lot of boost. You see, he went all the way down to 0 boost, from 100 to 0 boost, all the way to get in front of Chalks with 407, brings him back within 2. And honestly, I think Matt did a great job of kind of almost body blocking all the way downfield and recognizing there was nobody who could get back otherwise. But Matt taking the next few seconds, you see 3 seconds off, Matt picks up that boost and just splits the defenders, pops over Chalks, and right there now it's a 1-goal game. So, like you said, there's still plenty of time.
Yeah, we're not even worried about the time on the clock. They just recognize this, and I'm not going to say to pat myself on the back that it's the hitbox, the dominance, that's the difference maker there, but, you know, Matt's driving the dominance and gets a nose out in front of the defenders. I'm just saying.
And now Sway ties it up. Whatever helps you sleep at night, Caribou. Sway playing the wall, and that's a beautiful shot. 3:48 remaining, tie ball game. And if you're King, these 3 goals happening within 26 seconds of each other is huge. Huge.
It's the same point I made for King. You just recognize, okay, there's still 3.5 minutes left. I mean, we're 60 seconds gone on the clock. There's still 3.5 minutes. This is virtually a 0-0 ball game. Just play it like you would anything else. So now, with the clean slate, it's just, okay, the first 6 goals, sweep them under the rug. Whatever happened, happened. Let's buckle down and play some real Rocket League.
You see Sway using all of his boost up, but gets the full boost right there. There's a big time demolition along the boards. You see Colts now clearing that out. 3:10 remaining in this game for another big demo along the corner. Matt with a shot on goal. That goes wide. Crims is trying to play it. Colts comes to attack. Now Sway with the shot. That goes wide. Again, Matt to get the rebound. Bounces up. Colts with another shot. Again, all of these shot opportunities just off the mark as that flies through, and Sway sneaks under Chalks. Chalks, I think, thought he had a goal in that as he carried all the way through, but Sway, a great defensive effort to get back. 2:35 remain, tie ball game. Matt redirecting in the air with that dominance as you see Crims go up, controlling through Colts. That was a beautiful move by Crims to bounce that down. Instead, Matt now with a shot on goal. Chalks a beautiful save. Sway comes through, and you see just the amount of pressure on both teams going into this game. King trying to stay alive. Blanks with a save. A beautiful shot. Matt tries to get it in the corner. You see Sway, and now Colts going back on rotation. Matt missed that going up for it, and Colts with the shot. Can Crims get to it? He does. Sway goes in for a background,
the
and
squishy.
you see an amazing goal save by the Mizzou goal team, playing a phenomenal defensive stop. Oh my gosh, Caribou. I mean, my heart's racing. I thought Sway had just gotten that goal. You see Sway with the control. Does he bury it as that bounces on the goal? And Matt comes in, and with 1:33 remaining in this game, King has a 1-goal lead.
Chalks and Blanks both there. Blank just ends up like a turtle on his back. Just can't recover to get up in time for that one to give King this lead. We went 2 minutes and some change without a single goal scored, and some great saves on both ends, but finally get something to break the tie. It's such incredible. And say before that, the double squishy to keep it at 3-3 for that long, but this game is so close. You would not expect that Mizzou just won a game 5-1 like 10 minutes ago.
Honestly, with 1:05 remaining, Sway with a beautiful save there. Blanks coming up. Is he going to be able to control it? Sway goes up to contest. 1 minute remaining. Again, King coming off a elimination win, 2-0, as Chalks tried to get a shot on goal. Blanks now gets the shot and ties it up as that was a quick redirect. Chalks right here. Look at this. A beautiful save by Colts. Blanks follows that, and Sway just moving a little bit too fast, along with Matt trying to rotate in, doesn't get enough on it, and now we've got a tie ball game, basically 0-0 with 47 seconds left.
It's such an intense back and forth game where it's just small mistakes, small windows of opportunities have been the difference between these two, and it's so incredible to watch and recognize the talent between these 6 players. It's 8:30 o'clock West Coast. I know it's late for everybody else, but y'all gonna have to go to sleep after this with your blood pumping, adrenaline rush. I'm sorry that it's late for you, but this is primetime Rocket League.
17 seconds remaining in this game 5. Mizzou leads the series, the best of 7, as Crims has to knock that wide. The last few seconds ticking off the clock. 0-0 is about to happen. Is anybody going to be able to get a final shot on goal? Blanks, but Sway comes in, knocks it down, and now we're into extra time again. Everything is on the line for King. They have to score a goal to keep their hopes alive. Mizzou, one more goal, and they are national champions. Will it be in the next few seconds? Blanks with the save. Chalks comes up. Crims playing back. Sway makes a move all the way to the outside. Now Colts got to try to clear it out in the corner. Crims comes down. Chalks goes up for it. Does Colts get to it? No. Matt comes through. That goes in the corner. Almost a goal. Sway's got to clear it out. Does Blanks get back? A big time demo as Colts takes a shot. Chalks is able to get to it, no problem, as 45 seconds has gone by in extra time, and this is a close head-to-head matchup in this extra time 4. Either we're going into a game 6, or honestly, we're going to crown a champion.
And it's so close there. That ball bouncing dangerously in front. Colts did a good job to challenge this. They've done so well on both fronts to challenge any possession. Crims, though, it's a good steal on the 50. See if they can capitalize on this with a brief opportunity. King's defense is so well disciplined to get back, though, and not let Mizzou get anything. Mizzou's fared very well in extra time and these longer, drawn-out things, but a 0-0 tie to extra time, this is exactly what I would expect and what I want to see out of a national championship.
See Sway bringing it across midfield in the aerials. That's going to play off the back of the wall. Colts throws it up. That's Chalks who tips it back. Sway keeps it in the offensive zone. Colts playing it on the wall. You heard a big demo. Now Matt bringing it home. Flips it up. Will he be able to clear it out? No. Sway now comes in. Gets a hold of Crims. Ball goes back. Colts gets it. Chalks plays it off the board. And again, the control, making sure that they make the shots that they want to make. Sway plays it off the back shelf. Chalks with a shot. That's barred down. Almost gets his own rebound. Oh my gosh. And now Matt is running wild. Is he going to get it? He does. Matt with the goal. We're going into game 6. King stays alive.
The crossbar still doing no favors at all, and just the extra little bit of speed. Mizzou
honestly cannot describe what is going through my brain right now when Matt was able to pull that fast break out. I mean, King doing everything they absolutely can to stay alive, and now pushing it to game 6. They have 2 more games to go, but again, we're talking a Mizzou team that is extremely potent, and they still have match game. Think about that. Like, they still can kind of play their speed without feeling any pressure.
Yeah, and right there at the end of the game, you know, they're feeling themselves, they're feeling their speed to almost get that goal scored, but then just a little too much of a commitment. The crossbar just bounces it out instead. They get caught out of position. A very quick transition strike from end to end, and it just shows this series is that close regardless of how Mizzou is on series point, but they still, as you said, have that little bit of comfortability where it's like, okay, give it up 2, but like, we opened the game with 3 goals in 30 seconds and then gave up 3 more immediately. Like, gotta buckle down something on that front.
Absolutely. Game 6 now ready to go. Blanks Chalks and Crims for Mizzou, looking to put away King University and become the national grand champions. On the other side, King, Colts, Sway, and Matt want to stay alive and push it to game 7 as the series is 3-2 in favor of Mizzou. Sway with a shot on goal that goes high. Is Matt going to be able to get to it? No. Colts is able to chip it all the way to the side. Almost 30 seconds already gone by in this game 6.
We made it this far without a single goal. We're doing 3 times better than we were last game. And if we go another 30 seconds, we're doing 6 times better, which is crazy to think that it was that fast. Bang, bang. Sway gets the first one off the wall. And it's good to see King putting this level of pressure on. You see the rotation get caught out. You have players on Mizzou going towards midfield, expecting a possession to come their way, getting ready for an attack. King able to steal that ball away and get a shot on, get the first goal.
3:56 remaining, 4:14 remaining as the time reset after the goal time continued. And Blanks and Chalks making an effort for that. Sway comes through quickly and knocks that clear. Honestly, King is playing with a lot of aggression. Matt in the corner. Blanks goes to clear it out. Colts can't quite get to it. Now Crims on a little bit of a fast break, met by Matt though. And Blanks, just a little floater. Can Sway get to it? He does. He pushes it to the outside against Matt. And now they're just kind of playing along the corner. And Matt actually takes himself out. And Chalks and Sway meet in the middle. That shot just wide. Bounces back in front. You see Chalks going for it again. And now Crims finally gets the bouncing. I mean, honestly, this is just too much pressure in a short amount of time. You see Colts was there, but couldn't quite get to it.
Yeah, Chalks did a great that's a great shot from Chalks, just because you expect Colts to continue to go from right to left and overcommit on the saves. So Chalks aims that one theoretically behind where Colts would have been, but you still have your teammate Crims there for the follow-up to make sure that you get the score regardless of possession. That's a good job there by the Mizzou team.
See Chalks coming through quickly, and Blanks redirects it. And now Matt and Sway on the offensive side. Chalks has to try to clear it out. Blanks gets full boost. Colts comes in to push it into the offensive zone, but Crims, that's a straight shot redirected by Chalks. That goes wide. Blanks with the rebound. Now Matt is chasing it down with Crims, trying to get back, plays it off the wall. Good job by Matt by controlling it. Crims now all the way to the middle. Sway throws it into the corner. Matt redirects it. 2:45 remaining in this game. We've got a tie ball game 1-1.
And both teams have had good plays, good passes. Just trying to find that finishing touch to get the shot on target, to get the opportunity to beat the tie-breaking goal. But so far, something has got to give somewhere, and it just hasn't given yet. There's a lot of tension on the line here. Both these teams having multiple opportunities, multiple chances, just have not had that break.
2:14 remain. Matt with a shot on goal. Chalks gets down quickly. Matt went up for another one, and now you see the rotations. Is Chalks going to be able to get to it? Sway pushes Chalks all the way back into his zone. Matt with a little floater, and Sway comes in with the goal. Oh my goodness. Sway and Matt are doing so much to make this game the opportunity and statement to push them into game 7. And of course, you see Colts playing on the defense, but Mizzou not really able to find an answer to how much pressure Sway and Matt are creating.
Yeah, and that's just a good little fake out there by Matt, just with the backflip to kill the momentum and leave it floating in the air. Basically a setter and a spike. If you're playing volleyball, like Matt just lays that one up and is waiting for the dunk to come through, and they continuously put pressure on and are continuously making Mizzou guess as to where the ball's going to go, who's going to be the next attacker. This is good Rocket League here from King. The defense of Mizzou right now is really stepping up, though.
1:23 remaining. Colts, Matt, and Sway all playing extremely well. You see them passing. You see the little backflip. Now that's right in front of the goal, and Matt utilizing all the boost to get it in front of Blanks. Blanks can't get back fast enough in order to keep that in the zone. Matt centers it up. Chalks has to try to clear it out. Colts goes up for it to keep it midfield. You see Matt and Sway retreating back. The rotations are on point. This is down to the final minute. Matt with a massive demo right in front of the corner. And Colts with a shot on goal now, coming in quick. Sway playing along the boards. Is he going to be able to clip it? He does. Crims now has to push it back out. And Matt comes powering it back, utilizing all the time. Chalks goes super aerial. Sway comes down. Is that going to be able to bounce in? Slow floater. Blanks comes out of nowhere. Colts with a shot on goal. It trickles right on the corner of the pole. 30 seconds remain. And Chalks, Colts, everybody is meeting in the middle. Let's have a party in the air. Oh my gosh. This is Rocket League, folks.
Double commit on the goal as well. I thought for sure King had the chance earlier on, but they finally do get the separation. So they have like 11 ticks left here with a 3-1 lead for King. This is the exact opposite of what we saw Mizzou doing in the first few games. They were controlling the midfield, winning the 50s, and just asserting themselves across that midfield line. And now completely reversed. King is the ones in charge. They're winning their midfield battles. They're winning the 50s and putting Mizzou back against the wall. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're going to Game 7 in a national championship.
How great is that? A 3-1 victory. 8 centered balls by Sway. And King doing everything they can to come back from being down 3-0 in this series, now pushes a Game 7, and talk about how well they have played in the last few games. Mind you, that Game 5 did go into overtime, but they found a way, and now a dominant performance, a lot of pressure. Caribou, Game 7, Mizzou's got to find some sort of answer to Matt and Sway in that dominance.
And it's just poetic, right? We started the day with a phenomenal series that went to 7 games. We've seen so many 7-game series all day long, and now we end the day with another one. But exactly like you said, Mizzou's got to find an answer to be just a little bit faster than these two in the dominance, because they are frankly dominating the way that they're playing. Coming back from a 3-0, I hope you didn't close the stream because you thought Mizzou was just going to take the sweep. This is an unbelievable series for a national title.
Right here. 4 minutes, 46 seconds to go. A national championship is on the line. King, Mizzou, you've got the number 1 seed, the number 2 seed, the Eastern Grand Champion, the Western Grand Champion. Who is going to make their dreams a reality right now?
Took about this long for the last game before we got our first goal. Waiting to see what defensive pressure is going to crack first. See if Mizzou can get back in form as they were the first games. But Matt and Sway have been so controlling in these dominuses. Plural of dominus. I don't know. And they're continuing to lead and let it rain on this Mizzou defense. Another one, 50 seconds in.
4:11 remain in Game 7. King with a 1-goal lead. What started on a series as Blanks ties it up in just 5 seconds. What started off with a dominant performance by Mizzou, and then Game 3 was the one that Mizzou ran away with it 5-1. Then everything started to change. Game 4, Game 5, Game 6 all went to King, tied things up, pushing it. As we've got a tie ball game with 4 minutes to go, Blanks just overpowers and quickly sees how quickly he can score. Says, look, I'll do it twice in 11 seconds. How about that?
And that's just, looking at the bottom, Chalks, Blanks, and Crims all virtually full boost off the kickoff, where Colts, Matt, and Sway are just utilizing all of it to get there. And finally, with an answer the other way, this is a Mizzou team that's recognizing they have the speed to outpace King on the offense. But granted, it's been 17 seconds, give or take, that they've got 3 goals. We've seen Mizzou give up 3 goals in just as quickly of time. So you can't necessarily count King out by any means.
3:15 1:53 remaining, and Mizzou is absolutely addressing the speed of play that they showed in game 1, 2, and 3, putting on 3 goals in a very short amount of time. And now King on the back burners has to find some type of answer to the attack of Mizzou. Can they do it right here? Matt with a shot on goal, met by Chalks and Blanks. Now Crim's coming up. That's disrupted by Colts, but he stays with it. Now Matt has to get back. Blanks with a shot on goal. That hits bar. And now you see the rotation of Crims getting back as Blanks continually comes back, finds the full boost. Colts can't get it off the wall. Now Matt and Sway have to retreat and get back into their zone. Sway plays it off the wall. 3:04 remaining in this game. It's game 7, baby. Let's go. 3 minutes to go. Mizzou with a 2-goal lead. Here we are, Caribou.
It's been a long time coming to get to this point. We've been in for the long haul. That one just barely snakes out of the top right. Again, King pressuring. They're here knocking on the door. Shots in this Mizzou defense is on the edge right now, but they are making and maintaining this lead. But I'm sure they are feeling the tension here.
Again, the rewards are insane that they're playing for. The end of season awards, of course, a 4,000 additional end of season awards, but not to mention the Western champion, $2,600. The Eastern champions, $2,600. The Grand champion will get a little bit of a bonus on it as well, and the title of National Grand Champion. So you see both teams continually fighting for it. Sway with a shot on goal. Blanks comes out of nowhere. 1:53 remaining in this game. A long shot from Blanks, but Matt is there to chip it back out. Chalks tries to center it, throws it into the corner. Colts plays it off the wall, gets it back, bounced out. Blanks is right there to tip it to Crims, who redirects it. That goes off the top shelf. Sway stays up, is able to make a double save. Colts now with control of it, but is met by Crims, who has full boost. Matt now going aerial. Chalks meets him midway through the field. Sway with a shot on goal. Does it go in? It does! Mizzou is now once leading by 2, only a 1-goal lead, and King finding ways to fight back left and right. 1:24, there's still plenty of Rocket League to go.
And a phenomenal effort to try to push that one out of the upper 90. Beautiful shot, but Matt coming off the wall right there, wondering if that would have changed the path that Crims took to try to make that save, just trying not to get demoed by Matt. So good bang play by King to be able to get this stack down to 1 goal. Over a minute to go. This is what you'd expect to see in a Game 7 series where King's answered back 3 games in a row. Can they finish the reverse sweep?
60 seconds remaining. Blanks throws it all the way down, clears it out. Colts lets it go to Sway. Sway plays it along the boards. Crims hits that. That goes wide. Matt follows it up, bounces through. Chalks plays it with a beautiful back hit. Continually pushes through. We see a big demo. Sway plays it off the wall. Tries to kick flip it through. 37 seconds to go. Can Sway get to it? Matt chips it forward. That bounces off the wall. Matt with a shot. Sway follows up. Almost 30 seconds. King has to make something happen. Chalk throws it to Blank, who honestly just kicks it down. Now Matt getting all the way back. 20 seconds. King has to find a way to get a shot on goal. Matt kick flips it through. Blanks goes up for it. Does Cole and Sway go for it? The double commit. 10 seconds to go before we name our champion. Matt comes through. Can we do it? Can we see an extra time? No. Chalks comes through and puts it in with 1 second to go. And Mizzou is gonna just take this kickoff, wrap this up, and Mizzou will take Game 7, and they will be your National Grand Champions if Play versus Spring 2021 season.
What a series.
What a series indeed.
Wow. That's insane. I mean, to be able to answer back, to take 3 in a row to send us to Game 7, like, King played out of their minds in those last 4 games to get that close to it. They give up a lone goal late to make it that 2-goal separation, but these two teams just played so well after playing for 6+ hours today. I mean, to have the stamina to get through to a national championship. And congratulations to both of them for winning their regional finals. But what a series and what a show they just put on.
Oh my goodness, absolutely. Of course, both of them have the title of regional champion. I mean, the East champion, that was an amazing series. The West championship, Mizzou taking that home, and now a national grand championship title in Mizzou's arms. I mean, it was just a phenomenal back and forth all the way through. And to be honest, I think that a lot of these players that we've seen, even the runners up, we're going to be seeing them again. Sway, Matt, they did a phenomenal job. Colt, also, hats off to you for the incredible battle to come back. Any final remarks, Caribou?
I think that just goes to show how dominant Mizzou's performance was from day one, round one, match one, because they 3-0'd, 3-1 everyone in the best of fives. They either 4-1 or 4-2. I think they had a 4-0 in there as well for their best of sevens. But to have only one opponent take them to a full series length just shows how good that Mizzou team is. I know Mizzou's got a phenomenal esports program out there. They have a huge outreach in that jurisdiction, and give the same the credit we gave to Winthrop. So Mizzou's doing something right over there with the esports team. Being from Kansas, being a Kansas fan, you know, I hate to give credit to Missouri for anything, but hey, they look so good and they're doing everything right. A huge tip of the hat to them. Congratulations.
One more time, we say congratulations to Mizzou Gold on your PlayVS Spring 2021 National Championship. You've earned every bit of it. That's going to do it from us. I'm the Doxology Caribou. We just want to say thank you to all of you who stuck around for 2 days of Rocket League tournaments. Until next time, take care.
Try, but you never do.